Who is ready for another finals? One and all, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the Midweek Muster. We have got finals day, and we are going to be doing in style semi-finals showdown between Wham and Vortex. We've been watching the replays in prep for the grand finals that happen in 2 hours. So you are getting extra content crammed in there. I told you guys to wait. I told you guys to be patient. If you want the official coverage and want to support it, we were going to do it on the day. So we'll be getting in that series shortly. In fact, I have got the drafts and everything ready to go. So let me go ahead and update them right now. Boom, there you go. We've painted the picture. So Wham and Vortex, a best of 5, and no, Vortex isn't hacking. He hasn't got 6 picks while Wham has 5. It's just the Abbasids have snaked in there at the end. Interesting drafts, actually. So opening game, Himiyama. Looking at Vortex's draft, I really like it here. He's got English, he's got Japanese, French you could potentially throw out there. Unlikely, though. On the other side, I think, looking at what Wham's got, I mean, you can't... I don't know if you really want to do HRE. HRE actually kind of makes sense, right? Like, we might see HRE, but if Vortex is aware of that, he can't throw out the English. Like, English will get annihilated by HRE, right? The gamble is if you pick English and your opponent has Zhone there, and Zhone can work on Himiyama, right? If it comes out there, really bad situation for Zhone. So I have a feeling we're probably going to be looking at HRE versus Japanese. I legit haven't looked at the games. Like, if you really want to enjoy these to the maximum, guys, like I told you yesterday when it's happening live, don't look at it. Just don't even look at the games. Just wait for today to catch the actual full official broadcast. So that's what I've done. I haven't even glanced at them. Game 1 is actually HRE versus Japanese. So damn. We like I don't know. I think I've just been watching too many tournament games, clearly. But yes, we will have the best of 7 grand finals up against the winner of this pretty much immediately afterwards is the goal. And I think we should theoretically be aligned nicely for that. Let me just make sure I got my other things open in the background. This is what happens when you have too many tabs. By the way, really cool progress on the PC build side. We are going to be looking to do that probably second week of December. And Atraxi, mate, this is what I warned everyone. Wait until today and watch it live. I mean, you know, spoil it for yourself at that point. All right, let's get into it, though, because I don't want to waste any time. We have got a show to get on the road. Yes, I did promise it, and I am going to deliver it. We will always cover the semi-finals, live or later. It depends on the scheduling, but it gets done. That's how we operate here in the Midweek Muster. One and all, welcome back to the channel. We've got Wham versus Vortex, semi-final showdown. Finally, someone who could actually be the kryptonite to these Canadians, because at this point, I might be pulled up on charges for funneling money to unknown Canadian industries, right? Like, at this point, I'm pretty much just paying for Wham and Puppy Paw's rent each month. So we'll see if we can actually get a Spaniard in there for a change. And we're going to be able to do this Japanese versus HRE. Now, this was kind of what I was a little bit worried about. I think the Japanese pick kind of had to happen here. Vortex did have English, which are phenomenal in Himiyama, but when it's HRE on the other side, you just lose, right? You're kind of stuck there. So he could have either gambled that the English pick would work because his opponent did pick HRE, or he could throw out something that maybe has a small opportunity here, but isn't as painful to lose further down the line, right? And as we know, Japanese isn't exactly what I'd call a powerful pick right now. I don't think that's a controversial take. I think most people will agree with that. What is up, Nomad Chocolate? Thank you very much for the raid, my friend. So, look at the spawns here. 4 golds, actually, for both players, right? But obviously, retract 1 for Wham. That's more important as a detail to Vortex's base, because Vortex is likely to be the one getting attacked here. This matchup, I think, is kind of poo-poo for you if HRE sends it in Feudal, right? Like, because what can you do otherwise? I feel like you have to go rush Castle Age. If you play Feudal Age, if you play into Archers, your opponent just has better Archers that move as quick as your Archers. If you play into Horsemen, they just have a better economy. Like, I'm not convinced that Japan can, in an equal match situation, right, where both players are similarly talented, I don't think they can match up against HRE. And whoa. Even more when you see that. It's a Mindwork build. This is going to be brutal. Wham is looking to send it. Now, this brings the potency, right? Because we've already mentioned, like, their archers are just as good as Japanese ones, actually better. They have the same movement speed, right? That's meant to be the edge of the Yumi, but HRE have that anyway. And then, of course, it's high base damage archers, so you can't go there. So then, what? You go Horseman. If you go Horseman now, all Pikes just beats you, right? Because with the Bannerman, you're going to increase your damage to, like, I think it ends up being, so you can go up to 11 because you have 2 melee attacks, right? Then you get an extra 15%, which will give you about 12.6 damage, right? Meanwhile, the HREs will get all Pikes to +2, right? So they're able to kind of mirror, close to mirror, but with a better economy. This is the gamble that Vortex is hoping pays off. He's gone for the archers. Sorry. It's been a long day. He's gone for the shinobi. Now, the thing I was going to say is, for HRE, what you do here is you open archers. Archers is a smart way to approach this. And what is up, Red Darksider? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. So you want to open up archers, your opponent's going to follow up horsemen, and then you just go spears. And the cool thing about that is you can afford it, right? Because that's very cost efficient, even in a situation where you're going mine work. Weirdly enough, though, he begins with the spears. Now, I think this is more about timing. Wham already has too much wood, so it wouldn't make sense to try and go straight into archers. You, build 3 archer ranges? It's kind of insane. You know you're going to end up on, like, either spears or horsemen eventually, so you might as well start layering them in now. Now, the cool thing is, with how cheap the bloomery techs are and whatnot, like, there is a world in which you just kind of pinch and kill the shinobi, because they don't move quicker than spears, right? It's a mirrored movement speed, so you can keep pace. So unless Vortex reserves the Shunshin, it'll be a struggle to get away once he starts getting pinned by spears. Tech up complete, and he immediately queues up 3. This is a lofty and expensive play. And notice he's not going for an outpost. Like, this is 100% correct. You cannot go outpost here. The problem is the HRE is going to ramp up too quickly. They could just Zerg Spearman, essentially. But even if they don't, they've already saved 100 wood going into the blacksmiths, or 150 rather. On top of that, they get a discount. They pay 50% less for the siege engineering, right? That's a huge difference between the discount on the tech and the savings on the building. That's more than a ram will cost you, right? So you don't really want to be running face first into that problem, which is why you're seeing Vortex play the edge. And no, finals have not started. Finals will be starting in T-minus an hour and 50 minutes. So we're catching up on the semi-finals that we didn't get a chance to cast in prep for that. It's double archer range, man. This is going to be rough. I mean, the problem for Vortex, remember, archers, they do double damage to the shinobi, and usually shinobi's edge there is you can Shunshin and run away. You can't really easily run away. You can Shunshin to get out range, but these archers are going to keep pace with you. 1.38 movement speed compared to 1.38. So once again, you misuse that Shunshin at all, dead. The other problem is it's much easier to scale archers than it is to scale shinobi, right? Shinobi take 20 seconds, archers take 15. And you've already got double the production anyway, whereas shinobi are reserved to 1 building only. Makes it very difficult. Funnily enough, Wham isn't going to wait around. He shuffles across because he anticipates a fast tech play. Vortex now going for the outpost. Feels like he's done enough with the shinobi, right? The presence alone to threaten here. Is at least going to keep the archers at bay, but the spearmen are just so quick to sweep in. Diver's going to come in here, Vortex. Should be able to micro away the villagers. A little bit greedy from Wham and a little bit subpar there. Splits the damage between the two. Could have actually got 1 kill. Shinobi, in the meantime, are getting picked off, so only 1 left alive. And yes, these are semis. We already said that. This is the best of 5. To see who's going to be in that best of 7 showdown. I'm curious. I mean, there's no way we just get a double Canadian finals again for the 3rd time in a row, right? I believe I can confirm that it won't happen for a 4th time if it happens for a 3rd. As to my understanding, I believe, I have to double check it, I think Poppy Paw didn't sign up for KPMM5, if I'm not mistaken. But I have to double check that. We did have quite a lot of signups for it, though. I think we ended up with 40 in the end. Yeah, so confirmation in from Tomb. Poppy Paw, who's currently waiting in the grand finals to see who's going to match up against from here, will not be playing in week number 5. So we will get a change in narrative eventually. And there's the round we talked about. Wham already shuffling in. He's got the 10 archers on board. Good luck trying to stop that. Clown carring did get nerfed, but still has its potency. And I love that, actually. He's got some spears in there. The spears did not get nerfed by the changes to the rams, right? Rams stop archers from just instantly hitting, but spears can just come out and get a stab, usually in time. Fortifications are in, though. I think Wham might have to back off and just go for like 2 more rams here. Yeah, he realizes it too. Once the fortification came in, that kind of ruined the plan here. I mean, credit to him. Vortex done a really good job of delaying him, and Wham's in a bit of a sticky predicament here. He needs to block that gold fast because Vortex is almost out of the I'm looking for the word. He's out of the prison and into the hen house. Yes, I made a Fox reference there. By the way, is my voice okay? I want to just check that for you guys. As my whole family decided to disease me. So I want to make sure that I'm coming in clear. Floating gate now on the way, though. And this should be just your atypical plane to Mountain Samurai. Thank you, Azurfly. There we go. So, other side of this, Wham is showing no signs of slowing down. He's already got the Bloomery in the undermesh. Doesn't really... the Steel Arrow in the undermesh. Doesn't really need the Bloomery because he doesn't have that many spears currently. And once you're up against Mountain Samurai, it doesn't make a drastic difference anyway. Double Ram's now going to start shuffling in here. You might just have to camp out here. Yeah, like with one of the rounds being low, this feels awkward though. I would have expected him to go for the deeper outpost first. Villagers are going to try to deny this. Gold has been idled out in the meantime by this play. He's going to shuffle back inside the Rams, realizing that it's getting a little bit too low from the defense. So quite the gamble there for Wham. Looks like it might be paying off here though. Tech up complete, but Vortex with only 250 odd gold. Yeah, he's still got some of these villages he needs to drop off. Rams will quickly dispatch the weakened outpost here. That wasn't fortified. So now, a few villagers could be going down. Behind this Wham has got a decent amount of archers. He needs to get more spears, right? This should just be 1 or 2 Mounted Samurai to mop this up. And if Vortex can find that timing, he will reacquire gold. He might need to gamble in the meantime, though. And that's problematic considering that Wham has got more troopers shuffling in. Rams moving on to the houses as well. Just anything you can do to slow him down here. Trying to deny him the valuable transitions. Mountain Samurai does reveal himself. Yep, thank you, Zuba0T. I see that I'm as thirsty for water right now as Vortex is for gold. Well, he's successfully being a gold digger right now, but it's problematic and it does cost you quite a lot. 2 villagers going down there. 2 Mountain Samurai are going to be able to start shoving this away. The spearman count is low for Wham. He added a few too many archers in here. All pikes also on the way just to get that extra burst of DPS in this fight. Archers still targeting down those villagers. Vortex desperate to get this up. Outpost barely completes. It's already on fire. Another shot's about to come in as well. The archers are able to pick this apart. And Vortex now almost 10 eco behind. 2 Bad Samurai down. And 1 game down already against the back-to-back-to-back, maybe at this rate, back again, grand finalist. Whew. A swift game 1. Admittedly, not too surprising when Vortex is involved in the series one way or the other. These games tend to be very fast for min. So we'll mark that one up as a Holy Roman Empire win, as we often do in life. And we will move on to the next game. Let's have a look at what we've got next. So, next up, we are going to Pigeon's View. And that's going to be English versus Malians. Now, this matchup is kind of weird, actually. It used to be really, really one-sided, lopsided, in favor of Malians. But with the new Abbey of Kings breed of English, I feel like they do a lot better on this map than they used to. In fact, I feel like, especially on Pigeon's View, every time we've seen Malians English, English have won, if I'm not mistaken. So it might bode well. Don't want to find yourself 2 down going into a third. That's an easy way to just get stomped out by a weird pick that ruins the draft. Let's get ready, though. We're going to hop in for another game. Give me a sec, just double-checking my messages as well, because I'm getting pinged in the background by people. So I can be heard with a cold, huh? Yes, I caught a cold. My partner's like, here, have these 2 ill babies. I'm like, do you not see why this is a bad idea? We kind of rely on my voice being clear to make a living. Was not Emma's smartest hour. All right, let's get into it, though. In fact, we'll 2x the first 2 or 3 minutes. Game number 2 of the semi-finals in week number 4 of the midweek muster. One and all, welcome back to the channel. And welcome back to Wham versus Vortex. Fox's Vortex looking to make a deep run here, but already on the back foot. 1 game down against the back-to-back grand finalist, Wham. Will he make it 4 weeks in a row? It's going to take at least 2 more games. Best of 5s after all. This matchup's an interesting one. Historically, people would probably rate this very clearly one way, and that way would be, the English just lose this matchup. They get crapped on, right? Not quite. No, actually, English, you know how I'd compare this? Let's create this up on screen right now. English, it's like they got the CPU upgrade. They're the new 9800 X3D. Meanwhile, Malians in this matchup kind of feels more like the Intel Duo Core Pentium processors of old, right? It's very outdated. And what I mean by that is ever since the Abbey of Kings came in the meta, I feel like English with this 2TC build just get away with blind murder against the Malians. They're able to scale up so efficiently. The opening of the king puts pressure onto their opponents, which forces the Malians to not just greedy rush castle themselves, which buys time for the English to build up their advantage off of 2TCs. And that's the kryptonite of Malian builds. They hate fast 2TC civs that are capable of cheaply applying pressure, because it forces them off of their own greed. And actually, I was just saying in the chat, or to the chat rather, before we hopped into the game, I think every single time we've seen this matchup so far, on this map, it has been an English win in this tournament series. Which is like, I think we've seen it 3 or 4 times at least, which is pretty damn impressive for the English. Kind of toxic how it ends up going quite often. They end up just hunkering down on the high ground, going for imp and loving life. We're going off the 2-time speed here. We did open up with it just because we had the scouting in the early game. Haul's going to be 10 to 12 sheep. Obviously, both of these civs have different ways of getting food. They don't care too much about the sheep, but it is nice at least. And that's going to be a nice TC. Check that. Vortex. Ooh, he could have even deer shoved into the tree line. Would have made it even more efficient down the line, but it's fine. It saves you like 50 wood on a lumber camp, right? It's not the biggest deal. Plus, his scout's got other things to do. He probably wants to kind of see where the village is moving out to see if there's an opportunity to strike on the gold, and he has discovered it. King should be coming this way. Taking a bit of a wide arc. I guess he wants to cut him off on the route back home, right? Look at the timing. Wham is going to end up running head first into that king. You know why villagers just die to the king? I mean, it's like they're bowing, you know? Permanently. Exactly what he's going to be doing here. So first blood drawn. Wham already behind on economy by 2. Rax is coming up. And this is what I was talking about, right? This is so frustrating when you're against the English. It's so tilting. Because you're like, okay, well, I know he's doing 2TC. It's obvious he's doing 2TC. Wham would be no stranger to this because he would do 2TC as well. But you kind of just have to suck it up and accept you're going to have to build probably 3 to 4 Donzos to feel good. Because this king isn't just a temporary threat, right? He's going to keep healing up. He's going to keep coming on. And every once in a while, he's going to find a villager kill. So you have to respect it. Cool thing about Vortex doing this 2TC build on the deer, by the way, compared to what we saw a few weeks ago where it was on the gold all the time. It's just a much more aggressive timing for Castle Age, which is really important here, right? Because then you can start pumping knights. You can keep pressure up. This is a fantastic map for knights because of the lack of vision. Look at what his opponent can see. He's blind. He needs to get a guide dog or a hitty stick to kind of look around for things right now. He just can't see what he's going to be going up against. He's going to look around for that TC. So notices at least not on the 4 deer, but that's to be expected. I think English are just maybe a little bit too good on this map on average. Then again, is that really a map-specific thing, do you guys think? I feel like English is maybe too good in general. They're not the best on certain maps, and they aren't Delhi levels of broken, but it feels like they're an insanely widely applicable civ because the build that they like to do applies in almost every circumstance still. Which is even more odd considering we're in a meta which isn't as TC heavy anymore, right? Which you could say is kind of cool. They have a rarer style, but I guess the question I always get to when I talk about this build with the English is it fun to play against? And my instincts always say no. Right? Like I'm sure some people in chat can kind of chime in. They've had these experiences themselves on the ladder. Do you enjoy going up against this? Maybe the trade-off is you enjoy playing it, right? I know some people like that. And then we don't want to like accept that, you know, if you're going to give, you got to take. But It is a very polarizing style they get to play. I mean, it's the same reason Abbasid got complained about so much. Wow, still feeling that pressure. King comes in again. Oi, oi, oi. A little bit slow on the pull away. So it should be another villager going down. Remember, he does not have wheelbarrow. Fort Franche is about to be filled out, but Vortex is almost 10 villagers ahead. By the time the food line is going up, we're probably looking at about an 18 eco lead at this pacing, which is dangerous for WAM. At that point, Vortex is kind of equaling out what you've got. And it gets worse than that, because Vortex isn't just looking for a castle play. He's actively adding in the units now, so his goal is to try and time an attack around when this food line goes up, and he's going to jump in and do as much damage to WAM as possible. WAM is getting baited more into the age, right? He's gone into the javelins now after seeing some longbows on the way. The horseman could prove to be a pickle, but for the time being, he does at least have enough donzos to buffer that away. Love the horseman idea as well, right? It's just raiding with healing. And the other cool thing is because your opponent has a forward pit mine, you have something to force him out of his base, so you can poke at that, do damage, and then also you could potentially ambush with longbows and horsemen from those tree lines, because, as we mentioned, vision isn't grand for WAM unless the scout is in position here. So the scout is at least keeping an eye on things so far. WAM, just one more to go. He's being very smart about this, right? He's not being greedy. He knows if he rushes, there's a risk that Vortex could just find entry. So you want to have enough troops to chase away the harass from your second pit mine, but also enough troops to defend your primary. Vortex looks like he might be getting ready for castle, right? Things have slowed down the production queue, which makes sense here. There's only so many horsemen you want before it becomes less justifiable, right? Like, these units will start to lose their value a little bit. And what is up, Blitzkrieg Blue? Thank you very much for the 5 gifted, you legend. Thank you, sir. Hopefully you're having a good day. Did I just see a certain woman get a sub? Big pogs. He's forcing him to invest a bit more in the age. This javelin count is... Oh, no. This is not it. This is an overextension by WAM. This is the tricky detail of diving into the English, right? The attack speed aura gave him the edge there to just get through the donzos. Horsemen dive onto the javelins, and if they get a one-to-one trade, it's totally worth it. And if they don't die, well, good luck, because we're English. We have free healthcare. Horsemen can just heal up here, right? Abbey of Kings will kick in a second, and it tops you off fast. 6 health every 1 second. King, in the meantime, intercepts even more. He's finding javelins only on their own. Donzo's nowhere nearby. Wow, that may have just slowed him down a bit, right? Instead of now rushing towards the Fulani, he's adding in more troops to compensate. Vortex, meanwhile, is edging closer and closer to this castle age, while still having a force that he can apply pressure with. There you go. It might not be as good as being in the hospital, but our free healthcare also includes paramedics, which is what the King is, right? Provides that 2 healing every second, which is still just absurdly good. I do wonder if you could nerf it down to 1, that would still be worth it. Probably, actually. The best way to think about this is if people are finding value in Ibis Dervish play for long feudal, and the Dervish doesn't have an attack, and the Dervish has half the effective HP, you see where I'm going with this, right? Whereas this guy attacks, is chunky as all hell, and can be replaced in Age 2. Kings are good. I remember when they memed on for ages as well. And yeah, I agree. Like, Chivalry's 1, right? And you could argue the issue is, like, by comparison, Horsemen are much harder to get value with, so you need them topped off. But it's not just about Horsemen, right? It's about Archers. It's about the men-at-arms, Spears. So maybe it stops the Horseman spam with the King being as good, but the infantry components will still benefit a lot. Because essentially, the thing that we always forget is this King, this aura, it's essentially the old campfire, right? Old campfire that used to heal English that was ridiculously broken. Let's jump in here with the Horseman. Idles out the gold. WAM doesn't have what he needs right now to go for a tech play. Behind this, Vortex is about to get exactly what he needs. In the meantime, there is a dive in from a handful of sofas, but those are lightly armored sofas, only feudal age, right? So tech up is ready to go. And the question is, are we getting greed here? Because I feel like we could be seeing greed. Instead, he does show the respect of WAM here, seeing a few sofas. He's going to be going for the White Tower. This Horseman, the King, still being a nuisance at home, right? Guaranteeing that Wham can't dive in with his full force. He could only go with those Sofas. Vortex would have been expecting Sofas, it's just been confirmed now. After this, when we get into Castle, typically with the English in this matchup, you're thinking Spears. Like, Spears is your bread and butter. In fact, the Malian players typically lose because the English player goes for mass Spears. And then if you go into the Archers, he can just play longbows, right? Horseman can still play an element in that regard. I think essentially when you're playing English in this matchup, what we've seen so far is a pivot back and forth between men-at-arms and spears, backed up by longbows. And it's been getting them win after win after win. Longbows in particular just feel so much better now in the Imperial Age than I think they were before. Maybe a bit too good. Someone's ears just pricked up like, don't know my English. Balance in all things, my friends. Balance in all things. All right, ones if you think Wham's going to win this, twos if you think Vortex is going to take it. Because we're talking about a 22 eco lead. It's not over yet. Wham just got a huge booster when he's got the Fulani, which is like worth 20 villages when it's fully filled out, right? On top of that, he could go for relics because Vortex, although he has Horsemen, he's probably going to pull back and stay defensive because he doesn't have Sofa, right? Like, he doesn't have the strong cavalry unit here. So I imagine we're going to see Vortex hunker down. He might try to snake a relic or two. I mean, he's got one right next to his base, for example. He can maybe sliver out for one on the south side when his opponent's not looking. But I'd expect Wham to be rushing towards that timing because you need things that prevent the scaling of the English from coming into the picture too quick, right? And how you do that is getting cheap scaling points yourself. Meantime, though, looks like he's going to be marching forward. We have got an Archer transition on the way behind this, so he's anticipating the Spearman switch as well. Currently, it's not happening, though. Vortex instead is going Men-at-Arms, and he's upgrading the Horseman. Makes sense, right? He's got 14 of these bad boys. At this point, it's worth the veterancy, right? You pay 350 to get, I'd say about 3 to 4 Horsemen extra worth out of 14, right? Because, like, watch what happens to stats. You go from 125 to, I think it's 155, 9 to, I believe it's 11 damage or 12. Yeah, 11, 155. So, like, mathematically, it makes sense around this count Horseman to do the upgrade. And also, even if it wasn't like, oh, it's worth this many Horsemen, it's the case that individually, these now are substantially more impactful in their roles, right? So if you run in and raid villages, now it's much easier to get kills. Before, you would have needed 5 hits to get a kill. Or sorry, 6. Now you will need 5. Raid coming in here. A little bit of chip damage. Nothing that Vortex can't shrug off. Notice these gathering the berries. I love this, by the way. Someone's vomiting right now, but it makes sense. Vortex, we talked about this in a previous series with English and why it's good to do. He's right next to the White Tower. Admittedly, the mill placement's a bit ugly, but he can build farms around this. The whole point and purpose of this is that it allows you to get a surge timing. Horsemen, Men-at-Arms is not cheap. If you just went straight into farms, you miss your timing. And you're against a flood sieve, so you need to have enough troops to defend. It's a very smart read here. He's doing it with both berry patches right now. Also just clears the way for additional farms close to your base. Absolutely love this. I mean, it's so underrated. I'll die on this hill. The rate just got buffed from 0.66 to 0.69, right? So it's better than it was before. Longbows in the meantime are just going to chase after the Sofa. They're trying to stop off for a raid opportunity here. However, the pinch is coming in, and those are textile villages, so a little bit of damage done here, but nothing substantial. I think that was 1 worker kill for all those Sofas. Definitely not worth it for Wham. That's not the delay or slowdown in the economy he's looking to force. However, the follow-up is 1 relic home, 2 more on the way back to the Malian base. So he did go for that timing. And this is the cool thing. He done this intentionally, right? It's more expensive than he actually was expecting, right? You go in there, you expect to leave with 4 or 5 Sofas, but he got pinched beautifully by Vortex. So very expensive loss, but as long as Vortex doesn't attack too quickly, it could be worth it for Wham. The tricky part here is unless Wham wants to add in a second town center, he's still against a scaling villager advantage for Vortex. And it is looking big. 33 and large. Undermesh also coming in, just getting that extra little bit of health. Makes sense now that we do see the archers coming. And the Men-at-Arms already did get the armor clad, right? Yep, so 7 armor on these bad boys. And you can have all the poison arrows you want, but at the end of the day, you're hitting for 1 damage into these guys. Now 2. Still pretty underwhelming against a unit that has 155 HP. A lot of Javelin archers here. It means the Horsemen do keep a lot of value. The tricky thing, I think, for Vortex is he doesn't counter the Sofas, right? At this point, ironically enough, he's trying to Zerg the Zerger. Malians are the #1 at Zerging. And yet, with this blob of men-at-arms, that's what Vortex is trying to do. Lombos now standing their ground with the exchange. Frontline is holding for the time being, but the Sofas looking like they're going to break through. And weirdly enough, Vortex, he's actually targeting that front line. He's not even trying to penetrate the back here. Doesn't deem it worth it. He wants the front dead because he knows if there's no Sofa, there's no real threat to the Longbows. Because funnily enough, when you are in Castle Age, Longbows trade really well into Javelins, or at least much better than they did in Feudal Age. It's not as one-sided. Even more so when Wham only has 8, and you have 43 of these LBs. More Sofas are coming though, so Vortex does need to get more troops to the front line, but he's heavily dented the threat of Wham. Wham now transitioning hard into archers, but against Longbows, that's a losing fight. Longbows will dominate you here. Stands his ground again. I mean, the only thing missing to make this even easier for Vortex would be a forward outpost. I'm expecting that to be coming in soon. I mean, you can afford to send villagers forward with this much of an eco lead. Archers have at least gap close, so Wham will get a reset. But he's been dried up behind this. Look at the food. 1,200 food income, we're already up to 1,600, and we'll be going even higher in the coming minutes for Vortex. Farm cluster count is at what, 4? Could easily be a 5 by 21. At that stage, you have a choice, right? You either send it in again, or you go castle. Imperial Rum. Long day. Walls are already up as well, so you can already see that Vortex is guaranteeing the safety of his economy. We have a marketplace ambitiously in the corner. He's not necessarily going to trade, but I guess the options down the line is there with this placement. Why you would ever trade with the English, I don't know. You don't really need it. Because funny thing about the English, they can just go enclosures. I was having this discussion with someone in my YouTube comments the other day about they were like enclosed OP. I'm like, yes, it is, but so is tax. And they were like, oh yeah. Fair play, KB. They're both broken. Enclosures even got nerfed, is the funny thing. It still feels like it's a little bit too good. So it generates every 6 seconds now instead of 5. Now, if you wonder why am I talking about enclosures, it's because I think every single previous English game we've cast on this map versus Malians went to Imperial. So Wham really is on a timer here to stop Vortex before it inevitably happens. 60 economy to almost 100 here. Flank raid coming in for the Sofas. They were able to intercept before the wall went up. However, the secondary walls, they're not going to be in time, so the Sofas are going to shuffle in. That little bit of a distraction might be a problem here because Vortex is fully focused actually on the front line. So this now being the distraction gives an opportunity for those Sofas if Wham notices, but currently they are AFK. They aren't moving. And the auto-aggro is going to save them there. So they get in on the villages. Some damage is going to be done there. Meanwhile, the engagement in the center, the Mangonel a little bit too far forward. So the men-at-arms and Lombos try to dive in. Sofa's trying to wrap around, but guys, we do have that outpost up that we talked about. The network of castles, Aura, is going to make a big difference in this fight. The Mango, not so much. A reasonable hit, sure, but in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't compare. Sofa raid on the backside is now also wasting its time on the TC, while Wham is losing in the center and fast. He's getting eviscerated. Do not tell me that network of castles is fine and should not have been nerfed. Or rather, don't tell me there isn't need of a nerf in the future, because here's the thing, guys. Network of Citadel's got nerfed from 40% to 30%. This is just 20%. Look at the difference it makes. You know, when you think about it, the fight is quite similar to what we had before. A few less Sofa, admittedly, but it was Sofa and Archers before that. And this time, it's even more decisive. Vortex now moving in. And this should surely be the killing blow. Behind this, we've got Wham going 2TC to try and play catch-up. He just doesn't have the economy to catch up on military. So we are going to be going some distance in this one. A 1-1 scoreline in this best of 5 guarantees we get at least 4 games total. Jackpot. Yeah, what could Wham have done different here? I mean, maybe focus a little bit more on raids. I think got stuck going to the center, but this is more than anything, I think, the obnoxiousness of English. Let me know what you think in the comments, guys. Like, is English okay? Are we okay with this playstyle? I feel like this works way too often still. I'll catch you on the next one. All right. So let's go ahead and mark that up on the board. So game number 2, high view, was Malians versus Anglais. Let's give it a win for the right. And let's figure out where we're going for game number 3. Cliffside. Rus versus Mongols. Kind of tricky, actually. Wham very rarely loses on Rus. It's kind of his, like, I think it might just be his most comfortable civ at this point. He's very good on it. And also on Cliffside, I feel like they do very well. I mean, you can try to outpost rush them early, but that's kind of your only option. By the way, guys, we're running a campaign right now. See that right there? There's just a link that went up in chat. Click it and check it out if you haven't already. There's the new line of Ryzen CPUs. We're actually going to be partnering with Ryzen on the upcoming build. I'm going to, like, spoiler alert and reveal something a little bit earlier there. Oopsie. Almost spoiler alert in a different way. So we'll talk about them a little bit deeper in. But it's an awareness campaign. So actually, you can blow their minds simply by clicking on that link. Don't have to buy. Just read up on it a little bit because the new 9800X3D is here. And it is an absolute beast. I'm not going to say we're going with the 9800X3D. We're doing something a little bit different, but something very comparative because, funnily enough, it's so hard to get them right now. They're sold out globally. So go check them out. And make sure you got your eyes on when they restart because it is the CPU to have right now. Okay, let's get into this. We've got a schedule to keep to. Grand finals happening exactly after this. 3 more games, potentially, between these two. Wham versus Vortex in a best-of-5, and we hop into the 3rd game. Vortex on his OG signature civ, the Mongols in the blue. Wow, man. I don't know what you do against this. This guy on the Rus right now is fierce. He is hard to beat. I'm trying to think if we often have seen him lose outside of to his brother on Rus. It's very rare. I feel like Wham's signature civ at the moment has become the Rus, and on a map like Cliffside, they're bloody impressive. You used to always go for the Kremlin build, and I think you still do here quite often, unless you think it's a fast castle race. But consider it's Mongols and their presence in feudal is very powerful. What we're likely going to see is maybe Wham tries to take a forward Kremlin here. It's all going to come down to Vortex's choice, though. If Vortex goes for the Rax opener, Wham can't go for the Kremlin. But look at this. Vortex, he chooses the greed of the pasture. And you see why, right? That was very smartly done. I believe he waited until he could see the state of the gold. If that's the case, that was very genius by Vortex. Like, this is a great tip to Mongol players. Sure, it stagnates your timing very slightly by about 5 seconds on the Rax rush, but if your opponent has a backspot in gold like this, your timing is off to deny them resources, and it's hard against Rus anyway. So what Vortex done is he scouted the back, saw the gold was there instead of on the front, and as a choice, then switches from Rax into pasture because they both cost 150 wood. Oy, oy, oy. Wham just looks so cozy with this, right? Back berries, back gold, tree line on the east side. And it isn't even a Golden Gate. I mean, he has no pressure coming, right? So he doesn't even feel a need to go for the Kremlin here. Doesn't delay you because you can do the Falcon on the TC. We used to have to run over first. That's the point, Gully. Literally, if you go back, like, even half a year, people were opening racks pretty ASAP, right? So, like, the reason this is important to use the Falcon or rather run across the base and check is especially on a map that isn't cliffside, you're not spawning as close together. So if you delay rushing across, you're going to screw your timing, right? But we've seen plenty of circumstances in the past where people would open racks, start pumping spearmen straight away, and it would completely screw their timing, right? It would screw their build rather because there's just nothing to attack. Ryzen 9 might actually be better to run games and casting stuff in parallel. Even if 9800X3D... Well, you have to wait in here because there might be something being shipped to me for a build we're going to be doing in December. And yes, I am sick. And even though I am sick, my ass is in this seat, casting, committing to the tournament circuit. How about that? We don't fail to turn up. So Vortex, Tearstone coming in now. I like this choice. I don't think you want to be going for trade. It scales way too slow against Golden Gate. It would be a fast castle build and death. This at least gives him some hope. And funnily enough, as a result, Wham, did he scout this? He might have already glimpsed the Deerstone or is anticipating it. He's going to TC, which is really smart. Because now if you go fast castle, your opponent could blob archers and just try to block your base when you go horse archers. Makes a lot of sense. Philosboto can't confirm anything unless it's multiple TCs or trade. God, I still remember when I first encountered Philly. This little rat who used to sit in his base, he'd build 3 TCs, about 6 outposts, would not come out and play the game. I think I got I think I got made aware of him because of was it against Divine DFP? Ironically, that you done that, I believe. Ah, that was a game. He was on his French. He tried to attack. Vortex's Mongols, on the other hand, a very different breed to what Philly has dished out over the years. Second TC is going to be coming in. This should likely be on the back tier. In fact, that's why Vortex is laming it right now to try and minimize some value there. We might get something safer on the gold, but I feel like you have to go for the deer, right? It's just, even if it's just partially deer, where you drop it on the gold here. But he's going to go wide, which is a little bit risky. It does give an opening here where Vortex could try to attack, but the reason why Wham is less phased is he's so close to his base. But more than that, it's the backside of his base. Which means for Vortex to now attack this, he'd have to run around. Now, this is where things get really frustrating, because let's say you do force Wham to play a long feudal. He can build archers. And if you build archers and your opponent has to wrap around, he either has to wrap super wide, which makes his timing worse, or he comes a bit too close to the TC and you just walk out, shoot, walk back in. So kind of a rough situation for Vortex to be in. And oh my god, it's happening again. All right, people, get your notepads out. You know there must be something to it when even Vortex decides he wants to play a TC game. The most aggressive player historically in AoE 4. Phil's about to be like, I was years ahead of the meta. That's true. You were willing, you know what that is, Philly? That was like, other people were willing to wait for the sale, and like, you had to have it straight away. You know what I mean? Like, you know, everyone else want to wait for like that 10% off. You're like, nah, I'm gonna pay the 900. Because remember, guys, this got buffed. It used to be 850. They took it down to 800. In fact, was it? Am I imagining it, or was it at one stage 900? I feel like once upon a time the Mongol TC cost 900. Maybe I've just like fabricated that in my brain, but I feel like it was. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, 900. They went 850. It didn't make a change, and then 800 finally. So knights being produced here. Vortex, meanwhile, does not have any units to fight with. He could have them very quickly. He has 520 stone. This is Keshik spam. I mean, timing's going to be good, right? He could get triple double production going. That sounds confusing to say out loud. Basically, he can get double production 3 times. And actually, it should line up perfectly as long as he doesn't lose the Uvu, which he will not due to the repairs. Bam. Does have a slight eco lead, but nothing crazy so far, right? Does he try to end this in feudal now? Triple-double is an NBA term. Ah, but there's the thing, Philly. I'm going to let you in on a secret that no one tells the American guy at the party who makes all the sports quotes. The rest of the world don't get them. We used to have a guy on Dota 2 broadcasts that would make all kinds of NFL, NBA references, and all of the Europeans on the broadcast would just kind of stare at him, confused. Oh god, those were the days. Kana's been a little bit annoying here. Has forced some idle time, right? Wham! Building an eco lead though, right? Up by 4 already. And oh, Vortex, no. No, 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 no. I was about to say, like, this doesn't make sense. I mean, he basically has like a glorified outpost here. Yeah, he's been skipping villages, finally realizes it and queues them up. But that right there, sir, is a cardinal sin in a 2TC race here. He's now 4 behind, almost 5. Right, it's getting added in. So Wham, it's going to look to apply pressure. Makes sense now. He won't know that he's got this type of eco lead, but the fact he does will make a world of difference here. Another cool thing is how strong your defenses are compared to the Mongols. right? So like when you dive in for kills, Mongols' defense is running. For you, when the Mongols dive into your base, your defense is, well, walls, but even more than that, wooden fortresses, right? Very powerful. Ram killed a villager? Yeah, but that's still more difference than it should be. Because remember, the difference on their timing, I think, was 1.5 to 2 villages, and there's a gap of almost 5 here. So it's more than just the worker kill. Guess it's just not getting the fights they want. Knights are going to force some more idle time here. In fact, they might be able to get a few eco kills. He's fishing for it. Bit greedy about that. Does work out for him, though. Gets the club down on 2 villagers and shuffles out the other side. So, wham! Starting to put a bit of a lead here. Doesn't even lose a knight for it. Crazy that he done that without Undermesh as well, without losing a single unit. However, the Keshiks will chase down now, right? Like, this is the beauty of the Yam. Lets you get in range. So, finally gets a kill on one of the knights. Wow, now actually taking this opportunity to go greedy. He plays out onto the western flank in a cavalry-on-cavalry game, but does the right thing. Builds a wooden fortress first. Knight count isn't out of control right now, but Vortex is becoming one-dimensional. Meanwhile, Wham is getting the pokey sticks. He's ready to shish kebab. It's problematic, right? Like, and it kind of makes sense, because I think to a certain degree, Vortex could just mirror with Keshiks and win. The reason being is that his knights will not heal after fights, these Keshiks will, right? They'll heal in the fights. So if you micro, which Vortex is very capable of, he can just win the engagements. However, with spears, that becomes problematic. You die a little bit too quick. You're seeing that impact right there, right? 28 damage. Meanwhile, these knights, they only do 19 damage. So much harder to kind of in and out with a 145 HP unit. Uvi goes down, Stable is now being lost as well. Vortex building up more behind this, but you can see what his intent was here. He wanted to get up in age. I think that was a bit of a mistake here. He needed more troops. Kind of feels wasteful now. So now you're in this awkward situation where you're limboing, and you could argue Wham's doing the same, but I think Wham benefits more from this, right? Like the follow-up play would be into Horse Archers. He can vet the Spearman, and he's rearing and ready to go. On a Civ that also has the high trade house to immediately inject a ridiculous amount of gold into their economy. Great pinch here. Stables goes down. So, wham. Already denying that scaling potential here. Vortex, with only 7 Keshiks, has to look for a tech up. Kurotai is going to be built now, but... What's my rule about Kurotai, guys? Do you remember the rule? It's a very important rule. I love Kurotai. I think Kurotai is great for winning games when you have an army. And while 7 Keshiks can be scary to unarmed villagers, it is not scary in the grand scheme of things here. And the reason why Vortex thinks he can get away with this is because he doesn't need step readout due to the fact he's 2 TC. It's kind of debatable though, right? Like, I think he needs a lot of gold injection right now. You could argue the weakness of step readout here is all your gold is flood spotting after this one. So, you know, if you're going to feel pressured, how are you even get access? Meanwhile, for Wham, he's going to be getting eco advantage here, right? High trade house is coming in the game where he's already 6 villages ahead. Wolves also going up to minimize any raids from Keshiks whatsoever. And I wouldn't be surprised if he's greedily looking to immediately drop the monastery and go for the warrior monks. And we'll point out that the Deerstone is a literal dude relaxing. I mean, I feel like there's not much else to do but relax when you have no arms and legs. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, at first, when you discover you have no arms and legs, there's probably a lot of screaming. But then you kind of reach a point of acceptance, you know? We'll call this guy Bob. Nice wing on the backside here. So, Wham, I think he's waiting to see Vortex try to breach a wall, then he's going to go here. In fact, the Keshiks are riding out now, only a few being kept in reserve. Veterancy isn't there for the Knights, though. So, good fight for the Keshiks here for Vortex. Still outnumbered, but with the outpost assistance, he should be able to clear the field. It does scare him away. Meanwhile, Spearman able to deny on that Uvu again, though. Wall's not up in time. Wham, a little bit exposed. We better get all... Wait, what? Okay, can we talk about hitboxes? What? I am so bewildered by that. It's almost like they were both ready to kill the villager, and they're like, oh no, pardon me, you take this one, Jerome. Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 I must insist, William. This one is yours. Don't ask me why the Mongols, Keshiks, have Western names. It just happened. Some appropriation, you know? He's still fishing on the back of this. Wham, in the meantime, though, does have those relics in his eyes. In his sights here. He's already walled one in safely, or is going to, right? Because now he's moved in this area. We've got crossbow transition coming as well. Vortex going into archers doesn't seem like the worst of ideas here. But he needs to blob fast to make this justifiable. How long until the finals? We've got an hour, so hang around. Enjoy the semis. For those that have already watched, it's a refresher of what happened. For those that have not, well, welcome to the second semi-finals. We, of course, already saw the results of the Puppy Paw series. He was able to annihilate Louis MT. Very surprising there. I thought Louis would do a lot better. But just kind of outmatched. I mean, I think do a lot better. Puppy Paw is really on one right now. Feels like he's the final boss in a lot of this. The question this week is whether it's going to be a story of revenge for his brother, or a story of avenging his brother. It's at least looking like the revenge arc has a productive outcome here, right? Like, this is looking good for him right now. He's got an eco lead. It's not as big as it was. I think maybe there's a little bit of idle time here, but the walls are gradually going up, and the relics are coming home. High trade house. What were your numbers, guys? Get them in quickly. Look at those shrubberies. Those small bushes. I'm going to guess we're probably looking at like 129 on that. 152. Okay, I'm in fairness, we're 60 minutes in, right? Like, does he have tier 3 bounty by now? Possibly. That's still ludicrous. 161. Yeah, I think he just cracked tier 3 bounty. 161 for 43 trees. Good God. And remember, it's going to give you deer. So it gives you 350 food to harvest from every minute, which also gives you gold, by the way. Remember, because you gather from it and get gold. Clash coming on the west side. Guess just to get a little bit pinned there. Only 9 of them left alive. Knight count is down to 4, though. We, however, have a second group of knights looking to roam in again. Vortex isn't in bad shape right now, per se. It's kind of getting worse gradually, and it really is the state of the relics. Not just that, look at what Wham is doing. While having similar military numbers, it looks like he's starting to float towards Imperial. Which is a little bit wild at this stage, right? But then again, your opponent has transitioned into archers. What does he really have to protect himself, right? If you go into Imp, if you get like heavily armored units with even more plus armor, good luck. Did the wall nerfs make pros realize how strong walls are? I seem to see more of these box walls. I think it's more that it became more efficient to do that because you're already spending double the time to build your walls, but then also on top of that, you know, box walls compared to long walls, they take less walking distance, right? So it's more players are now trying to adjust the previous builds around walling off and optimize them around the double build time, right? Because now if you're walking less in the grand scheme of things, the amount of time it takes to fully wall yourself is more comparative. Interesting. 18-minute survival techniques. That's not something I've seen too often. There's actually not really much left for him to survival techniques here. There's like one deer here, and I think he's on the boar, and that's it. So yeah, very late survival techniques. Oh. Guys, we kind of have a problem here. Is it me or did it happen again? We've only had like 2 additional worker kills. Meanwhile, it's 92 eco to 80. It's happened again! Oh, no. I think someone earlier said too much Age of Mythology. I mean, it kind of feels like that, right? Age of Myth, you can kind of cut worker reduction at certain points. It's worth it. AoE 4 is more of a macro RTS where worker production is king. Need to consistently be pumping those villies. He's fallen behind. He just doesn't seem... I don't know what he's done with his key bindings here, but it's just not even getting used. 80 to 95. Ugh. And now, it's going to be even worse. I mean, the good news is Vortex probably is now looking at the town center. The bad news is there's going to be even more villagers behind. Knight shuffling in, the Yan to try and get them away, but the Pathing taking the right way around here. And he's still not producing out of it. Oh my god. Okay, this is grim. I mean, this looks over. There's a dive coming in on the forward. And remember, the men-at-arms transition was underway. If Vortex had the real economy he should, maybe he'd start having time to prep a counter, but not in this game. GG gets called. Vortex, a harsh lesson and reality check on how important it is to keep those TCs pumping if you're going to go for a multi-TC build. What do you think, guys? Key binding issue, too used to the auto queues? Let me know what you think in the comments. I'll catch you in the next one. I don't know if that one will make it up. That was quite one-sided. All right, so let's get another point up on the board. So Cliffside with, that was Rus versus Mongols. Yeah. So potentially 2 more games to go though, guys. There we go. Just double check something. Oh, look! There's that pop-up again. Guys, go, quick. Click it, click it. Click it, right? Because clicks, it's an awareness campaign, so actually clicking on it and checking out the products lets them know that the integrations here work, that sponsoring this channel works. And it also lets you learn about the best CPUs on the market right now. Confirmed KP traded Black Ops 6. I might actually try some Black Ops 6. It's on the Xbox Game Pass, right? So, like, once I build this new PC, I will be checking out at least the campaign, probably some of the multiplayer as well. Historically, I am a Call of Duty fiend. But, also, the funny thing is, did you guys see the measurements, the performance benchmarks recently in, like, Black Ops? So, the Ryzen flagship, the AMD flagship GPU was trading blows with the 4080 Super, which is bloody impressive. Considering the 48 Super is, I think, like $200, $300 more still. So yeah, definitely worth checking out the AMDs. Looking forward to working with them next month. More details to come on that in the coming days. But I'm targeting probably the second week of December is when I want to do a PC build. For those just tuning in who didn't know, we're working on a PC build that will be live streamed probably after the finals of one of the weeks here on this channel, where we're going to use my mum to build a PC. That makes it sound like I'm picking her up like a hammer and donking. No, she's going to be building the PC. She's never built a PC in her life. The whole point is to show you guys how easy it is to build one. But also, we're going to be building an absolute banger. We've got peak pieces from some esteemed partners to bring this one together. From the fans, to the GPU, to the motherboard, CPU, all of it. It's going to be mwah, chef's kiss. Oh. Watching Puppy Paw or Wham play it looks so regular, like something like, yeah, just do it, dude. Just be a pro, lol. Just go play the game and win. I don't see the problem here. Yeah, sometimes they do make it look so elegantly simple, don't they? XDX since launch has been flawless, including streaming. Hell yeah. Yeah. I don't want to spoil all the parts. Like, I think, so the goal is going to be, it's a little bit tight, so I don't know if we'll be able to do the recorded pieces in the build-up to the campaign, but I think I actually like it nicer that we do the build, and then afterwards I'm going to showcase each of the brand partners we're working with on the build across my socials, across the following weeks. I think that'd be pretty cool. Okay. But let's get ready to go. Whew. This man loves his aggressive civs, and when they're in his hands, anything is possible. One and all, welcome back to the channel, and welcome back to the Midweek Muster. We've got game number 4 of this semi-finals between Wham and Vortex to see which one will go on a best-of-7 day in the grand finals up against Puppy Paw. Will it be Fox's Vortex? Will he get us the full way into a 5-game series? Or is Wham going to stop him in the fourth here? Chinese in his hands. I mean, Wham, I think he doesn't mind me saying he's not quite his brother when it comes to this Civ. A very different playstyle and some subtle ways that can matter, but very talented nonetheless. However, Vortex, although this has been his brother's signature civ for a long time, Lucifer more known for the French, I wouldn't discredit the capabilities of Vortex. It's a raiding civ on a map where raiding can work. The challenge, though, is going to be Pro Scouts. Wham's playing to safety here, folks, is to play Pro Scouts and pull all the deer safely underneath his TC. So what Vortex needs to do is he needs to convert a scaling army into an attack force, right? It's not enough to raid on Skarsgård. We've seen civs like Chinese are absolutely dominant here because they're able to get so much surplus food safely near their Imperial Academy, underneath their TC, that they play into their stronger points of the game, such as Castle. So how French have been addressing this map is they don't necessarily go Pro Scouts. Instead, they usually lean onto the Deers, especially against defensive civs like China. And then they use the fact they didn't go Pro Scouts to shuffle off into more army with archers and night blobbing. And the smart thing about doing that with French as well is also, with the way the map plays, as long as you're not running back and forth to your base, it's very efficient to move one deer stack to the other deer stack to the other one, right? And in the fact that this is a civ that also generates more villages over time, and that pressure of Chinese Song doesn't really apply as fully to French as it does to other civs. Because remember, you're producing every 17 seconds. When your opponent gets Song, which is expensive, that's 1,200 resources, but once they get that, they go down to 15. I do wonder if we'll even see Song rushed. Notice that we did get the no taxman build, by the way. So Wham waited until age 2. The whole point of this is that you don't lose out on villager production, which is kind of important actually against French. It's an even bigger gap there due to the faster production, right? The trade-off is, your timing can be slightly slower sometimes. I think it's also a case of, obviously, you don't have as much flex, right? Like, if some Dark Age pressure came in, not that it should really matter here, you would be stuck one-dimensional. Imperial Academy is just broken. I don't know, man. I'm trying to think how many other landmarks in Feudal are stronger than this. The obvious one that people are going to say is Arkin. But after Arkin, I kind of feel like Imperial Academy is the best feudal landmark. It's so, so good. Double the taxation, an ability to get your taxmen without suffering from villager loss. And we've seen how much that taxation can be worth, right? Like, you guys have seen me ranting about the blacksmiths, where you research a tech, and the tax it generates is a third of what the tech cost. That's an insane rebate. Then add in the fact that you get 10% of the resources you spend on, like, for example, Zhuge Nu or Spearman back. It makes sense why the Imperial Academy has just dominated the Chinese meta. The days of Barbican rushes just kind of feel gone. Because you don't necessarily need to be as cheesy anymore. I think the Imperial Academy buffs fixed a lot of China's weak early game. We should be getting some taxation soon, right? He's got 50 sitting here. Doesn't want to actively gather on the gold. I mean, he can't now because the timing is scary, right? Like, knights are going to be on the way. So you don't really want to find yourself out there. He's not going to go fast castle there. Yeah, I was about to say, you have to build spears here. So Rack's being dropped. Vortex should be anticipating this and getting into the archer range. In fact, we already have plenty of wood coming in. So it could actually be a double archer range. Instead, he goes for Pro Scouts anyway. I'm a little bit surprised by this. The reason I'm really surprised by this actually is because he also went for Wheelbarrow. Wheelbarrow makes more sense than for moving out, right? Like, if you had Pro Scouts and didn't go Wheelbarrow, that's a very balanced way to do your economy because you're saving quite a lot researching, right? It's like half the price of Pro Scouts, so you get it quicker, more efficiently. And then at that point, like, what your village is moving for, right? You move them out to a 4k gold, you move them to a tree line that doesn't shuffle too much, and then you have the rest just sitting at the TC. This game will be a GG 20 minutes, or it's going a full 50? I don't think this goes full 50, really. It's not really Vortex's playstyle. And also, I think the whole idea of hyper late game for French is a bit weird on this map because there's no 8k vein. No 8k gold makes it very hard to anchor yourself to one location for mass knights in Imperial. And that means you'd have to, what, go Guildhall? Guildhall very rarely feels good to do these days. Giving up Royal Institute feels like it just makes you want to vomit, right? But in these type of spawns, you might be forced to. Barbican on the fort, though. Check this. Wow, going very aggressive placement. And I love that. Look at where he done the scout. He checked all the way towards Vortex's base. He saw there was no other enemies coming his way. And then he moves out for the play. Even if you shuffle back now, I mean, it's too little too late, right? Like, Vortex, I mean, Fury has 2 knights. And actually, wait, actually, now that I think, look at this. Wow, he hasn't rallied all the spears here. This could still fail. Especially with the boar here. All he needs to do is get in and get him involved. Knight is going to dive in, looking for the villagers. Nice shuffle around. Vortex, what you need to do here is actually get the scout and pull the ball. But you can already see that Wham was ready for it. Does dive in, does find himself some worker kills. That's 2 kills on that. But loses the knight and the scout for it. Now, if you're wondering, why didn't he just pull Pumbaa? You could see Wham was intentionally sitting his scout right here, so that the event that the French scout comes in and hits this ball, the aggro goes onto the Chinese scout and pulls it away. So that was very, very well crafted by Wham. That teensy tiny difference was fundamentally the reason why this Barbican went up. Because without that, you would have had spears dying to the ball, you would have had villagers dying to the ball, and you would have had distractions for the knights to get extra kills. Yeah, so things not going according to Vortex's plan now. This is frustrating. The Barbican on the front, you hate to see it because what it does is it essentially blocks you from rushing towards your opponent's base. You'd have to take a wider angle. Let's look at positives for Vortex, though. This is not a pro scouts build. It makes it very obvious. It is a lot of decently safe food, right? You've got, what, triple deer and a boar. So that ends up being about 5,500 resources almost to work with. That's a long runway. Not as much as what Vortex is going to have in the middle of the map. And I love what he's trying to do now. He's trying to pressure them away from it so he can move in now and use his own pro scouts to snatch away those deer. So remember, he did go for it. In fact, yeah, I'd love to see him do that right now. While he's got his anchor point here, just walk in, pull the deer like here, pull the deer here. You don't have to walk them all the way home because you need to scout your army, right? But it's still worth just nerfing the value of this Barbican placement. Knights are still cycling around the back, but Wham, this is the thing, right? If it wasn't for Imperial Academy, Wham would need to be gathering gold, right? He wouldn't just be able to tax his way to victory. But the Zhuge Nu get a situation where they're pretty much paid for, right? Like, you spend 20 gold, but you get 8 gold back per Zhuge Nu made. That's a huge rebate. And then you add in small details like the fact you've still got gathering, so there's taxation on mill, taxation on wood camps. It makes sense that you don't really need to touch gold, but you can still afford to scale into Mashuk. Need more Vortex. Just going for the old classic here. Knights and archers. Alright guys, 1s if you think Vortex is going to win this, 2s if you think Wham's going to take it. There's some walls coming up. That's a bit ambitious from Wham, but once again, it's because he's not playing pro scouts. Over time, he's going to need to reach these for deer. Also, getting these walls up now stops Vortex from pro scouting them back to his base. Dive coming in though. Nice chip damage being done there. No textiles, but somehow no second kill. It is still, however, a 4 eco lead for Vortex. Not really much lost in return there, so nice dive. Considering he's moving to Barbican, not easy to get those type of picks without losing things in return. Nice, I'm going to try to raid on the backside, but spears were already mirrored, ready to receive. Is Vortex considering castle? It looks like it, right? Food, gold, he just pumped Chivalry. Chivalry can make sense still going for fast castle here now, right? Because you can just benefit while you wait from rebooming your health. In fact, it's actually more efficient to do it this way, guys, because if you wait until your castle age for Chivalry, your health pool is bigger, so you end up getting full HP slower, right? Whereas if you get it earlier, obviously you start healing earlier, but also you're healing on a lower HP unit. 190 instead of 230. So you save yourself 40 extra seconds to top off your knights. I like this. I mean, it's dangerous if you're against an aggressive party, but if you're against a hunker-down type of civ like the Chinese, you're not phased, you're not friend. Right? Like, he's against French, he's built a Barbican on the forward, he needs to guard his food. He's never going to rush towards you at 10 minutes in. Maybe at 15, 18, right? When he's got 50 Zhuge. But other than that, seems unlikely. And like we talked about, Guildhall is going to be the confirmed choice. I think you just need it on this map. Like, you could theoretically plan to the islands, right? I just think it's the lack of security there compared to if you had an 8k vein that you could just drop a keep on. So Knights and Archers are threatening enough if there's a push coming in. Needs to be a little bit careful with some of his economy, though. Vortex a bit too far forward with the ball gathering, and now that tech up is going to definitely reveal it. Vortex needs to get out of here. Oof, leaves it until the last second. Duke will be able to strike down too. Veterancy has been queued up. Now remember, Wham, he has limited time to get a good fight here. With Vets coming in and how fast the Knight Vet can come in, you don't have much time to dance with here. Veterancy for Archers hasn't been queued up, though. Finally, it's going to take a minute to come through. In the meantime, Knights are going to try to raid to the back. They do find another worker kill. Veterancy just came in. Wham. 22 spears. Even these Knights have to fear that. However, Wham can't really try to frustrate the man more, right? It's going to be pushing into production. He doesn't know how many Knights are coming out where. Wham, now he wants to back up and look for a tech play. Yeah, the problem here is Wham doesn't have any full production, right? So he can't get a timing attack going off of this. He's got more Zhu queued up. But backing out like this is pretty much forfeiting over any advantage. Knights can now march in. Veterancy for Archers is coming in just 15 seconds. The Undermesh level 2, still 45 out, but that's going to be a big boon as well. Archers are going to shuffle away, so he's just baiting him, dangling himself, and buying time here. He wants to keep Wham away from the safety of the Barbican in the base.
Now your mind.
Gold is about to exhaust soon. I mean, that, I got to give it to him. This has been really well played. And I got to give it to Krakeny. Thank you very much, you superstar. Appreciate the raid. What a crazy timing there for Vortex to reacquire the center of the map. The gold literally just exhausted as he pushes Wham back into his base. And by the way, folks, we're catching up on the semifinals. Live grand finals in 45 minutes. We're going to find out who's going up against Puppy Ball. No spoilers. Flash coming in. I mean, the veterancy for the Archers is in though, right? So these Spearmen are going to die fast. Knights, they're absorbing so many of the repeated crossbow fights, so shots rather, that you're just not really seeing that effective damage exchange that Zhu Xi are known for. Just enough Knights here to hold on as well. The Spearmen get mopped up. And Knights at this stage are just the support cast, right? They're the Reinhardt to your Overwatch comp. The little Hanzos back here are what really matter. The Archers are winning this engagement. Wow. Shoved all the way back. Archer count not looking that impressive for him. Meanwhile, Vortex has a raised blob to work with. Does need to start a step to the side here. Needs to be careful also not to overkill. Keep striking into one unit instead of two. More Knights are being queued up. Wham has exhausted himself, and he still has not teched up, folks. On top of that, because you've reduced the quantity now, just one or two Knights getting in could do irreparable damage to Wham. Vortex, for the time being, does have to shuffle away, so there will be a temporary reset. Now, it's very important, actually, that Vortex tries to find the timing to get back in now, before these walls go up, and before the tech up comes out, because Wham can then start to scrape his way back into this game. Guildhall is going to be annoying. It has already been ticking on food with 360 in reserve. Admittedly, Wham is only 1 TC, right? He's not likely to rush Relics here. I think Vortex seems more likely to go for Relics next. I mean, he has good map control for it, right? Both Relics are outside of Wham's walls. For Wham, do you go for the bot bags? No, because you're not playing Zhu Xi, but also there's no point. Bolt bags is mainly useful when you're up against spears. It does give you more range, but primarily the value in it is the extra damage. So tech up complete. Vortex now knows he's there. I feel like Vortex maybe... I think he didn't have full night production, correct me if I'm wrong, when he was pushing in. Because I feel like there was a big gap in reproducing the losses, right? Maybe he was shuffling off to new resources, but the goal was set up for a while at that stage. Maybe the food? But it feels like he's just about been having enough food coming home. Maybe he has done it an ambitious way, right? One scout providing for all these villages is a little bit thin on the forgiveness. Cantled saddles coming in. Love this tech. So powerful. I mean, Wham doesn't have many spears left, right? And veteran archers will clear them fast. So this cantled saddles, remember, it increases your bonus damage for 5 seconds from 3 to 10. So instead of doing an extra 12 damage in an engagement, you'll end up doing an extra 30. Super cheap as well. 275. I mean, when you're going to be scaling mass knights, it is insanely cheap. Guys are wrapping around looking for targets. Remember, this is a no pro scouts game. And they do not see me. I have camouflaged myself with the tray. And we have a piece tray. Okay, I don't know why that's still in there. What a bug. I don't know how to replicate that bug either. It's so random when it comes up. And we do have a dock player, so wow, it looks like he's prepping for gold reserves, right? Because front side's going to get harassed, but this is also potentially a relic play. How's our free villager diff when French is faster than, and has 13 villager kills? Song plus taxmen. So it's actually a bigger eco difference than you think. It's 53 workers versus 58. Nice, I'm going to shuffle back. Vortex is taking his time on this. Nesta Bees does not inspire confidence here. I'm a little bit surprised by this. Against Knights Archers, you need quite a lot of Nesta Bees. Okay, he did cancel it, thank God. Junk just came out, so is he worried about Vortex playing water? I mean, Vortex is now going for relics, but he hasn't moved out for the water side yet. Looks like the tree line getting a little bit thin. This still has not noticed me. He's just telling his allies to scram. He's like, let me be here. The ultimate play. Knight does get on the backside, so a little bit of chip damage down there. 2 villagers going down, Shiv's out, plus the spears does get rid of him. But it's keeping Wham's eco in check, and his options are becoming limited here. I mean, he doesn't have much safe to work with, right? I mean, you got the back deer here, but also look at his vision, look at the open grounds in that area. He's not exactly what I call safe on these back deer. Especially when he's got this threat with the archers on the front, you can't worry about 1 or 2 knights behind. And no, the weird knight doesn't give vision. He is simply a graphical replay bug. These knights give vision, though. Vision of a world in which Vortex takes us to a game 5. Spears get baited out of position. A little bit of an overextension there. Wham slow to pull away in the end. The knight count still looking fresh. Spear count quickly starting to fall, though. What is it? 8 knights versus 11 spears. Choke points are at least good for the Duke hold. But with time, this is starting to add up. I mean, I'm impressed by how Wham hasn't broken under this pressure, right? Like, I kind of think that's the insanity of China sometimes. Even when they look like they should be down and out. Yeah, Vortex cannot find the crack in the armor. Walls now going up to stop those flank attacks. I think Vortex is just, yeah, okay, there you go. I was about to say, he just pulled the food. He's just going Imperial, right? Like, this is just obnoxious to try and break. And there you go. Confirmed. Red Palace now on the way. Secures the gold, secures the sacred site. Wham has no rebuttal to this. Power of the Guild Hall, right? Does Killing Barbecue remove the Song Dynasty? No, it does not. And it is so annoying to try and remove that landmark. 5k HP. Takes a lot of effort. Hand cannon sleds, right? It's just not worth it. This has been well executed by Vortex, though, you know? This is a guy that's infamous for just sending it relentlessly. Maybe too aggressively quite often, but he seems to fully understand, right? Like, in this game, he's not the one that clocked because he went for the Guild Hall compared to the Royal Institute. Royal Institute would put him on a collision course to try and end the game by X minutes. Guild Hall eventually gives you what feels like a free tech up into Imperial. And still, even more knights keep shuffling in. Another villager goes down. Another one to be picked on the gold line. Will die, but these small chips that have added up over time to now a total of 23 worker kills to 3 is what's kept the Chinese in check up against the French. I mean, that feels like an understatement. We have water trade. Wow, he built that junk quite early, right? This is a long-term play that needs a lot more time than this to pay off. Vortex, he just saved up over 1,000 gold. I think you elite the archers, right? I mean, knights works as well, obviously, but I could see getting the archers elite up first being worth it. Just because you're diving into a choke point where your melee can't fully engage. And yeah, I mean, he just goes for both, right? Elite archers, then immediately knights. Oh boy. Well, if Wham can make this hold, it will be a statement. It'll be a rock eyebrow at his brother for the grand final showdown. Because this will not, by any means, be an easy defense for the Chinese. 3 Nester Bees. Mass Juke against now mass armor, right? With the elite coming in with the range 2. I mean, you don't do any real damage to these knights. Even the archer is going to be very chunky. You can see the ranged armor 3 coming in conjunction with the extra health, extra damage. It's going to allow him to exchange quite favorably. Trade just got revealed as well. That's unfortunate. Oh, don't mind me, mate. Just strides in. Wait, did he cancel? Why? I think he cancelled to get Tithe Barns instead, which is a little bit weird. Tithe Barns plus angle surfaces, right? A little bit surprised by that. Maybe a few more knights alongside it. Speaking of which, the knights, they find the granary transition. Wham! No, you don't come back from this type of position, right? You've been caught with your hand in the cookie jar. He's essentially out of safe food. Got Degaver on the front side, but the knights are circling around to that as well. A quick wall attempt here by Wham. It's going to be tight, though. And he can't get it in time. It's a full surround. Archer's followed up from behind. And the elite tech is still coming in time for the big fight. 10 seconds away. At which point, what do? You've even got the ranged damage free on the way. Nestami's in the tree line is his one hope. He needs a good strike. He does have the vision here near the mill. Nestami's instead of hitting onto the knights, though. And the archers, they're taking the freebies. And they're elite. 95 HP, 10 damage per strike. Compared to the Zhuge that, admittedly, very strong, but not strong enough. We are going all the way to a 5th game to find out who will enter that grand final showdown against Bobbypoor. All right, predict ahead of time. Predict ahead of Game 5, especially those that don't know. Is it going to be Vortex or Wham? Let me know in the comments, and let's get ready for the deciding game. Damn, I really thought that Barbican detail with the scouting had it. Whew. Okay, so one more game to go. Reminder, after this, we are having the finals. The best of 7 between Bobbypoor and either Vortex or Wham. So, China. And then finally, French. That'll be a win for the right. Then one more game. We are going to be going to Lipany. Abbasid versus Zhu Xi. I'm thinking this one out in my brain, actually, because you don't really see Abbasid Zhu Xi too often, right? Oh, by the way, seeding is out. We'll check that out after the finals today. Seeding is out for KPM M5, just notice that. So we have our confirmed players locked in. What's better on a French mirror, Knight Archer or Knight Spears? I think like it was discovered a while ago that Knight Spears is just a lot better, the way it blobs, right? Or at least that's what the meta used to be when we'd see French mirrors in tournaments, is like eventually players, like they wouldn't even be building the Knights anymore, it just became Spears. I remember so many games where it was just giant clumps of spears running at each other. It was the dumbest thing ever. Oh. Just look at the spawn as well. Hey, sup, John Doe. There you go. A Frenchman himself would know. But yeah, that's the whole thing. Is like you basically would both rush out onto resources, Knight Spearing, and then you'd end up eventually going like mass farms in a French mirror. And then it just turned into more spears. I'm not too bad, mate. I'm a little bit ill. I don't know how much it shows. In fact, I'm going to mute and blow my nose. One sec. But yes, I am surviving. Couldn't miss the finals of my tournament, even though I'm half dead. All right, I think we're all clear, good, and ready to go. So let's hop into this. I'd have it no other way. A semi-finals that goes all of the way. That's right, we are back. Welcome back to the channel for game number 5 between Wham on the Abbasids and Vortex on the Zhu Xi. Ooh, interesting matchup. Not one I feel like I get to see that often. I mean, Abbasids just keeps coming out in different maps to where you see Zhu Xi. Zhu Xi, historically in tournament games, a water type civ for a long time, and now more of a niche pick, but growing in popularity. Wondering what they can do up against the Zhu Xi, against the Abbasids rather, especially when Abbasids are doing it different. Military wing instead of going for the eco wing. Warm noodles with soup. Would you like that now, KP? You know what? I have actually got the Protein Works soup that I can heat up, and that will help clear the... what's the word? What's the nice word? Clear the sinuses of the illnesses that my children have given me. But there's a different kind of illness on the ladder, a scourge amongst all of our pub games, and it is, of course, the year of the camel. It's been a toxic time, but maybe it's starting to pass by, right? Eco Wing, with just that small nerf of 5% difference, seems to have fallen off a little bit in terms of pro play pick rates. I think Military Wing is starting to balance it out more. Curious to see what he wants to do with this, though. I mean, oh my god. I was about to say this meditation garden needs to be good. I think we hit the criteria. Yep, we definitely hit the criteria. It's a little bit of a gamble when you pick Zhu Xi on Lipany, because you don't always get a guarantee of a solid medi garden near you, right? Like, for example, you might be stuck with berries, gold, and the tree line, which is okay, but not insane. Instead, he gets the 50 stone, the 25 gold, the 36 food, and about, what, 7 or 8 wood. Cha-ching. Yeah, and, you know, this is the thing. Like, Zhu Xi, meditation garden is important on the opening, right? If you get a jackpot one, it just opens so many more doors. It doesn't have to be the be-all, end-all. A lot of players have got good at playing beyond the requirement of getting a good meditation gun, as you have to, right? You can't just trust the RNG. But when it lines up like this, you are in heaven. So let's see what Vortex wants to do. I mean, realistically, on a map like this, you could go fast castle. You're expecting Abbasid to go 2 TC, even with the military wing play, right? Military wing that did just get scouted, so he knows it's coming. I honestly love the idea of fast castle here, because like the alternative is, what do? Do you build Juke? Juke against this is awkward. Your timing's going to be horrible, right? If you go horseman, that's even worse. Like, do you really want to be building horseman as your opener? Sure, Dahlia horses is cool in theory, but there's already spears. Looks like he's going to be forced into the initial archer range anyway. There's no way he tries it all in, right? I would be surprised. I would be really, really surprised if he tries to do... Well, actually, would I really? It's Vortex of all people. I mean, if there was anyone in any game, anywhere, that was going to do an all-in Ram Rush, he's the player. And if he thinks that Wham's being very greedy, it does kind of make sense. The question mark is whether he can find the TC quick enough, or whether he can find the entry point. Well, second TC is coming up. It's going to be the berries of the tree line. Interesting that he actually makes that small extra gap. Not really sure why. I guess, it's because he wants to have the arrow protection against the pass at the tree line. Whereas if he had it one extra back there, there'd be a gap. So people could reach into this tree line. Stable's come behind this. Okay, so are we getting Zhuge versus Horseman? Or Zhuge Horseman versus, what, Horseman Archers? And does that work quick enough for Vortex? Like, theoretically it can, right? But you're on the clock if you make this play. Because here's the thing about the Zhuge New Rushes. They're very good for Zhu Xi. Remember, Zhu Xi, compared to Chinese, will have, on average, 8 to 9 extra Zhuge Nu. Actually, probably more, because you have to equate build speed as well, right? Compared to China, because China has to spend 1,200 resources for their tech up. Meanwhile, you spend dramatically less as the Zhu Xi. Look at that. You only pay 510 resources. Once you do that, just build an archery range, and you're there, right? So that's 690 extra resources that China has to pay. Then you equate the fact they have to build a landmark twice. You equate the timing as well. It's why Zhu Xi with Zhuge Nu rushes has been so popular historically, is you get these units out so early compared to the traditional Civ that you get more opportunities to do damage, right? Because when you're doing China and you go for this type of play, your opponent could realistically have a blacksmith down and have undermesh on the way. Against Zhuge, from Zhu Xi, it doesn't really line up timing-wise. I feel like this is feigned aggression into fast castle, right? I mean, production hasn't really ramped up too much. It's double archery range so far. He stopped piling resources. This is crafty, though. He's going for an outpost crawl. Vortex is being really creative with the spawn. He's utilizing the double stone to leverage hand cannon slits and fortifications. That's really creative. Shuffling in. He's doing so perfectly. He's unnoticed. Look at the gap. Okay, that's fantastic. That is actually sick. So there's what Wham sees, and there's what Vortex sees, and what he uses. Zhuge move in. Horsemen are here, but you can just retreat to the outpost and be safe. And yep, that's now going to be revealed, but I mean, it's hard to breach. You need to get a handful of horsemen together before you even try that. And actually, a lot of your horsemen aren't here. They were getting ready to attack Vortex's base. So maybe this isn't going to be some feigned aggression in the castle. It's starting to look more and more like Vortex is committing to the play. More outposts now on the way. We've got second hand cannon slits coming in. He's already fortified the retreat outpost. And in terms of getting the additional one done, all he needs is 2 more minutes. 30 seconds afterwards, be another fortification. He might just prioritize hand cannon slits here. It's only 50 stone. That is ambitious. Well, he knows about the TC, right? This is a bit over the top. Then again, Steel Arrow is coming in at almost the perfect time. No undermesh yet for Wham. Intercepts the reinforcements, though. I think Vortex, the issue with this play is he's not building on the fort side. Right? If you build the archery ranges near your outpost, you have a full proxy base where you can't be intercepted. Nice wall there by Wham, though. That was sick. Zhuge not quite able to get a kill. Only 1 worker to kill in total so far. But on the other side, we have a dive in. Horsemen trying to hit the tree line. They find a double kill. Wow, now ahead by 10 eco. Vortex truly on the clock, and it feels like time is starting to run out here. Zhuge are shuffling around, though, and this is perfect. Once again, manipulation of vision. He knows exactly where things are or aren't seen. Strikes in, finds 2 more worker kills. More Zhuge shuffling in, and that's going to be another free down. Look at the eco difference now. It's only 4. Make it 3. He's still hunting. He finds additional kills here. Horsemen are rallying over here, though. However, they are trickling in and no undermesh, which means the Zhuge can fight back. Starts to stand his ground. Horsemen need to get out of each other's way here. So the Zhuge should get mopped up eventually, but not before they take this wave of horsemen down. Oh, come on. Wow, no. This is so expensive. Remember, the Zhuge, they're only 80 resources. These horsemen that are meant to counter them cost 120. And even the micro at the end to try and min-max the small cluster. Gets another kill. Horsemen are at least still intercepting the reinforcements, right? But we still have that Ford villager who could realistically build an archer range here. Kind of surprised he still hasn't, actually. Another outpost attempt coming in. Zhuge are finally going to get cut down. They'll take another villager with them. Out of spite. The eco lead only 5 ahead for Wham still. And yeah. So for those that are about to flame him for no blacksmiths, the issue is he didn't do it early, so he couldn't do it later. And you're seeing this now. He's gone all the way out to the eastern front because Vortex has been patrolling this area since. So you saw the initial hit, which blocked one of the golds. He was close enough that you couldn't just march on there, right? He needed to focus on intercepting reinforcements because if all the Zhuge got to this base with Steeled Arrow, your horsemen would just die. They die trying to dive between the outposts. So I don't blame Wham's approach. There was an alternative. It is expensive, but building a marketplace And buying the resources would have also made sense. And yes, we did confirm this on Tuesday because the players could not schedule for Tuesday. I said I don't stream Wednesdays, so in the events, and this is a reminder for people in the future, if you want to catch the official broadcast coverage of a semi-finals and it's happening on Wednesday, wait until Thursday. I will cast them on Thursdays before finals. And we have the finals beginning in about 20 minutes. Zhu in again. Well, we do at least have blacksmiths on the way. The Undermesh is going to change everything for WAM. Vortex needs to transition spears ASAP, and he's already on his way. However, he needs to be careful not to get caught out with this big ball of Zhu. Now that he knows the blacksmiths is there, this is dangerous what he's doing. More than getting intercepted by the horseman wave still. He's got a few archer spears in reserve, but there's already an outpost to protect that. So Vortex really is trying to min-max here. He's trying to exploit the fact that the undermesh isn't there yet. However, the position he's finding himself in is a dangerous one as he gets deeper here. Spearmen are at least now in the mix, right? So this is where horsemen are going to start to struggle a bit. They're still going to wail in. However, that was almost a decent exchange. If we got that other hit with the Zhu Xi hitting as well, that would have been a positive exchange. However, this looks like a big negative. Undermesh just came in. And Vortex, his greed punishes him now. Not just that, what the hell is happening with his wood? It looks like he was getting ready. Was he really going to go for a farm transition? I feel like he was. This is horrible. Vortex in a terrible position now. Look at the eco lead. Look at the state of the mopped up military. And look at what he's got his economy into. I don't know what was happening. I almost feel like Vortex kind of lost track of his economy a little here. 1,000 wood in reserve. Nothing being done with it still. He lacks the food, the gold to pump more units. He doesn't have the stone to go to TC. He hasn't set up the granaries yet. It's just dead resource flow. He's going to shuffle away now. I mean, you might as well set up a handful of farms, right? Deer didn't... no, food didn't run out. He has deer here. He just didn't use them, right? He didn't want to set up additional outposts, even though he has the wood to do so. So this is kind of costing him now, right? In a game where he very much put himself at the clock with his strategy, he is now a mile behind. WAM ahead by almost 20 eco. Could easily be an age ahead by 18 minutes. You think he was saving for the ram timing? I'm surprised by that then. Like, I feel like that's very misinformed. When you dive this area and you see the blacksmiths, you should be expecting undermesh, right? So you should expect your timing is kind of over. I thought he'd go more spears first and then play for rams on a delay. So yeah, problematic. He's at least going to rebalance it a bit more now. The question mark is it too late? Right, Zhu mass isn't impressive. Horseman numbers have at least been reduced, but now you're overcompensating into spears when you don't need them. And Zhu can be archers within reasonable scale points. If your opponent has like double the archers, that's not going to be the case. Now, WAM is being a little bit greedy, folks. You may be noticing he's stopped production. He's trying to go for an age up. This does give a potential opening over to Vortex. If he uses it right, if he can. It's going to be marching. Zhu, maybe a little bit overly ambitious here. Doesn't actually have the numbers to support this right now. He's trying to protect the second outpost. Spears are going to be diving in, but that's a waste. And Horsemen, they're still intercepting. I feel like we are in a death cycle now. A repetitive one at that. Repetitive, good words. Pulse is a cool idea from Vortex, but at this point, like 15 minutes in, I mean, in fairness, it can kind of make sense against Archer Horsemen if you can afford it. But does he really have enough food to justify this? And you have to start playing out of his base, which he's already doing with the berries on the front side. Very ambitiously, in fact. You know what's kind of weird to me is like Vortex not just trying to play Horseman now that I think about it. I mean, Vortex recently came back to AoE4. Dali Horses is the recent thing. Surely he knows about this tech, right? It's no longer bugged as well, so you do get the 20% increased attack speed. I feel like you could have like flooded Horseman here, right? And that would give you a win condition in the next fight. Now, admittedly, your opponent could counter into spears, but that then gives you an overflow with Horsemen into the enemy economy in the meantime, where you just hit their villages, and they have a lot of them. Instead, though, he's gone for an out in the form of tech. Mount Lu Academy now on the way. This game is not over yet. In fairness, though, Wham should be sensing this and prepping his own tech. It won't be as quick as his opponents. The Zhiganu mass are still being annoying in small quantities. In fact, wait, yeah. Shivs are out. Wait, you don't even have textiles. You could actually lose like 3 villages if Vortex micros this, right? He was a little bit delayed there, though. And actually, in fairness, it's so much better if you just idle him like that. 27 villages not working is better than killing 1, losing 2 Juke, and that's it. Second complete, though. Wow. Surely should be mirroring this now. I mean, he kind of has to, but the problem is he can't rush his Remember. It's going to take him almost the full 2 minutes. That's important. It gives Vortex an opening here. If he can start flooding Palace Guard in their true castle form, he has a break-in point here, because Wham hasn't been doing what most Abbasid players would in these situations. He hasn't been scaling Camel Archers, because why would you ever do that against Zhu Xi Zhugennu? Doesn't make sense. You're pretty much just converting a camel into a porcupine, right? It will die quite quick because of the lack of armor. So Vortex is quite crafted to take advantage of this. And the cool thing is that Mount Lu Academy makes this a vile build. Is he doing it? Yeah. Regional inspections coming in. This is the double supervision effectivity. He's going to go from producing every 9 seconds to every 5. The flood is about to be crazy. This is Burgrave levels of insanity. And he can afford it, right? He's at 53 economy. He definitely has enough food and gold to keep on pumping. There you go, folks. Wait, has it kicked in? It hasn't kicked in. Wait, what? He just researched it. Why is it not kicked in? Huh? Wait, what? He took the tech that makes it 300% quicker, but he only has 150% supervision speed. What? Okay, he's still getting a lot of Palace Guard, but he's not getting as many as he should. Has he just been scammed? Zhugo going to dive in. The veterancy is there. Wham still needs 15 seconds. This is going to be tight either way, but he should have a lot more Palace Guard already. What? I am so confused right now. Is it bugged? Calling Krakeny? I mean, he should know this one. He's been nerding out about it, but it doesn't seem to be working there. Pass guard. I'm going to start diving in. I mean, he's going to get wiped here, right? Like, wow, he's trying to get into the Lancers, but against an army blob this big, does he have the time? A lot of idle as well. Pretty much his entire eco lead. He's trying to do a little bit of chip damage. Nice raid in there with the Horseman. Is going to find the villagers and the Taxman as well. Vortex not paying attention at home. 9 seconds, 23 seconds. Wait, maybe it already was mathed correctly? Well, the thing is, it doesn't say that it supervises 300% faster. It still only says 150%. So I'm wondering if it's like bugged, only new taxmen or something like that. The UI is at least wrong. It's meant to be 300% production speed. Could you imagine if that bug makes the difference? Passguard are now diving in. And to be fair, Vortex has not done enough damage here. He found a few eco kills, great, but Lancers are starting to come into the picture. His opponent still has food on the flanks. In fact, he snuck all the way out to the center of the map. Passguard are going to dive the secondary TC, but just getting kited out here. It's not a quick kill in this PG, but it's buying the time necessary. In the meantime, bolt magazines is now on the way. Not really much value in that tech here, right? Extra range, sure, but there's no light melee infantry to contest with. There's not really many Zhugennu left. I think this is over. Damn, I really wonder, like, would the bug tech have made a difference? Because, like, and someone could correct if I'm misunderstanding this. Not perfect, but my understanding is that's meant to take you from 150% to 300%, right? There you go. It done it now. It was on 9 seconds before, right? Now it's 6. Okay. you need to re-supervise, or it doesn't work. And it was 9, and he did re-supervise. Oh no! That's it. It's a rematch. Back to back to back mirrored grand finals. The twins do it again. I will see you all shortly in that grand finals. I'm trying to remember now. Like, it was 9 seconds earlier, right? Even after you complete the tech. It only changed to 6 seconds after you re-supervised. I'm not imagining that, right? I'm just double checking. Because I'm half dead currently, so. Yeah, it, like, I don't know, man. Like, it's so niche as well. I feel bad for him. How would you know? How would you know? When's the new series happening? In about 10 minutes. So you want to hang around. We're going to have the grand finals showdown between the two twins. Yeah, we were just double checking because we were waiting for a response. So they are here. They should be beginning that in 10 minutes. I think maybe the last 2 games. G4 and then that one. I don't know, like that game, I think the bug tech is kind of crazy, but maybe it's something bigger than that. Bug tech leads to brutal ending. Show taxman. Alright, there we go. Just need to type that out. So, we should have the boys getting ready to draft soon. In fact, if they want to draft like 2 or 3 minutes early so that we actually have it ready to go, I'm fine with that as well. So, yeah, I'm just getting confirmation they should be drafting very soon. I don't know if they just got out of bed, but they are here. So we're going to have Wham versus Papo. In fact, let me update the bracket so that when I pop that in the games, it's recapped correctly. By the way, guys, we are partnering with AMD. Do you guys know that? Did you guys see the pop-up? Did you like the pop-up? Are you a fan of having the best CPUs on the market? I am, which is why we have some exciting things happening around the PC build in December that we're going to be doing on this channel, which, by the way, you want to be here for. My mum, who you guys may have noticed in chat before, is going to be live on camera building a PC for the first time in her life. But a big part of what we're going to be powering it with is Ryzen, baby. That's right. I'm giving a little bit of a teaser ahead of time, but I think a lot of people expected this. We're going to be working with AMD on this project. Now, I don't quite have a 9800X 3D coming. We have something else of a different special variety coming. But I would recommend for you gamers out there, this is the thing to get. It is currently sold out. That's how popular it is. We even had like backlogs to push through to get it for this sponsored stream, which we were able to pound on through because they believed in the integration that much. But yeah, 9800X 3Ds are sold out around the world. So you want to keep an eye on these and make sure you've got like pre-orders ready to go for when they come back in. Click the link that's been popping up in chat. Really important you do this. It is an easy peasy free way for you guys to support me. We're working with a fantastic agency on this, and this is an awareness campaign. AMD wants you guys looking at these. Doesn't necessarily mean you have to be buying them, but they want me thinking about it. So to do so, click that link and let them know that you love these integrations in the AoE 4 scene with yours truly. And like I said, it literally costs you nothing right now. It's just food for thought. So click the link. All right, so Eco lead floating resource, is there an actual difference? What do you mean? Eco lead and floating resource, different things. Eco lead is typically refers to a villager lead or like an equatable villager lead. Like, for example, if you have 56 workers, I have 56, but I have Fulani as well, I have an eco lead. Floating resources is where you just end up holding on to a lot of resources. You can have an eco lead and have no floating resources, right? Because you're optimally using. So they're very different. But let me update the title because we are now on to the grand finals. Did I miss any chatter on YouTube? Nah, they're all good over there. They're chill. Remember, YouTubers, if you can, open the Twitch as well. Helps with the numbers, and we are trying to bring more sponsors in. I'd love to be able to get a few sponsors involved for the rest of the Midweek Musters in 2025. So, update title now. Boom. Run the first Fable? Yeah, but what about the 18th Fable? Boom. Gonna have you covered for the future. Hello, good news for you. How's it going? It's not going too bad. I'm surviving. Getting ready for what should be an exciting grand finals. I mean, in some ways, it's like, oh god, these two again. But in fairness to them, they have delivered incredible grand finals every single time. I think that should be praised, right? Like, I don't think there's been a single one of those. Like, we had the week where, the Highview week, where it became a little bit one-sided because the opening game went really wrong for WAM. But that was like, you know, still it was a banger of a series, right? And that game itself was insane. So far, Puppy Pool, you know, the scarier one between the two, right? Because he's won 2 of them. But we're going to see if he can make a hat trick. Or if WAM is going to be the winner of the first and the fourth. And remember, WAM was in the grand finals for the very first one, but Puppy Pool wasn't. So let me update bracket now. We should be hunky-dory? Or not, because it's being a bit of a douchebag. Let's see if it works now. I love it when you, like, select something and it doesn't. There we go. I don't know why it does that. It's very weird. All right. So, what I'll do now, by the way, guys, because we should be drafting a sec, I'm going to run, like, do we do the... I don't think people want 3 minutes ads. We'll do 1.5 minutes ads now, so that we shouldn't have those popping up when we're in the draft and whatnot. Actually, do we do the 3 minutes? I mean, then that gives you guys 3 minutes to, like, put in your credit card details and subscribe to the channel, so you don't have to even worry about this and can still communicate. But for those that are about to get 3 minutes ads, hang around, because when they're done, we should be getting to the draft for the grand finals of Midweek Muster number 4. Give me like 20 seconds, guys. Just need to grab something. All right, I'm back. Still half dead, but we are surviving. How y'all doing? You all ready for grand finals? Ooh, let's put on all the maps, actually, because remember, we're using them all now. So we are going to have Himiyama, obviously, as our opening map. When we get to see them all is a different matter, but there is the opportunity to see them all. Cliffside, Haywire is going to get seen again. Haywire, like, I'm kind of now bummed out that it's leaving, because, I mean, it's a meme map, but holy crap, is it an entertaining one. Lipany, Highview, and finally, Skargard. God, there you go, Cal. I said it correctly. There you go, guys. That's the link I was talking about. Click that link that just came up. Really important. It helps the channel immensely, and it costs you nothing. It's like I said, it's an awareness campaign. I mean, if you guys end up wanting to buy because of it, even better. But right now, AMD's real push, especially because they are sold out right now on the 9800X 3Ds. They want you guys to be looking at it. So click through, have a look through the details. Like I said, we've been looking at it on stream ourselves. Yeah, this is not a lie. Like, at first, people thought the uplift was small, but we've been seeing, like, in some games, it's worth it. And the other thing to really remind people of is Ryzens tend to improve dramatically with driver updates on average, right? It's absolutely worth it. And I believe these 9800X 3Ds also have that deal where you get 2 games for free, right? I know the GPUs are allowed for an additional 2 games on top of that. But there you go. There's some of the performance differences. I mean, it's absolutely slapping. So worth checking out. It is the one to get right now. We're getting a different one for this range. I'll let people try to guess which one it's going to be. But my needs are slightly different in that we do production and gaming. But if you're into gaming, the 9800X 3D is chef's kiss. All these are damn good bang for buck, actually. And they are insanely power efficient. That was one of the very big changes with not season, sorry, with Gens 7 to 9 from the 7 series is that they optimize the power draws. You still see like between 10 and 20% uplifts, which I know doesn't sound like insane generation changing. Like for a lot of people, if you're on the 7 series, it might be just worth sticking for one more gen. But I know there's a lot of people in chat who say they're on the 5 series. These are worth upgrading to. All right. So, I believe the boys are ready to go. Yes, draft is underway. So remember the way this works, guys. We play 4 games and then we redraft. So potentially the series could be over before that, but not likely with these two. And because we have all the maps appearing in the grand finals, we don't need to have a map draft. They are already in to the Civ draft. And yeah, type error means it smokes in a good way. We were just talking about heat and power draw. The word smokes may have not been that may have not been the right word. Oops. You notice the 3D cache doing better in AoE 4? 3D cache should impact AoE 4. So like Age of Empires 4 is more CPU bound than GPU bound. So better CPU helps. Other thing, by the way, if you want consumables, remember Protein Works, guys. We're getting towards the end of the month. They're going to be reviewing the performance of the channel. They're going to be deciding if they want to re-up in 2025. So really important if you're thinking of buying, do so. I have a giant box under my desk of these. By the way, I didn't notice it at first when I was looking at it. I noticed it when I looked again. They have, I didn't notice this loaded nut flavor before. Toffee biscuit. I am looking forward to trying that. I also have the salted caramel. I'm going to have to force Emma to make pancakes. Make some Protein Works pancakes to try these. Honestly, I've actually been tempted to, like a barbarian, sit here and just dip the protein bars that they send, the ridiculous ones, the loaded legends, in them. Probably be delicious. The only reason I haven't is because I think you're meant to refrigerate these after you open them. And I haven't got a fridge out here. Actually, I've got a mini fridge somewhere. I just need to replug it. I used to use a mini fridge out here, and then I just kind of stopped. Hello, Timex. AoE4 really loves single-threaded power. Intel has historically been by far the fastest, even faster than the X3D. Is that true with the newest X3Ds? You sure about that? I'd be curious on that one. I also think in a wider sphere, it's better to go for the Ryzens, right? Like the takes with the newest Intels haven't been... It hasn't been well received, the newest Intel gen. Like, have you seen the tech reviews on them in general? Yo, what's up, ready to go? Thank you very much, the 100 bits. Thank you, mate. Appreciate you. The review doesn't have it. I'd still, like, I've been very cozily in the AMD pool now for, like, quite a few generations. I hopped on with Ryzen Gen 1, right? Like, I'm currently, so guys, I mean, this shows you how much they hold up well. Yeah, there's some, like, lag from recording, streaming at high quality and playing the game with AoE4, but I still run a Gen 3, the Ryzen 3700X. So, yeah, they last very well. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the new one. We're going for a flagship type. Like I said, can't quite get my hands on the 9800 X3D because it's sold out. So, draft is going deep in. How do we look on this opening? English gets picked straight away. Delhi bans coming through. No surprise that got mirrored reflected to be banned by both of them. Like, you just need that gone. Like, the Delhi pick is, especially, like, I don't think like, there's a map pool I can come up with where they wouldn't feel good, right? And what is up, Packer? Thank you very much for the resub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. 1 whole year. What a legend. Yeah, I think in general they're just too good. I mean, Delhi need nerfs, but even without them, like the current map pools we see in competitive, and even in ladder, Delhi are widely applicable now that they have access to castle and beyond. So yeah, bit tricky. Okay. Long live AMD socket. I have a 10-year-old CPU cooler. Hell yeah. Doing damn good. Hell yeah, Helte. But like me, might be time to upgrade. So, Abbasid's events get split as well. These guys love this French pick, but it typically survives until the very end. Because not many people kind of covered it. We saw a few people actually overly value it. I believe in the Louis MT series, his draft was a bit weird because he highly prioritized the French, if I remember correctly. Came back to kind of bite him in the butt. But here it just makes a lot more sense. It's organic. Zhone mirrored on the other side. You kind of want to dodge that Zhone-French matchup, though. Zhone also loses some value in the draft because Delhi isn't pickable. In fairness, though, there's not like much left here, right? You don't really want to Order the Dragon. What else is there off the top of my head? Atri, of course, got banned. Is there anything else? There's like a pick I'm missing that you could have had. I'm pretty sure. But there's really not much left. There's Ottomans. So your choice was like Ottomans, Zhone, or Order the Dragon, right? Yeah, you go Zhone. Out of those options, you go Zhone. Ottomans is just... I haven't been convinced by any Ottoman games so far. Order the Dragon is also just a big, giant question mark still. I don't think it'll play well into a lot of Wham's picks. So, yes, he went for the Zhone pick. All right, let's update that and switch over to our tourney graphics. And we'll get ready for game number 1. When you bring in the ringer, don't get me wrong, Puppy Wham are great and fun, but M-Lord needs to restore order. I mean, he's welcome to come play whenever he wants. There's nothing to stop him. Same with Beastie. This is an open format. Every single week, there are 16 slots up for grabs. 8 of them based on tournament ELO ranking, of which Marine Lord Beastie would qualify for. And then another 8 based on pub ladder ranking, which they also would qualify for. So, yeah. It's not a case of when am I bringing them in. It's when they want to come in. Thank you, Ufasa. It's too cool for this? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Are you trying to say this is not cool, Llama? What the hell? This is the place to be. Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays. I don't know why you want to be anywhere else. This is your esports content, baby. Whoop, whoop. Got you covered. Remember, guys, tomorrow, week number 5 will begin. We will be live probably around 2 p.m. UK time, so 3 p.m. CET, for live series of Midweek Muster number 5. And apparently, I was told we had 40 sign-ups. So, guys, if you did sign up, you want to check in the Discord to see if you made it or not. Check the Start GG, because 8 people wouldn't have qualified, as we have a limitation of 32. But awesome to see. I think 40 is our highest number of sign-ups so far. So, yeah, it's growing in popularity. Spending quality time with Pate. I mean, I think he's sweating it. He's got to get ready for the AoE4 2v2 tournament, right? Actually, I'm curious on that tournament. Did we get confirmed? It's definitely Lucifer on Vortex, right? Because now I'm wondering. I need to double check that, because obviously Anatan just signed with Fox. So, like, is there a world in which Lucifer isn't coming back? And it is actually... Because the qualifiers were on the weekend, right? But I didn't see them. As I was, for a very rare situation, taking a little bit of relaxation with the family. 2v2, EGC, 8v4. For some reason, WTC doesn't bring it up. That's weird. I'm kind of curious now on this, so let's have a look. Okay, so Lustron is back on the grind. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure they signed up as a team. Yeah, they are in there. It's Vortex, Lucifron, and Rio. Because I believe, I think Anatan and Vortex, and B played together, right? Foodie Stacks? Hell yeah, get them all. Said he's like the dumb young brother of the three now. Soon he will be the master. Good. Alright, so we're waiting for the boys to just get into the game now. They're browsing the lobby, so we should be underway very soon. Anton signed with Fox instead of MYI again. Yeah, I'm not really surprised. My understanding has always been, and they're welcome to prove me otherwise, but my Insanity don't really have much in the way of money to offer players. That's the way I've known MYI for many years in esports anyway. My first experience is back in Dota 2 talking to players there, and then of course Age of Empires afterwards. Like at this stage, my Insanity has what? They have an AoE2 roster, which they have ACCM and Daniel, I think, are the biggest ones, if I'm not mistaken. And then 4, I think it's just Urk. Urk is the last one left. But outside that, what is MYI really known for at this point? I mean, MYI, they don't really have any big hitters in any scenes that I can remember now. Dota 2, non-existent really. StarCraft kind of fell off, right? Like I'm actually checking StarCraft now because I'm not even sure who's with them in StarCraft because I think they're still there, right? No, they're gone. Yeah, like MYI, yeah, like CS, sure, but that's years ago. Again, same as StarCraft, right? I don't think they have any big brag point in esports, if I'm not mistaken. I'm legit looking because I'm curious. But my understanding is, like, yeah, they haven't really got a team that's winning anything anywhere. So, like, my insanity. Maybe like the local leagues? Maybe? What's that? Got this in the wrong window. But that's like it, right? Okay, well, have fun with that good news. They're slowly closing ship. Yeah, well, I mean, but this is the thing, right? Esports orgs in general just have an issue with actually generating any value. Because what I mean by that is, like, you guys know how esports orgs make most of their money, right? Stuff like this. It's partnerships. Partnerships are really the only way they generate revenue in most cases. That's why, like, it's quite funny that people tried to mock 100 Thieves at first when they'd done things like Juvie, right? They were actually kind of getting ahead of the time. They were trying to diversify the portfolio. So they had, like, you know, extra monetary feed loops, which is very smart to do. A lot of people, like, kind of thought that was memey and then realized actually that's smart because, you know, the majority of orgs function on brand deals. And do you know what brands realize, guys? Is that esports is kind of a farce because a lot of teams don't do esports integrations well at all, full stop. In fact, I'd say less than 5% do good integrations in the esports team landscape. Because what they'll do is they'll go, hey, you know, like Pro Team Works, we want 100K a year. And for that 100K a year, we're going to put your logo on our blazers. And then we'll, like, you know, yeah, we'll do a taste test with your boys, with our boys, rather, of your products on our channels. And that sounds great, right? Like, yeah, let's do that. And now you pay 500K for that integration across a year. And what you end up getting is a YouTube channel that averages 1,000 views a month. And you paid 500K for that. Oh no, Doopsy. No, Doopsy. So Doopsy, he's a Method lad. And Method, to their credit, actually are an org that, like, fit into that 5%. They found ways of making revenue gens that justify the logic of brand integration. So for those that aren't familiar, Method, they run the Race to World First. They run their own broadcast. Their broadcast generates millions and millions and millions of units, of minutes watch time, right? Instead of, say, pay us 500K and we'll give you, like, 20 views, right? Which is genuinely, some do that. There's a great video the other day I was watching. I kind of chuckled about it. Like, this guy talked about how he wanted to sponsor TSM, and they offered TSM, like, TSM offered them the deal for like 500,000, right? They want actually, no, I think it was less. I think it was like 250K for the year or whatever, right? And they said, we do this content, whatever, and they just want double lift. So they went and done a deal directly with Double Lift because the guy knew his agent. And they paid less, and they got more viewership than they ever would have doing this stuff on, like, TSM channels, right? By the way, map 1 is going to be Japanese versus Mongols. So I think we've got, 2.5 minutes. So what we'll do is we'll update that into the overlay now. Yeah, Japanese is pretty good on Himiyama, by the way. It's a solid pick. It's not like absolute S tier, but it's nice flexy, and when you have a wide draft, you don't necessarily want to lead with your strongest foot because it can get tripped. Mongols, however, have historically been decent against the Japanese. I think it's different now because nowadays you play into the Koka Township, which can actually kind of ruin the Mongols' timing. But yeah, like, in general, the point I'm getting to here is that there's a reason why Pro Teamwork sponsors me instead of these big teams. No. But like in general, brands, it's been much harder to get brands into esports now because they got burnt by the rug pulls of like the scene growing too fast off of investor cap and people promising the moon and delivering a tiny pebble. Because like a lot of brands don't, like a lot of orgs rather don't think about how to build their own brand from a content creation side, right? Like I said, with like Method, they have the whole Race to World First broadcast. They do their own things. It's actually like they put the effort in. But some some orgs, I've seen them literally scale into huge money for a year or two, simply because they went on a winning spree, like a crazy winning spree, and that can work. But it's not very safe business. You know what I mean? It's a very dangerous business. And when you start losing, if your whole brand is with the winners, and that's why people pay us millions of dollars a year, these are the type of orgs you see just disappear overnight suddenly. Why esports partnerships don't work? The majority of the population will be younger and or broke. That's bullshit. Actually, like, if that's that case, why did AoE 2 and AoE 4 not convert very well on like sponsorships? Not like, they do it right, but they don't do insanely well, right? They did. Everyone and their mum would be sponsoring every single AoE event because that's a boomer game, right? So like, yes and no. And also it comes down to what you're trying to achieve. So actually, like, it's not always about sales. It's actually sometimes about eyeballs, right? Like there's you can essentially like simplify sponsors into two different categories. And that's those looking for sales and those looking for attention, right, on their brand. But like, if you're pitched this giant team, this an S tier team, and they generate zero visibility on your brand, but you didn't care about sales, you cared about visibility, like, of course you're going to feel rug pulls. You're just going to leave. They're going to leave esports. You're not even going to try again, right? Sadly, bad actors kind of soured that for the rest of the scene a lot. Then you add in the fact that like esports overbloated, it went big too fast, right? Like, it's a recipe for disaster. When they scale based on investment, they have 50 staff members and insane overheads. They have to actually ask for... Yeah, agreed. But you get where I'm going with this, dupes, right? Like, a lot of these... a lot of what is failing with esports is the same reason why you're seeing many different industries fail right now, which is like... The idea of accelerated growth to accelerate things like stock value, to generate more value, etc., like the never-ending loop has started to shut, right? Like this, we saw this at the start of 2024. We're seeing it in 2023 already. People are less interested in what the value of the company is going to be in 10 years. They want to know what the value of the company is now. You know what I mean? Like, investor logic has changed, and because investor logic has changed, it's much harder now for these esports orgs that were actually surviving based on ridiculous bloat to continue to do so. All right, let's get ready to go, though. We can talk more about this between games. We've got a little bit of time. Hype it up. It starts now. Midweek Muster number 4's Grand Finals. And you might as well just watch the previous videos because it's happening again. Puppy Paw versus Wham. The Canadian twins have done it again for the 3rd time in a row. But will it be the 3rd time that Wham is the bridesmaid and not the bride? Let's find out. He opens this series with the Mongols. Historically, a good pick up against Puppy Paw's Japanese, but we've been seeing a new breed to the Japanese, a new take with the Coca Township that has allowed them to quite easily take the games, and oh my god. Gold, stone fort, tree line nearby as well. I mean, this begs for the outpost. You could actually justify like double outposts. You'd have to push one forward here a little. And it's already going to be bad news for Wham because he is going for the Spearman opening. I mean, in fairness, you can actually still block the gold up here, so it's not all like sadness and teardrops right now. But the outpost rushes are a little bit tricky because one of the big things to keep in mind, and yeah, if I've got a mod in chat, can they do the Gamba, please? Because we are doing everything else. Sorry, mods, you got work to do. But the cool thing about like this play, right, for the Japanese is when you go rushing towards the Cook Township and you get your Shinobi. Thank you, mods. One thing that's really nice here is the Shinobi can quickly torch down the building's sabotage. And something that Mongols hate is, unlike other civs, they can't fortify those outposts, right? Like, another civ makes this outpost rush, they drop an outpost, they get feudal, they fortify. It's much easier to sustain the hold of your opponent's gold. Mongols, they have to struggle. He's struggling more because he does not know. He's punting blind, and he goes in TC range. Backs off just in time there, but Coca is indeed in the way. So there's another reason also why you see people go Coca Township. And some of you, if you've been watching my YouTube for a long time, might be familiar with a particular game between Lucifron and Dumu on Canal. That game was more comedy than competition, because Dumu, bless him, was playing the Japanese, and his Kura Storehouse placement, the one that places free farms, was spawning farms outside of his base, and Lucifron, across the first few minutes of that game, generated over 600 resources from burning farms. Because remember, you get paid 50 resources per farm burn, and they're very easy to kill. So yeah, ever since those days, players have been very aware that actually, like, Kura Storehouse is a bit of a meme landmark against Mongols, because even if you place it with the best intentions, quite often there's going to be some farms that are not protected by the town center, and therefore burnable by the Mongols. And what you end up doing is just giving more value to the Spear Rush. Said Spear Rush can do a lot of damage here. I mean, the next gold is really far out for Puppy Paw. The whole point here is, even if he doesn't want to directly contest this outpost, the use of the Coca Township Shinobi will give him a way of contesting. Meantime, he's going to keep dropping off gold. Love this as well. Goes in for the Tawara. Remember, Tawara, a really big buff. You're at 0.69. Nice. Gathering speed on berries, right? And you get the extra 25%. That's going to be ramping you up by, I think it's like 0.18. So you end up at basically deer gathering rate from one scale tag. It's really good, actually. Like, it was a very big, I think, oversight that didn't get mentioned too often, is with the berry buff and the nerfs to things like farms and the horticulture text, right? Remember, this Civ doesn't have horticulture text. The way they balance the issue of farms is they nerfed the daimyo effect, but by doing so, they essentially upped the value of going for the wheelbarrow text that increase your gathering of berries. So Japan's eco actually did get buffed with Season 9. I just don't think many people clocked it. Outpost now going up on the tree line because he's a little bit paranoid there. Notice he's gathering the stone. I love this from Puppy Paw. Remember, when you gather stone, you still get some gold generation. It's not going to be a lot, but it's a way of getting extra gold in the meantime. And it also scales you towards a daimyo that would allow you to get an early feudal knight. Meantime, though, opening Shinobi are going to be shuffling over. Other side of it, Deerstone. Yeah, we don't really see much Silver Tree play here. Makes sense in particular up against the Japanese. They might not come to pressure your trade early on, but when they do arrive, it's going to be with very powerful mounted samurai. By going for this Yam as well, it means if Wham wants to go for an all-in timing of feudal, it becomes more feasible because he will have the Yam network for his infantry in H2. So the Shinobi. Is he okay, this is, dude, you can tell you're watching Canadians play right now. He's going for the deer shove-in with the Shinobi. This is brilliant. This has to get intercepted, though. I'd be surprised if it doesn't. You have to poke onto the Khan really fast here, otherwise he'll start killing them. Nice micro there. So Shunshin's in for the double stab. Khan can start shooting these. Thank God it doesn't take 3 hits anymore. However, he's kind of like griefing himself, so Puppy Paw feels like he can't actually try to go for the deer shove. However, he did snake out onto the gold. Archers are on the way in the meantime for Wham. The question now is whether he realizes it. He has scouted the gold. He hasn't moved to it at all. And by the time he does, it's going to be a double outpost defense. So Puppy Paw should feel fairly safe here. It's definitely much further away from his TC. But because he went for the early points in Tawara, Takazaiku actually be worth it here as well, because you've got the berries nearby on both sides. And because you've got this outpost warning, what you can essentially do is gather this berry and feel quite safe that you'll pull your villagers away before the Mongols arrive. Khan will discover the second outpost, but there's nothing he can do to stop it, right? And the beautiful thing is, because Puppy Paw was actively gathering the stone, he has plenty in reserve to get arrow slits everywhere. In fact, with the gold gathering added in, fortifications was guaranteed too. Yeah, I know, right? We've never seen Wham and Puppy Paw in grand finals before. I mean, it's such a rare sight. You know, we only saw it in Red Bull Wallalow's qualifying stage. We've only seen it in Midweek Muster number 2, Midweek Muster number 3, and now Midweek Muster number 4. It's not that many tournaments. High-level players, don't cower, don't hide. Come play in these, please. Thank you. So, tech up soon to be underway for Puppy Paw. This should be your standard play into Yorishiro's with Floating Gate. Wham's in. Deep in. And I don't think he's got enough to stop Puppy Paw right now. Rams are on the way. In theory, maybe the timing aligns here, but there is a cute trick you can do with Shinobi on the defense here, guys. Shinobi hit really bloody hard. So what you can actually do with your Shinobi is you can actually garrison them in the outpost for when the Ram comes in. And then you can ungarrison and stab. And remember, the melee vulnerability increases the damage, so the Ram ends up taking 24 damage per hit from Shinobi, the attack fairly fast. Whether he's going to do that or not, debatable. He seems more interested in shenanigans with the ninjas. And actually switching gold veins again. Oh man, this is a lot of shuffling. So he's going to go for pressure on his opponent's base. In the meantime, he has moved out to the gold on the south side. The Rams are going to start moving in, so wham. Wham's Rams to clear the way. The problem here is this might just end up baiting him into a really bad position if he assumes that he's blocked gold, not realizing that his brother's gone even further out of the base, even more risky. Villagers are going to go for the burn down. Ambitious to try and protect this, but I guess maybe it looks more obvious as well if you are trying to protect like this. Shinobi, in the meantime, are going to block additional production. Smart choice here, considering he's going into Mountain Samurai. He doesn't want more spearmen coming his way. The villagers are going to try and shuffle by him. It looks like they get sniped out, so good moves in there. Takes down the 3. Double Ram, still alive to take out the other outpost. Floating Gate is on the way, but Puppy Paw is going to be very behind when it comes to economy. 8 villagers down in total. Going to try to get out what he can. Movement speed arrow is going to be activated though. Wham will keep chasing this. So that should be what? 2 villagers surviving. Maybe 3 if he's lucky. If he gets away with that 3rd. Yes, somehow. Some way he minimizes it. Puppy Paw. 4 villagers behind. But a lot less than what would have been expected there. And Mounted Samurai now queued up and on the way. So archers were spawned, so Shinobi are going to be blocked. Kind of awkward, right? Like, Puppy Paw chose to deny additional spearman production because he wants to protect his next unit comp. But that meant the archers got out, which of course counters Shinobi. Ones if you think Wham's going to win this. 2s if you think Puppy Paw is going to win it. Hiding in the trees as well, waiting to come back a century later. Khan has revealed the south side, but there's already an outpost up there as well, so you have to bring the Rams. And Wham easily is going to burn down these outposts. It's resources gained, right? It's also denial, more long-term. However, Wham, I feel like you need to look for it out here, right? I mean, he's done decent eco damage. In theory, if he feels like his opponent doesn't have much resource, he can continue to starve him. But Puppy Paw, man, I mean, he has a dog on his banner, but I feel like it should actually be a snake. He's very slivery in this game. He keeps slipping out between these 3 gold veins. It's a game of whack-a-mole. The question now is Wham going to run out of stamina before he thumps the mole for the final time? I mean, Spearman Master is at least starting to look good, but Mountain Samurai can be problematic. The upside, at least for Wham, is because he went for Deerstone. He has an easy way of kind of kiting in his own base. But the issue we talked about that Puppy Paw is going to have where he has to come out of his base eventually, that applies both ways on Himiyama, right? So like Wham will have to start venturing out into things like the deer and the things like the boar. And that's another example of where the Deerstone is invaluable compared to the Silver Tree. So Ram coming up here. Mount Samurai are going to dive in. Wait, this was ambitious. Wham! He only has 6 spearmen here. I mean, Mount Samurai should be able to win that fight. We also have Yumi added in. Okay, this is sick. Your opponent's stuck an age behind, trying to all-in you. What's the most cost-efficient thing you can build to blob? Yumi. Yumi are, by a mile, the most efficient thing. 5 seconds to produce, only 65 resources. For every 1 Mounted Samurai you could pump out, you could have 4 Yumi. And when they're vetted up, especially against someone stuck in feudal, they will win. Time being that veteran season coming in, he wants to get the numbers first. There's going to be a dive towards the gold. Villagers do need to get out of here, but the Yumi should be able to protect it. Mount Samurai also can just dive onto the archers because he keeps them a little bit far back there. Villagers, wait, Puppy Paw, what? Calm down, mate. We're not there yet. He's not back on the gold on the north side either. He has moved to the berries, though. kind of interesting situation for Puppypaw, right? He can't afford to lose too many Mountain Samurai here. On top of that, he can't afford the veterancy even if he wanted it right now. So kind of has to hang around, has got the Shintos to help the heals. However, the Yuumi backline has been sniped, but in return, all spearmen have been removed. And now the Mountain Samurai can chase this away, but Wham has more troops in the way. The problem, however, is the spear count is underwhelming. This is not working for the Mongols. Yeah, he hasn't done enough eco damage here to be an age behind, right? And there's now a growing risk that when he goes for his age up, he will be dove. So I think, wow, at this point, you have to try and find a way into age 3. Because if you keep playing this now, you're going to be gradually pushed further and further out of the game. Right, the Yuumi are the win condition now. Relics also are starting to be brought home, right? Like, it's 3 Shintos now, so realistically, another reason you don't want to play too much longer of a feudal age is harder and harder to protect those relics, right? Because if you have units guarding relics, you don't have units for your all-in. Now, I love that comment from Townhouse about Puppy being really good on playing defensive. That's hilarious, because historically, these two do the opposite. Usually, Wham is the more defensive and Puppypaw is the more aggressive. They both look like Pikachu face say what moments because they don't realize it. But we talked about this in Spain with them. And I remember I just went to Mr. I was like, which one's aggressive, which one's defensive? And he just pointed to him straight away. And they just didn't believe it. They're like, we feel like we play very similarly. It's like, you do, but there's also a drastic difference in your approaches on a fully encompassing picture. In this matchup, however, Mongols have to press, right? Like, you have to try and deny gold. This fast castle build just feels undeniable. Has at least been very efficient. Moving out, 5 villages, outposts up. Once again, now diving into the outpost. However, this time, sprue replacements are coming. It's going to make it much more difficult for Wham to camp here. Khan is going to get sniped out. And Yuumi, we're kind of approaching the point where you can vet them up. Samurai are starting to cut those reinforcements. Remember, one spear will not beat one Mountain Samurai. They will become one with the afterlife, though. Wow, I think he's fully admitted it's time. I mean, it's gambly, but if you don't try to tech up now, you're dead anyway, right? You can't keep your army on the offensive anymore. Look at the military numbers. Yuumi are a Zerg unit, guys. In some ways, they're the best Zerg ranged unit in the game. I know someone's going to argue that with the idea of, like, Malian archers, but I'd argue Yuumi just because of how quickly you can blow the numbers, especially with a Yorishiro build. With that veterancy coming in 24 seconds. I mean, at this stage, actually, like, Puppypaw can just send the Yuumi across the map to fight. They would win. The veterancy guaranteed, and now he can also afford Steeled Arrow, which is so cheap at this stage. Additional Archer Rangers also coming through. The boys are ready to march. 6 base damage versus 6. Sure, that doesn't sound very impressive until you remember how many more of these there's going to be with the Mongol archers. Samurai also just keeping on the defensive. Wow, he's trying to go to Keshiks. I mean, with Steeled Arrows coming, with a potential +2, up to 8 damage, right? You're still going to take half damage from Yuumi. And because they're so fast, they can kite Keshiks. I'm not sure this is it, but I mean, Wham probably feels like he has no choice but to continue in age 2 at this point. You gotta kind of respect the commitment to the timing. However, it does feel like someone flailing in the middle of the ocean trying not to drown. A Yuumi ocean. What was that card called in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where it changes the area to, like, be beneficial for lightning? Was it Umi or was it actually Yuumi? I think it might have been Yuumi. Appropriate. Villager lead gone. Wham only ahead by 2 now. Keshiks are spamming, but this becomes hard now, right? Unless you want to get a full pasture transition going, because you're starting to lose map control fast. Behind this, it's another 2 relics on the way home, which means Puppypaw is undoubtedly ahead with economy. And also, we should be getting Daimyo levels soon. Yep, already queued it up after the next villager, so better value on the farms, but also on top of that, an ability to buff these Yuumi even further. It looks like Puppy Paw is going to be opening this series with a win, and we've seen how bad that can be for Wham historically when that's the case. Unless he can find some good rate damage with his Keshiks, I don't think you even use them to take the Yuumi fight. You need to use them to attack the enemy economy. Spearman rushing across the field trying to buy time, but in some ways not the worst of ideas, right? Your opponent hasn't really got many Mountain Samurai, and the Yuumi are having to react to this. So it is buying some valuable time here for Wham. And with that time, he's getting ready for Age 3. Relic is at least denied on the north side. Sacred Site is captured, but it looks like the Shinto is going to die. So it won't be a win condition for long. Can Wham still do this? I mean, in theory, Kurotai puts you over the edge, right? If you keep skilling archers versus Yuumi, then you have a winning fight. Because, like I said, with Zerg, with Zergling-type army comps, it's all about getting numbers before your opponent. In a game where you have an absolute limit of 200 population, the weakness of things like Yuumi comes when you reach cap, right? You're not as pop efficient as normal archers. And we are a long way off that point. But it could be something for Wham to aim for. Kurotai coming in, so that's going to be really important. For the 20% buff straight away, it means his archers essentially have their veterancy without their veterancy. He's going to need it. Yuumi move fast. Luckily, Wham's economy can shuffle away fast too. Keshiks are at least being mirrored on their moves, so not able to find too many kills here. Puppy is going to hide in the back tree line here, unnoticed. And in the meantime, the Yuumi begin the dive. You have to punish this tech up. A little bit of hesitation here, though. He doesn't want to go in because look at their health bars. It's double outpost and a TC. Puppy Paw doesn't feel confident to dive. Oi, 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 oi. I mean, he wants that fight, but that was well executed by Wham. He didn't attack, right? He actually backed up intentionally because he wanted to draw him under the triple outpost fire, like double outpost TC, right? To stack the odds in favor of him. Puppy Paw, credit to him, didn't take the bait, but that has slowed down his opportunity to punish this age up out of his brother. Keshiks, they are vetted up, so they become more threatening here. This is really important. 175 health now, 5 ranged armor. So they're taking 3 damage from these Yuumi. If you scale this a bit more, you can actually start to just heal and sustain off of fighting Yuumi. Diving on the backside is going to find more workers. Another 4 going down here. Yuumi having to snipe their way through the Keshiks, but it's buying time for the archers to fight back and for the veterancy to come through here. Good read, Wham. He's essentially using the Keshiks as cannon fodder so the archers can win the fight. Veterancy now completing. This is going to have quite the punch. Kurotai also unpacking, so instead of it being 7+1, check this difference in damage. 10 damage versus the 9, and remember that's the Bannerman aura, so it's actually not 9, it's more like 8.2. Big difference in DPS. Add in the health as well, 70 versus the 80, right? Keshiks, which aren't going to die easily. Puppy Paw realizes that he needs to get off of Yuumi and back onto Mount Samurai. Too much gun and not enough running, right? He needs the cavalry mobility now. It's so difficult, though. Playing now into an advantage Keshik count into the Yam network, I think, is the biggest issue here. I think the big advantage for Puppy Paw comes down the line with starvation. You can't really starve food, but you can starve gold over time. Your opponent has 4k extra to work with, but then he's into the mid-map, far away from his base. Yuumi mopped up. But a lot more on the way, guys. I mean, we have what? Archery range here, another archery range here. So sitting on, what, about almost 4 archery ranges worth of production. Love the fact that Puppy was just playing out to the map as well, just not going for that full farm transition. Can't really justify it yet. And you really want to wait for the Daimyo level 2 if you can. It takes a while, but feels a lot better at that stage. More farms are at least being added in because he realizes the deer are exhausting quite quick. And the Keshiks are starting to come and play. Would it be worth building a Khan Hunter for extra range? You could here. I don't really think it's necessary. I like Khan Hunters usually earlier more than later. You can do it though. It's just, for Wham, the way he's fighting on the defensive there, the range doesn't matter because what he's doing is getting in range while he has Keshiks, killing, and then getting out. You could argue if he had the Khan Hunter, he would need that. But then what you probably see Puppy Paw do is if he just saw archers, he'd probably counter dive, right? Just trying to get on economy instead. Because then you're not running headfirst into a line of knights. You're running headfirst into a line of unarmed villagers. Oh, Mount Samurai, they found another 5. And protection is on the way, but it's not going to be quick enough here. In fact, Wham, does he? No, he doesn't even try to run. He just tries to go for the repair. It's not going to work. Maybe 2 less knights, you'd be good, but villagers starting to die. That's 2 dead already. That's going to be 3 more going down. Yeah, I thought what he might try to do is run when the outpost was on fire, but it's just problematic. You'd have the Yam to get away faster, but archers wouldn't stop the dive. In fact, Mount Samurai just keep fighting. Yeah, you kind of need the Keshiks arriving here instead. Has got more production coming there, but that's still an eco lead starting to show itself. Puppy Paw now up by 8 villagers. His farm transition is looking pretty solid. He's like, what, 20, 21? Meanwhile, pasture transition looking good, so Wham's not going to run out of food either, but the gather rate doesn't feel as great. Especially considering that we should be... Wait, what's he spending the stone on? I'm trying to figure out what Puppy Paw's been spending all the stone on. Is it additional outposts? Ah, yes. The please don't hurt me wall off. I'm a little bit flummoxed. Has he been... Because he should have more stone than this. It's only Daimyo 1. Holy crap. How is this game not over? This is a very volatile matchup, folks. Like, on average, Mongol versus Japanese is over in 12 to 14 minutes. One way or the other, right? Either the Mongol rush works and Japan dies, or Japanese get Castle Age and the Mount Samurai do too much. You don't often find this game still going past 15 minutes. Starting to look better for Puppy Paw, though. The Mount Samurai is kind of undeniable. The issue is, like, this is becoming more about mobility, which is good for Puppy Paw, because you want to play away from the Kurotai, right? The Kurotai is going to be slow to arrive. Wham is leading more and more to Keshiks, which means he's going to want to be more mobile. I used to find Kurotai works best when you're in an infantry comp, right? Men-at-arms, crossbows, archers, these things. Yumi. Can they be the raider that he needs here? Alongside the Mount Samurai. He's going to dive underneath the TC again. Villagers are being targeted. What? I mean, if he just targets it instead of the Keshiks, he's good to go. In fact, instead he's going to mop them up. And guys, right now, there's 12 villagers here that have nowhere to hide. More Keshiks are coming out just in time. The Mount Samurai do get swept out. And I'm a bit surprised there. Puppy Paw choosing to clash against the Knights instead of against the villagers. Would have built an even bigger lead for him. Does go for the trade now. Get rid of that backline of archers down to 18. Keshik count. Trying to carry this fight. But remember, this is all without the Kurotai buff. Which is why, surprisingly enough, these veteran archers are doing pretty well against what's meant to directly counter them. Count is getting lower now, though, right? He lost the bannerman. So a decent decrease in his DPS, but still. The outcome at the end of that fight, half the Keshik's gone. Puppy Paw's Mount Samurai count, pretty much where it was before the fight. They're just not here because they're dancing around with the enemy heavy cav. We have more heavy cavalry sneaking in with the eco lines. And I feel like we're on the verge of the wave of the white flag here. Puppy Paw, he's got that choke around Wham's neck. Like, where do you go from here, right? Like, Wham is now playing out into risky eco like we talked about. His tree lines have dried up. There's nothing safe here. That means you now have to defend 2 sides very far apart with drastic amounts of your economy in both of them. Not just that, Puppy Paw. We talked about that scaling point, right? Stone is starting to come in a bit heavier here. So we should be getting gradually towards that Daimyo 2. Farm count still looking good. Does need to drop off the relic, but it's already free home. Soon to be the 4th. So the eco lead is actually more like 20-ish. And no, Puppy Paw and 0 eco upgrades is probably, yeah. Japan's eco techs, don't ask me why, they don't track. So Puppy Paw does actually have both lumber tech levels. No samurai get deflective arm, but they have. Do they have any other advantages? So Uma Bannerman buffs them insanely well. Also, the deflective armor is actually big. Because if a Keshik charges in and uses his lance for 36 damage, you mitigate 36 and do 37. Because you also have a +1 melee. It's a huge difference, and Beyond that, Keshiks, they only have 175 health. Meanwhile, Mounted Samurai have 230. The only reason they won that fight, by the way, is because they were underneath the Kurotai. Even then, the Yumi is still alive, though. Villagers are about to run out of gold. This is it. This is GG. Wow, he can't play this comp without gold. And that's the last of what he'll get to touch. Yeah, north side is just too far out there. Mounted Samurai are already waiting to receive. It looks like Puppy Paw, the Japanese, is going to receive the opening win in this best-of-7 grand finals. GG gets called, but still plenty more to come. What do you guys think about this? Have you seen many Japanese Mongol games like this? How long are yours on average? Because as I said, at the pro level, this matchup is extremely volatile. Either way, it is done by 15, but somehow these guys doubled the length of what you'd expect to see here. Let me know in the comments. I'll catch you in the next one. All right, there we go. So, game 1 complete. Oh. Let's get ready with that. So that's going to be a win for good old Puppy Paw. But best of 7. We still have plenty to come, and I think it's going to be very close, very tight. So, let me have a look. Where are we going game 2? Payout. Puppy Paw win. Doink. Roos English on Haywire. Okay, that's... Whew. Okay, this is going to be a bit wild. You can't do the meme play as Roos, but you can camp with hunted cabins and stuff, right? So English is going to get very aggressive. English Roos. Oh, damn. All right, we're about to hop into game. Let's try to get the predictions ready. We've got a few seconds. 2 minutes. I'll start predictions now. And then we will switch over into the comcasting scene. Let me move that up a bit. I like it there more. I think it's... That's probably best, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Had a high trade house on Haywire of 219 trees and influence. Good God. You put money on Roos? I mean, dude. English rush. That's all I'm going to say. Did someone request a meme map in a grand finals? Oh, we got you covered. Haywire is back. Canadian Twin Showdown. Wham with the English, Puppy Paw with the Roos. One and all, welcome back to the channel. This is going to be a fun one. A map that has been slam dunk dominated by the Roos because of how insane their gold generation is, as you're going to see with these initial hunter cabins. But on the other side, a very, very tight and small map against a Civ that could rush with villagers or rush with Lombos. This might be a quick one, but I think it could be a fun and unpredictable one. So, looking at the bets, a lot going towards Puppy Paw, who is taking the lead early in this series. A lot of belief in the power of the hunted cabins, but I wouldn't discredit what Wham could do with Lombos. Here's the thing, guys. With the distance to your base being so short, Fast Castle isn't really an option. And hunting cabins give you gold. Great. You can build a lot of knights, but wood. Wood is going to make the world go round, right? So considering how easily an English player can reach you, there's theoretically a world in which you can't access the wood to get additional production, to get spearmen, archers, whatever you need. So I think there is a timing attack here in mind for Wham. This hunting cabins are ridiculous. 63 trees. 34 gold at 1 minute into the game passively, i.e. an extra villager. He's getting another one over here. And another one over here. And another. It's just going to keep going. On top of that, I'm looking at this spawn. This is probably just the absolute jackpot for High Trade House. Plop it here. Touch all these trees in range. Can't really ask for much better. I mean, you could maybe go over here, but that would clearly be less. So yeah, Haywire. Man, I want Haywire to be a good map. But... And this is why it'll probably never be a default map. It just has some fundamental flaws due to Roos. Like, this is the thing, actually. Have you guys noticed this? Even after the bounty changes, like, in general, Roos is the biggest blocker to interesting map designs. The old bounty system prevented us from having maps with additional deer, right? But even now, the hunting cabins prevent us from having interesting maps with tree lines because of this. It is a conundrum. I don't really know if the answer is rework the hunting cabins thing entirely. Maybe if it was... Okay, so it's a bit of a drastic change, but what if hunting cabins only kicked in Castle Age? Right, for gold generation. Maybe you'd have to change the cost of the hunting cabin to make it fair, but it does feel like it would at least make these type of maps a bit more balanced. But then again, you still have other civs that have problems, right? As we're going to see, the English Lombo rush should be very oppressive here. Puppy Paw likely is thinking Kremlin, but yeah. I wondered if Wham was going to rush his timing. Like, it's kind of insane, but the idea of putting 6 on the council hall would get you a Lombo pretty fast here. Puppy Paw is being greedy, though. And Wham could see that. It's 2 villages building the Kremlin. Now, Puppy Paw has been gifted the Spawn of the Gods, by the way. This tiny tree line here, this slivery little caterpillar, blocks the surround. So if you get the Kremlin up here, there's no entry. Oh, this is toxic, man. And yeah, 7 on the council hall. But look at this. Puppy Paw mirrors. They're both watching each other's race towards age 2 here. Oh, no. This isn't quick enough for Wham. Right? Because he has to build the council hall, but then he has to produce the Lombos, and then the Lombos have to walk over. Now, it's a lot of long distance. But 7 villagers should get this done. Now it's 8. Oh, my God. This is intense. Wow, there we go. Tech up complete. Council will get queued. And now, like, he realizes it's not going to work. I think he was planning to pull the villagers there alongside it, or as a misclick. Either way, it's not going to be quick enough, so... Looks like the Kremlin is successfully going to go up. You can do a little bit of eco damage here, rather hurt their health bars, but you wouldn't get any kills. Okay, so now what? Because I feel like this was the bread and butter of it, you know? This is how you're going to get your biscuit. But now? Does he even know? He sees the tree line, so he knows for sure now. I would be so tilted with this Spawn, man. I mean, you got it as well, right? But you don't use it as well as the Roost do. Hunting cabin generation, yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. He is getting 107 gold a minute out of this. That's what Malians get out of a full pit mine. And Malians spend 150 wood in the pit mine. And then on the houses, they usually can put like, what, 8? So that's another 200 wood. So you're spending less than a Malian player to generate more than a Malian player. Huh? Wait, what? I guess we're just exploring the map now, right? Because this is Fast Castle. Ooh. This is a Fast Castle race on both sides. So you're probably going King's Pass. I mean, you have to go King's Pass, right? And then you're going to Monastery drop for the Russian relics. You have the Lombos already, so your opponent can't just rush his own monks because they're very expensive. So there is an edge here for Wham to kind of reap. And he needs it because he's already just economically pretty far behind. Outpost coming up from Wham as well. We'll better get up courtesy of the Lombos here. I mean, the problem is all the food, all the gold, everything's on the backside. Like, it's actually crazy. All the resources spawn on the backside. Usually the gold does spawn safe. I think I've seen 1 or 2 spawns where it can spawn here or here. And if that happened, then it could have been GG, right? Because Puppy Paw could only get passive gold. So you build like 4 Lombos, you block him on gold actively, and then you tech up faster. Instead, no denying it, Puppy Paw is going to get to age 3 first. White Tower? I don't know if you White Tower this. Your timing is going to be off, right? Like, look at this. Puppy Paw's ready to go. And if you White Tower, your opponent can pull any Kremlin tickets he's got. It's not many, right? By the time you're like building it, it should be at least 4 militia. And the gamble is like, if your opponent built a stables behind all this, you're dead for trying to White Tower forward, right? High trade house coming in. Oh, that is so dirty. I mean, yeah, why was I looking here and hit? Come on. Oh, no. All right, get your numbers in. And try not to make too many Reddit threads. And he is going for it. He doesn't want to make it an eco race. It's an all-in. White Tower Rush on the way. Holy crap. Militia got pulled. However, you just pulled him into 2 Lombos. He needed additional units here. He's going to go for a Wooden Fortress, though. Wait, is this going to buy enough time? I feel like Wham needs to pump more Lombos. Additional villagers are being pulled. The short bows are out. He's going to start sniping the villagers. 1 goes down. I mean, he can get a few picks here. Lombo's targeting the wrong thing, though. The wooden fortress is going to go up. The white tower has to be pulled back. Yeah, this is nowhere near as impressive. Oh, no. Wow. I mean, he's got an eco lead, right? But his tech timing is going to be so much worse. On top of that, it's 130 trees. 130 trees in this high trade house. I'm vomiting right now. It's going to be like 280. 132. So 264. Smoothie. Slap bang on it perfectly. And that's only tier 2. Actually, is it even tier 2, I wonder, at this stage? So white tower's going to come up. The play for Wham is to go Trebs. It's the only play. Now, the good news is white tower's kind of toxic. So the counterplay can't just be build a few knights and go in. Puppy Paw will have to kind of deal with the slog of it. He's going to have to go Trebs himself. The bad news for Wham is Puppy Paw tech so much quicker that he already has the Siege Workshop on the way. And the Siege Workshops, remember, got cheaper in recent patches, from 300 to 250 wood. Add in the fact that you get 20% more wood, and you now have a ludicrous, what's that, 350, 360? I think maybe 370 passive gold. With the 20% extra wood, you can easily afford to outmass Trebs over the English. Sheesh. And I wonder, does anyone try to sneak the relics? I feel like Wham would benefit here. He needs that extra eco. There's no room for it. There we go. He's going to go now. So remember, the difference here is like a monastery is quite expensive, 200 wood, but a workshop is 250. By going for the white tower, you save 250 wood. So you can actually justify this. However, like we said, when you add in all the passive advantages of being Roos in this position, Wham, although he has a small eco advantage of 2.5, he's still behind. Knight. This could be big, though. He's going to force him to pull the villagers. You could actually go for the snipes on them instead. He's going to dive deeper. Textiles is there. And now he's trying not to vomit. Militia are going to pin him in the corner as well. Remember, they do get upgraded with age, so we'll be able to mop him up. Not a good exchange whatsoever for Wham. I'm not really sure what he was expecting out of that in the end. First Trev in play for both of them. The villagers now starting to be pulled to repair that white tower. This is going to become quite burdensome. Wham already going for the first monk. A little bit surprised he didn't go for the closer relic here. They do both know where it is. Actually, I guess with the monastery placement, they're 50-50. Puppy Paw prepping the spears. Understands that there's eventually going to be kind of probably a dive point here, one way or the other. He already saw knights coming as well. Has to be worried about that on the white tower. And the white tower. The white... Okay. I got worried for a second there. Could you imagine if it attacked the wooden fortress the entire time? Oh, that's kind of cool. Wham, he's trying to pop lock him. That's actually a really cool idea from this position. Like we said, you can't out-eco him, right? But you could house him. He hasn't got any room back here. He's going to squeeze out what he can, where he can. Raxes have been dropped, so men-at-arms are on the way for Puppy Paw, but the first relic now home for Wham. Second one about to be grabbed as well. This would be an incredible position to claw your way out of. Wham also prepping crossbows, aware of what's coming. White Tower already feeling pretty heavily dented there, right? Difference in timing here. The other issue now is because the Wooden Fortress is in there, because no units are range, there's no attack speed aura for these Trebs. So they're not outpacing an equal number of Roost Trebs. However, Puppy Paw has fallen behind on the timing here, right? Third Treb only just joined the fray. So 2 relics home. Third one coming in as well. Wow, being quite ambitious with this. I don't think he knows... Okay, he has actually scouted them all, so he knows where the remaining relics are. However, the White Tower is in trouble. Currently on fire here. Another Trebuchet about to spawn. But that might then be Kurt's closed on the defensive landmark. TC in bigger trouble. I think this is actually a bigger deal. Puppy Paw, he will not be able to scale eco anymore. And his army is nowhere near big enough to dive in here. Town center down, and he starts sniping the Trebs. They're sniping each other. Are you kidding me? He didn't go for the kill. Wow. That's it. Puppy Paw, he doesn't have a way of getting in here now. The White Tower stays alive. The Trebs brute force their way through it. And Puppy Paw is in trouble. Villagers pull to repair here. Wham, now with an eco that can scale. Meanwhile, Puppy Paws cannot. However, the White Tower is going to go down. Now, I don't think he cares, though. Because he knows his brother can't build more units, really. Like, he can't bloat them. Because he can't build more villages right now. That's going to take a hell of a long time to repair this. Also, is Puppy Paw almost out of food? Oh my god, he snuck out. Yeah, he snuck out into the deer. Unnoticed. Now, obviously, English didn't have the same problem. They could just build farms. However, he's mirroring the move right now in a game where Puppy Paw is adding in a few horsemen. Mango just getting baited here. Crossbows need to be a little bit careful. Council. Wait, wham. Where? Oh my god. No, this is a big deal. One got wheelbarrow, the other didn't. He only just arrived at the deer. And Wham absolutely refused to add in any farms. He also didn't eat the berries. No way. Dive now coming in. Trebs also going to start getting pinched here. Remember, without the White Tower, he can't build more. There's only one landmark left alive for Wham. A huge oversight here. Mango's coming out now. Wham only has wood and gold to work with, right? So we are getting a true age of siege here as both players are struggling in food. However, Puppy Paw has found enough to get a handful of spears and horsemen together that could be crucial and pivotal in this game. Nice Mango micro there. Almost snipes one the siege, but now the crossbow's out of position. The overextension, and that's got to be it, surely. I mean, Wham, he just doesn't have any food. Even if he did, he doesn't have the production buildings anymore. The TC's now being sniped. Unbelievable. Wham, he looked like he was in a dominant position here. And I can't help but wonder if he had just eaten a few berries. If he had just smooshed them across his face instead. 1,500 more food could have been the difference maker here to keep him pumping. Damn. Let me know what you guys think. I mean, is this just classic English brain? Don't want to touch the berries? So I feel like taking that walkout without wheelbarrow, as opposed to just taking the worst gathering rate, makes little to no sense here. Maybe the White Tower's always going to go down, but you had no chance of holding. GG gets called, and that is now a 2-0 lead for Puppy Paw, looking to make it back-to-back-to-back championships. Can he do it? You have to stay tuned for the next one to find out. Oi, oi, oi. That is not a good sign. 2-0 advantages are dirty. They get really awkward really fast, guys. Because now you essentially have to like reveal your best things and your opponent doesn't, right? And it's like there is at least going to be a reset after game 4. But let's say, for example, you get thrown into the winds. If you choose really poorly, like if you don't choose absolutely optimally for map 3, your opponent can essentially like punt a weird pick there to ruin the dynamics of the draft. Because remember, what happens now is if I lose the next map, I pick the 4th map. So then I can like basically hone in on your desirable picks here, right? I can essentially bait out something strong like say Abbasid and leave you with something terrible for, let's say, Skarsgård. Which Skarsgård, bad example because he's got Zhu Xi and Malians, but still. Let's update that anyway. So that's going to be a win for the left. 2 points now on the board for Puppy Paw. Game 3. Where are they going to be going here? I think they just hopped in the lobby, so we should be getting in shortly. What do I call those ones? Entertaining to watch, frustrating to play, I think. What would game 1 be? I guess, yeah. 1 sec. Let me check. Just double checking the boys because I'm getting the game now. I need to figure out like what I'm going to call game 1. Actually, I was trying to talk to a certain someone. Have they been checking their messages? Someone who reached out to me by email. Might want to check your DMs, mate, on Discord. And it looks like we're going to Pigeon's View, by the way. It's going to be Malians versus Byzantines. This can be quite tricky for Malians, right? Byzantines pressure Malians really well. Carry Siphons are insanely high value. Horsemen plus Lombo openings really, really good. So, let's prep the predictions and get into game. Oh, wow, yeah, and I just realized that's Puppy Paws. Oh, my God, dude. Are we going to get a 4-0? No way! I'm going to have to get a show match going after this. Jesus Christ, it's going to be a short stream. Dude, if I didn't do the... if I didn't cast the semi-finals beforehand, like I said, guys, you should be tuning in for that wink wink. This would have been, like, we were, like, this would be like a 2-hour grand final, maybe. This is feeling like this could be a 4-0 at this pacing. WAM needs to really hunker in and find a recovery arc fast. This could be queuing up to be our quickest grand finals ever in the midweek muster. One and all, welcome back to the channel. A 2-0 lead already for Puppy Paw, and he's got the Byzantines. But not just that, WAM is on the Malians. I'm getting worried for a little WAM score here, man. I mean, 2-0 leads are really oppressive in best of 7 formats in general. Remember, we have a bracket reset, or sorry, bracket reset, a draft reset after game 4, where you pick civs again. But this is the perfect position to find yourself in as Puppy Paw, right? Even if Game 3 had been a throwaway, he'd pick Game 4's map, right? Which means he can screw with WAM's draft at the final point, put himself a match point. But this matchup, Byzantines versus Malians, I think it's just really good for Byzantines, especially if Malians do not get a good spawn. And this isn't an insane spawn. It's okay. It's not crazy, right? Ford Gold, kind of problematic, is going to get targeted. The reasons why Byzantines are usually good here is the Horseman Longbow opening. Applies a lot of pressure. Because your golds are exposed, you have to come out to defend them. But the Lombo Horseman timing is so quick, and your Javelin Donzo comp is so expensive, when it starts hitting, you don't actually have enough units to defend it. The follow-up is even worse. Cairo Siphons are probably the most effective against this Civ. I can't think of a Civ where they're more impactful than up against Malians, because Cairo Siphons, with their burn, can hit a pit mine and 2 houses at the same time with the correct positioning. And look at that. You guys see that right now? That little thing in the chat that's about to pop up? Go check out AMD. We're going to be partnering with them on a few things in the coming month. So you might want to read up on those X3D type CPUs. Do it. Click it now. Actually, clicking it is a grand way of helping me convince the sponsors to come back in the future. So it's just one click. Oh, I feel like we could just be one click away from sadness for WAM, though. It's going to be Grand Winery, right? I mean, you could go Hippodrome. I just don't really think it's worth it here. So yeah, Grand Winery coming in. Other side is going to, of course, be Mansa. I mean, you could theoretically do Saharan Trade Network to protect your gold. That would only ever be justified if you gathered on the deer, which I don't expect him to do. It's just too risky against Lombos. And you're going to be expecting Lombos here, by the way, guys. You don't really want to be building Javelins into the main Javelin Civ, because the main Javelin Civ can build more Javelins than you can as time goes on. It's just a really bad situation. And thank you, mods. I think I forgot to put the predictions up. I thought I did, but okay. So predictions on the way. Get your gambers in, folks. Shouldn't encourage it, but we do. So what's WAM's play here? I don't think you can do something like 2 TC. That feels way too greedy, right? No. You're going to have to, like, play the Age and defend yourself while scaling eco behind. That's problematic because Byzantines are really, really tilting for this stupid build they do. And I'm not even talking about the cataphracts, actually. It comes before that. The build up to castle is what I'm talking about. We've all experienced it, right? We feel like we're holding against Byzantines. We're adding just enough to stalemate them. And then we hear the Age free. And immediately, your first words out your mouth are, what? How? How? It makes no sense. Because Byzantines are just adding an additional ridiculous quantity of economy in via the olive oil, right? They scale an army so much better in feudal to pressure in the first few minutes, but that also gives them a perfect off gap to go into castle because they've basically built an army off of an additional resource that isn't impacting their ability to save towards castle age. It's vile how good Byzantines are at this particular build. I have a feeling that might be what he's going to try to do against Wham, because Wham is playing a Civ that is historically not known for its pressure. It's known for its defense. This is a cool idea. Playing out onto the deer. Yep, I done the pun. Not a bad oh God, I was about to say it again. Not a bad thought here, just to try and amp up his gathering rate. The problem, however, is how quickly he's going to be pushed off of here unless he starts actively investing fast. That is why we're seeing him with 11 villagers on the tree line. I think you have to go for archers here, but once you see the horsemen, you're off it, right? Because ideally, if you could have got away with archers, it's great. If your opponent was Limitana, if he was Lombos, you can outblob him. You don't really want to build javelins, not until you have 100% confirmation. And the horseman is now going to force you Donzos first. And this is the vileness that I think gets overlooked with Byzantine's early game every single patch. Mercenary transition timings are too good. You queue this up, I don't know what you're going for. I can guess, but I don't know for sure. But even if I know, like the reality is, with the extra resources, you're transitioning into double unit comp so much earlier than any other Civ can in the game. Because you can have 5 horsemen and 5 lombos, when another Civ can only afford maybe 6 or 7 of one unit. And this is a great start. Puppy Paw gets a kill on the villages. Wow, it feels like these Raxus archery is a little bit late there. Donzo is now going to be coming out, so he should be able to at least get the kill. But that sets up Puppy Paw nicely. Because yes, you've got the Pit Mine, you've got the Mansa, adding an extra eco. But remember, Puppy Paw already has level 1 Cistern, and the second one is coming in. So his economy is about to be buffed entirely by 14%. Yeah, which at this stage is worth about 3 extra villages. Meanwhile, Wham, with the Pit Mine and the Mansa, he's getting about 4 extra villages. If you can get this Pit Mine up, he has a window, but the problem with Cisterns and what makes them so good as you open up towards 10 minutes is the percentile scaling on your economy. You're always increasing your villager count, and Cisterns are just habitually there. In fact, the way you get into them just feels a little bit frustrating for people on the other side because Cisterns are built simply by building other things, right? When you build a mill, when you build stables, when you build any of these buildings, you get stone rebates to then construct this buff aura. I think that's kind of been a problem with Byzantines, is that element feels too inviting, too almost free. The other way they could go and try to fix this issue of Byzantines is going to be the scale point. I've said 2 things with Merc houses. You could probably decrease the production time it takes and decrease the amount that come out. Because let's say I like run 1 horseman in here, right? On a Merc house, 5 longbows will beat him, right? Normally, if I run a horseman into an archer range, an archer comes out, horseman wins. So that dynamic is weird. But the bigger one, the biggest oversight we've now had for a year, why is there no flag when you choose a contract? Just put a little flag in the center or on top of the roof. Or put a banner that goes all over the roof. I think that would actually go a long way in helping, considering that this is a game that's based on counterpicks, right? Right now, like, you don't even necessarily guarantee know what you're going up against. And this, well, I know what Wham's going up against. Up against the wall, and then he's going to be shot in the... Okay, I should finish that statement. That's not child-friendly. This is brutal. He went for production. He didn't prep ahead of time for that production. I mean, the production he was going for is expensive, and that is going to surely be the quickest game of this grand final. GG called. Malians, this was weird, and it definitely wasn't wonderful. Oh, God. All right, that was bad. I mean, it's a hard play. Like, I'm not really sure what Malians exactly are meant to do to feel good in that matchup. I think that's like one of Malians' hardest matchups, if I'm not mistaken. But that definitely was not it. So, let's see what they've got for us next. I'll pay out. All right, Kalauga is up next, and we are going to have Abasid versus Chinese. Let me set up those predictions now. Oof. Yeah, all right, we're in 40 seconds. I'm going to run 30 seconds ads now, guys. Boop. Excuse me while I put my entire stack on Puppy Paw again. Dude, just remortgage the house. Why be weird? All right. Oh, I haven't even had a chance. Wait, it's Jim here. Can you do me a favor, mate, and update the flags for Game 3? It was Pigeon's View, or High View, Byzantines versus Malians. Sorry, I'm getting ready because we're literally now hopping in the next game. We're like, go, 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 non-stop. Boop, boop. Am I going to have to start changing the grand final? Oh, wait. Oh, sorry, I just realized it's on the wrong side. Let me flip. I've always been the right side just by habit. Thank you, Cal. Appreciate you, buddy. Am I going to have to start changing my grand finals into best of 11s? Well, I don't know. Welcome back to Midweek Muster number 4's grand finals. Game number 4. And it might already be the last game of week 4. Puppy Paw is 3-0 up over Wham. Wham, who usually is able to match him pace for pace, take us 6, if not 7 games deep in a series, faces a complete wash here. Let's see if he can wash his face and make it to a redraft after game 4. Nothing but perfection now, if Wham wants to get a win. This boy's hungry for it, guys. Wham won the first ever midweek muster and has not been able to since. He keeps getting blocked out by the same guy week after week after week. In fact, it took Louis MT taking out Puppy Paw for Wham to win that first week because Puppy Paw wasn't even in the finals. This guy is the guy to beat, right? We've seen that Wham is capable of getting a leg up over Vortex. Admittedly, that series was insanely close anyway. But Puppy Paw just looking on another level and now looks to close this series on his signature civ. This is what he is king on. This is what most players know him for. That he's renowned for. His Chinese is honestly on another level compared to his other civs. I think Byzantines was kind of catching up, but like honestly, Byzantines is crazy in almost any high-level pro's hands at this stage. The Chinese in particular have still remained a big standout. Abbasids have very cool competitive versatility though, and we might be seeing a logistics dervish play. Maybe some pressure opportunities here because dervishes are pretty good against Chinese that are not going to be going into range units unless they go Song, which is very expensive. Kalaga is a map as well. I mean, in terms of safe resources, the gold is usually slightly out of range. You've also got the issue of like the food locations. He actually dropped the mill forward to get the deer, which puts him a little bit exposed in terms of positioning here. 9 sheep, of course, versus it should be 9. Usually Kalaga spawns, I think, exactly 9 sheep per player. The interesting part to me is that he didn't opt for the mill back here. I think it's because he's trying to condense his eco here so that he can wall the tree line, wall to the gold, and then wall this side. So basically his food won't be touched due to walling. Wow, what's it going to be? It has to be logistics, right? Yeah. These guys love this build. This is their bread and butter. They thrive on it or they die by it. Cultural and logistics in particular on this map feels really cool because if there's ever any sort of fishing plays, this is a really good way of surging forward to deny that. And what is up, Aprico Senman? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Welcome to the Swarm. Remember, guys, if you got subs, get them in. I appreciate it. We are literally going to see the resolution of week number 4 of a 30-week esports circuit. So there's plenty of hours of content that you can be dodging ads on. If you're watching later, go ahead and drop the Prime subs and subs across the channel. I appreciate the support. I don't think this is Barbican, right? It would feel so greedy. I mean, in theory, you can do it because Wham hasn't shown any signs of aggression. We know logistics is coming, but there's no guarantee that Wham's going to play the Age. This could just be fast castle with relics immediately pulled back at the beginning of it. Second taxman coming in. I mean, I still think that this is an overtuned landmark. I genuinely believe Imperial Academy could just not have a discount on taxmen, and it would still be worth building every single game. Tax just feels too good. Even this nerf they just recently put in, where Imperial Examinations, it used to be 80 that you could carry with your tax. They put it down to 70. It's still ridiculously good. I think the cooldown is maybe just too low between taxing. This is fast castle. Okay, so WAM is just going to be full steam ahead. Makes sense, right? China is one of the hardest civs to try and dive in on, unless you can kind of guarantee a value in blobbing. Ibbids, they're great for the quality of their raiding units. So like when your opponent's playing out the map, Desert Raiders can outplay. But I never really rate Ibids as this civ that you want to blob and go. It's not like, for example, English with 50 Lombos and 20 meta arcs. It doesn't function that way. It doesn't have access to those type of units. Dervish win complete. No advancement now, so this just has to be growth wing, right? Because remember, like, you're going to be behind an economy because your opponent has the taxmen to amplify them. Spear's now coming up from Puppy Pool. What would be sick from WAM, actually, is if he just prepped archery ranges. It sounds kind of wild, but, once you begin the tech up, the cool thing about going to archery ranges here is you can scale archers while you're waiting for the tech to complete. And then your opponent already has spears. Like, all you need to do is get in here with archers and deny this area. This is his entire economy. It's one screen. If you camp here, Puppy Paw goes full idle. Where's he going to go from there? Food on the east side? Close by. Back spawner berries? It's only 4. And I understand why people don't want to go archers, by the way. Like, the logic is if you save for the heavily armored units, they're individually worth more. But Camel Lancers can be countered from nades behind. What could be cool for WAM is... Oh, God. It's gonna... Oh, no. No, no, no. Puppy Paw, don't do it to him. I was about to say Gulam play, but I guess that ain't happening today. Come on. He's got a retracted goal, but it is so far away. Oh my god. I mean, he just has to gather what he can and get out, right? He's probably going to lose a villager in the process. Yeah, he's not moving them either. Wham. Oh no. Dervishes, they didn't even do that job! They had one job! Behind this Barbican. It's coming in. Are you kidding me? Puppy Paw. It's his signature delayed Barbican rush. This boy loves this build. Typically seen in Frizzy Marshes. Today on Kalauga. He's putting on the berries. I mean, mostly they've been exhausted, so it's not that big of a deal. It's going to give him the song, though. It's going to give him a staging point. He needs to reach for that gold. An outpost is coming up from WAM, though, aware of the threat that is looming. And can confirm, wait, it's not. He went for the industry wing. Wood and stone, guys. So he has a way of playing 2TC if he wants. He also is going to have the surplus wood initially to set up production buildings. I mean, I guess the idea is like growth gives you a burst, but industry gives you some longer presence. Shiv's out, though. Oh, this is cool. This is like, for example, with Delhi with Scholars, right? Because the Scholars can essentially heal the damage and contest the outpost rush of Mongols. The problem, though, is the Dervishes can't sustain as much as a Scholar can. Outpost. Wait, he actually cancelled and shifted the other side. So, we'll get the defense up. So, well played. Does by the time. Tech up. 40 seconds out. You really want to be moving with these relics, but you can already see, yeah, Puppy Paw. He's aware of it. He's not helping his brother shoving deer in. He's waiting for the inevitable pull because Kalauga tends to spawn most of the relics on one side of the map. I don't know if this was entirely intentional, but it just seems to be the way that I've noticed that it plays out is you, on average, will have a 3-2 split or a 4-1 split. It definitely feels maybe a little bit too powerful because it just gives one side that matters more than the others. It looks like he's going to try and take advantage of that side, and I believe he may have been seen shuffling out because the spearmen are already rotating around. Yeah, these relics do not feel like they're going home. Oh, tech up complete. Raxes are being dropped behind this. We have got the stone, the wood. Wham. Does he commit into a second TC? I mean, on the deer, it can make a lot of sense. The spearmen are just so close by, though. Relics are being pulled home, but look at the split. So much for that landmark choice. He has to drop and run. Does get away with the dervishes, but loses the scout in the process. Doesn't get the relics. He is at least buying space. Love this play. I thought he was going to go for the D on the south side, but this makes a lot more sense. You want to play your extension of eco away from where the fight is. Raxes are coming through. Golems have been queued up, but They were a little bit delayed. I believe Wham had a gap there because he was microing so much on the dervishes. Torch is not going to be good here for Puppy Ball, by the way. Like, the Torch blade, no. Because you're trying to Torch into fire armor. You do, like, no damage here. It takes you so long to get a kill. The Gulems will be there. And, guys, funnily enough, one Gulem can win this fight. Like, no, you have to back away because the dervishes can just heal him. Yeah. One Gulem can just defend this entire push. We do have Zhu coming though. Puppy Paw, is he thinking of going castle? I mean, it's a decent number of Zhu can do, but with Gulem starting coming out, even though they can kind of kite them, do some damage, they're always going to just be doing free damage, right? Into a unit that has 195 health. If you could castle at least, like there's potentially a timing there. Still, it looks like he's investing in the age. Probably thinking about a ram rush onto the secondary town center. Yeah, the ranged armor play from Wham's kind of curious, guys. It's not actually necessary at all here, unless you think your opponent's going castle age. Because you can do cap out at 5 damage. And a Gulem's default armor is 4. So you've already reduced the damage to the maximum. Essentially, Wham just basically wasted resources that could have otherwise went to an additional Gulem. So yeah, to make sense of this, he has to go for someone that has higher arrow damage, like the static defenses. Could be just trying to skewer the gold, but I feel like you're leaning north side anyway. You need to, because if this TC goes down already, it's curtains closed, right? You don't have an economy lead. I mean, look at it. It's 39 villages to 38. Anytime Puppy Ball playing out the flanks, it really feels like Wham would benefit from just sneaking 1 or 2 camel lances. It probably feels it's necessary to get the Gulems for the defense here. Relics are at least garrisoned and more on the way home. 2 already banked, a 3rd one coming in. The scout does know what's happening over here, and it looks like he is already in position to potentially block that relic grab on the north. Yeah, 1 spearman. Dive comes in, Wham. Well, he saw this coming, right? Good off with the outpost, so it does garrison in time. No fire armor protection, guys. He's not connected into the House of Wisdom. Villager's still trying to pump here, but it's going to be difficult to get them out. He needs to move the troops fast. Gulems are on the way. He's got the dervish as well. Torch damage, adding in fast here. He's going to get massacred the moment he tries to repair. And it's only 3 villages anyway. Hides in the stealth forest. This is crafty. If he can bait him in, Gulems, Wallow comes down. That shoves him back a bit more. Remember, because he's carrying the relic, he is healing quicker on all these units. I feel like that was premature. There's no Wallow now. Behind this, oh my god, he's building a Tower of the Sultan. We have to see this win once, right? Surely. Gulem's coming through. Starting to shove this back. I mean, you see how long it takes just to kill one of these heavily armed lads. Now, just a few left over to deal with the spears is going to work. So it looks like Wham is going to be able to hold here. He's moving forward to give that heal over. I think you need to reset. The Barbican's just so close by. I'm surprised Puppy Paw is not retreating into it. So it does get some breathing room here. Repair comes through. Wham. If he can get this Tower of the Sultan up, as meaningful as it often seems, it's not the worst of ideas against Mos Jugnu. It's not great either, but it's a very effective damage absorber that you can kind of get out of the fight quick enough. The reason why Tower of the Sultan isn't as good against Zhug is Zhug will do 3 times more damage than other ranged units, right? They'll do 3 damage each. So for example, every round of attacks go to 90 damage, which is over 10% of your health. The catch, of course, is getting in range. Yeah, because Zhuganu aren't fast. Unlike the new line of AMD CPUs, the 9800X3D, for example, is the fastest gaming CPU on the market. Oh, that was a smooth transition, KP. Yeah, click it out. Click on it now, guys. It actually helps the channel. It is an awareness campaign. We're trying to make people aware the new one is out. It's actually sold out everywhere right now, so they just want you to look at it. So click the link, and it lets them know they should be sponsoring AoE for more. TC is being kept alive, and the Gulems are buying the time necessary. Wallow's coming off cooldown at 15. You won't really get to use up the Zhuganu, though. Love that on the Gulems. Just go for the double strike onto the Ram. He's min-maxing the distance here. Dervish is being chased. The Gulems will be able to mop up the Ram, though. And the Dervish is just quick enough. Wait, as long as he moves. Remember, this guy, he heals himself while running away as well. And Spearmen actually don't really move very quick compared. little bit subpar there. Wham didn't keep the moving going with the Dervish. A little bit surprised. However, the town center is still alive. Wham is not dead yet. He's struggling to build an eco lead though. And Puppy Paw is gradually clawing his way up towards Castle. I mean, he's got mangoes. We know Wham loves his mangoes, but I think the Canadians have tried to make Castle Age mangoes work in the games more than any other player, and credit to them. I think of the players I've seen trying it on Season 9, they're maybe the most consistent for finding ways for it to work. It feels weird against Zhu, though. Zhu just erase Manganiques and mangoes, right? Oh, speaking of things they erase, villages. Only 3 Zhu, so we're going to get the shivs out, but it's still going to be idle time if you villagers lost here in a game where your brother is mirroring your age. And he still has the eco lead. Yeah, this is horrible, man. Like, he's just wasting so much of your time. Doesn't quite get that extra villager kill, but 3 Zhu for 2 villages you take every day of the week. And Wham has forgotten to drop off the relic. Look at this amazing relic I have. Bask in its glory. And yeah, the Tower of Salt took a long time to build because you only could ever afford 1 Golem to do it. Kind of worked out smartly there, right? It's going to get access to his primary gold again. However, like I said, if you lose this area, you lose the TC. Imagine these. Oh, no. No, 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 no. No. I've seen this too many times before. It is absolute BS. What was that beep? Wallow? Wait, oh, wait. Puppy Paw? What? How is that not just the game? What just happened there? Sorry, let me do that correctly. What the just happened there? He's not dead. Tower of the Salt's moving in the meantime. Barbican now being attacked. But yeah, guys, this is what I'm talking about. Look at his health. Look at his health. And tell me that you want to build this against Zhu. Mangoes are trying to protect, but I think Wham may have jumped the gun on this one. Gooms are going to come out. Nicely done. The A-click shift over. So the Tower of the Salt and the 1,000 resource investment is not going to die. Oh man, not just that, guys. He snuck something while we weren't looking. Mamluk's bravery is now in the picture. This is huge. Remember, it gives you the damage and movement speed buff. So when you just kill these easily killed Jugenu, you're able to surge forward and kill additional. Hey, why does the Dervish not heal Manganique now? So Barbican's down. Wham is alive. And we may yet see a redraft in this best of 7 grand finals. He did lose the TC. But he has got a 4th relic that he will eventually bank, I swear. And he could be going for a recovery TC because we have got the Stone Gathering. Wall ambitiously also going up. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw does get found on the flank here, so a little bit of clubbing done there, but not enough. The Lancers mirrored perfectly. Wham does have more Camel Lancers patrolling. Gulem's also going to force the villagers off of the deer. And that does mean the 5th relic could be coming home to Papa. Wham still not actually banking that 4th relic. It would be nice, but you also like the heal, I guess. Puppy Paw gonna try again. That overstep the Jugenu cost him all the momentum. Can he reclaim it quickly here with Lancers to back him this time? Should be much harder for Manganiques just to save the day here. Wallow's gonna come out. Mangoes need to move for the Zhug. Love this. He's creating choke points intentionally. Ramping his production, but also giving him extra ground for the Manganiques to feel safe in. More Tower of the Sultan over here. Whoa. Uh-oh. We may have forgotten about it. Gulems are trying to protect it. And it looks like he will be able to keep it alive, so might be worth repairing this up. It's an extra tool in the fight, right? Survives 21 HP. The one you can do is like, I'll finish. No, 19 health left. Wham keeps this 1,000 resource investment alive. It's okay, guys. Those fires, like, you know what they are? They're hardening the wood. It's very healthy. People, meanwhile, think about this, guys. You know, he's playing out to the flanks, risky resources, right? I feel like he's exhausted resources at a much more rapid pace than Wham as well. So a farm transition is going to be needed sooner for Puppy Paw than it should for Wham. Now, you could argue he took more the neutral resources, but I don't think that's true. Deer, berries, these things in the center were not touched. The Tower of Salt every time. The thing you fear. Leave, mere mortals. And welcome, myriad mortals. Thank you very much for the raid, mate. We may be witnessing the comeback of Midweek Muster number 4 here. If he can hold, but no! I had to say it. I had to say it. Manjanique's down. Camel Lancer's now on the way from Wham, but there's already crossbows starting to get mixed in. Puppy Paw's first line doesn't have them. However, what he does have is Blob. A lot of it. Camel Lancer's still trying to raid. I mean, he needs to chip so much eco here, though. Tower Sultan also needs to participate. It's coming, guys. It's just going to take a while. You could probably, like, go to a waiting screen and put a countdown of 2 minutes and it still won't be in the fight. However, hold on. Puppy Paw, I think you're distracted by the raids there. Yeah, so overextended with the Zhuge. Camel Lance is going to chase this down. Second wave is arriving, though. That is crossbow, so this is where Wham needs to pull away. Instead, he commits. I don't think he realized that those are crossbows. Well, he's going to now. Camel Lances are dead. Raiding wave, is looking for targets, but not able to find them. Puppy Paw has got 30 villagers moving into a dangerous position here, though. What is happening with that Tower of the Sultan? Archers are at least going to get a good trade here against the crossbows now, though. If he can finish off the Zhuge. But they're pretty much gone, right? Only 8 Zhuge remaining. I mean, in theory, Wham's comp works, right? Camel Lance archers should beat crossbow knights. Then again, crossbows are just kind of absurd. The base damage is way too high. And who's won the most of these musters right now? Well, this one would make them even Stevens or domination for Puppy Paw. Puppy Paw is currently on a 2-win streak. This would be the 3rd in a row. Wham has only won 1 midweek muster, and that was the very first. These walls. Look, it's making a little house roof. The Lancers are still looming, though. This fishing is just so dangerous from Puppy Paw. Gold gathering also in the center. I don't mind this as much. I actually like that he's bringing his eco here because he can guard this area with his army. So when he goes out to places like this, that things start to often go bad for him. You can't eat me if you don't have anywhere to drop me off. Wow, that is, I mean, that's a very smart pick. I gotta give it to him. No meal, no me. Wait, no meal, no meal, no meal. There you go. Oh, okay. Camel Lancers are starting to shuffle out here. I mean, Lancers in position to guard, right? But they're heavily injured. You'll lose this fight every day of the week. Third one is also coming in to guarantee it. So Puppy Paw's going to have to forfeit the area or lose the villagers. What's it going to be? Okay, that's very creative. He pulls away with the Lancer at the end to pull away from his economy. I'm a bit surprised Wham isn't paranoid. There we go. Because you've seen a mill here, right? You should be suspecting your opponents in the area still. Meanwhile, there is a breakthrough on the south side. Lancers moving in. Crossbows starting to get honed in on here. Lancers can shuffle for that eco on the west side. A lot of gold gathering here. There's now unguarded. Camel Lancers didn't actually chase that in the end. They went back. He's still trying to build this wall. Help. He has got 2 TC. Farms have at least been added in. Quick wall coming in just in time there from Wham to prevent a wrap onto the bulk eco. Although I don't think this entirely stops them, but it's going to buy time for the catch-up. Seriously dealt with there. So crossbows were in position guarding. Oof. One problem here for Puppy Paw is he's still playing on the limited resources and he hasn't made that granary transition, right? So if he doesn't kill Wham in the next like 3 or 4 minutes, there is going to be a problem here, right? The berries are exhausted. He's got Dare Berry in the center. He's got some berries behind, but then that's it, right? Like, ball down here, done. I guess there's these ones. So I want to say 3 or 4 minutes, maybe 5. 5 minutes at this type of like eco level sounds about right. So Puppy needs to start thinking, can I actually kill Wham? I know my brother likes to turtle in these situations. And he, he's basically back up against the wall. There's no recovery elsewhere. Is it safer to go for a farm transition instead? The healing is just so damn good. Even more so because Puppy Paw went Nesta Bees. This is pretty disastrous for him. Like, Dervish just offset his progress unless he has enough Nesta Bees to instantly kill. More dangerous gathering out here. Lance is still being annoying. I kind of feel like Wham is pulling ahead here. As has been highlighted in the chat, is 5 relics, right? Farms coming in. I mean, China's eco is strong, right? But we mentioned the weaknesses of what Puppy Paw is doing here. He didn't play for 2 TC. In fact, it looks like he might be going for a keep drop with this much stone. Either that or just over-gathering. I mean, if you go to TC drop, you'd expect it to be a lot sooner than this. Instead, the wood's going to everything else. Crossbow mass is big for Puppy Paw, though, and I won't say anything bad about crossbows. The bad I'll say is they need to probably be nerfed. They are too damn good, and they are the bread and butter of every comp right now that succeeds, we find. When you get deep in a castle, the guy with more crossbows tends to pull ahead. The Mango play is cool from Wham in theory, but, you know. My worry is if we get Mass Nesta Bees, Mass Mangoes. Mass Nesta Bees has more potential to wipe the Mangoes than the Mangoes do the Knobs, right? Because Manganiques are more focused in their attack, Nesta Bees spread. And although you can use Incendiary shots, the damage doesn't really compare. And that's before we go blah blah something something, Clock Tower Nesta Bees, why does it exist? Right, 50% more health just makes these very hard to pick off. Treb's now coming. The keep drop is complete. So Puppy Paw did go for the 4 defenses here. Hear me out. Another Tower of the Sultan. We can time you out. We want a longer series, not a shorter. Another raid coming in. I mean, he never got that reroll in time. In fact, the timing was most opportune. Puppy Paw snuck in. The reroll comes through, but the villagers in the meantime. Every time it looks like Wham is about to take an advantage on eco, gets cut down. Also, Wham is now running out of gold, right? He's got the forward one with 3k, but that's essentially on the front line. That's going to give Puppy Paw a pressure point at a point in the game where he still leads on military. Yeah, Wham realizes that we are getting mass crossbows now. Kind of scary if Puppy Paw starts playing Nesta Bees. I'm surprised he's going Palace Guard here. Doesn't really make much sense. You know, maybe you think your opponent's going archers, but what would really lead you to believe that? It might be that Puppy Paw's thinking 3 or 4 minutes down the line because he knows Wham's out of gold. Even when you're limited on gold, though, with 5 relics, crossbows are somewhat scalable. Villagers, Wham is getting greedy. Tries to play for the resources on Puppy Paw's side. Gets denied. Tricky, right? You're playing Ibid, you can't touch the board, so you have to get a bit more risky. Trebs are at least working on this castle. What he doesn't want is this situation where Puppy Paw forces a fight here, and then this keep is assisting, because hand cannon slits on castles is kind of nutty. Camel Lancers are at least going to mirror the move of the Lancers, but another negative fight for Wham. Crossbows arrive at perfect time here. Outpost can't be built up. Wham is now going to lose another 5 villages. He's just not getting ahead on villages at all. Can't even hang around for a raid onto those eco belonging to Puppy Paw either, right? Can Wham really play this game without gold? That is the question I'm now asking in my brain, right? Because he essentially is going to have to. This one's too far. We've seen how iffy it is to get out here. Farms, I'm not worried about the food. He can add farms. That's viable, right? Then again, wood is also a problem. He's running desperately low, and oh no. Wham. Wham. Wait. No, don't chop that tree down. Do not that, no, guys. They're in again. Oh, they're the scourge of his existence. Puppy Paw now hitting and breaching on two sides. Archers are mirroring the move of the spears, though. The Lancer crossbow should be heading for the Lances of the Chinese. Feels like Puppy Paw is just somewhat playing with his food here. Tau the Sultan moves in and goes down. Trebuchet was at least able to set the keep ablaze. However, he may have been spread a bit too far thin here. Wham! Needs to pull back. Dive coming into the eco line. Now, this is 5 Mangoes. And not many Lancers, guys. The crossbows can deal with that. The Mangoes just need to deal with the blob. Needs to back it up. Manganique's turn for a shot. Puppy Paw. A little bit overkill there. But a second wave coming in. Might be worth some focus fire. Oh man, Puppy Paw finally realizes what we're talking about. He's going into the spears. Spears, crossbows. I mean, if you micro the Manganiques correctly and don't target one location, great. You can win that fight. But Wham so far has been blobbing. Right? Sees one crossbow, tries to kill him. Not great. Flank raid. Problematic. Just 1 or 2 Lancers added in. The Sprue should at least remove that. So at that stage, it's only a handful of spears. They might be cycling west if Puppy Paw notices, but instead he's distracted right now. The push is coming in. Nestamies goes down. Still want to play the Manganiques. Need protection though. Reload complete. He needs to turn for a shot, but he doesn't feel like he can here. And he's lacking a front line. This is problematic. The Manganiques need to get that shot off. But the line formation kind of betrayed them. They were all too far forward. Turns around now. Crossbows dodged though. Puppy Paw doesn't care. The Spearmen have started to reach the siege. He needs to keep backing it up. The Nestamies now hitting the tree line. The Dervish is down. No more AoE heal. This is it. Puppy Paw, make it or break it. He might have just been broken. Gold gathering on the front line. Farm transition now underway for Puppy Paw, but the Manganiques held. And now, wham! After 30 minutes of being beaten up by his bro, he has the food, he has the timing. Horseman Golem on the way. What a morale booster at the most critical point when you couldn't wait any longer in the series. Wham! Finally starting to move up. Man goes for the reload here. Needs to be careful. Does spread the shots a little bit. Even if he has to back up here, guys, he has archers, horsemen, golems coming. He has 50 farms behind this. It's looking good. It's looking bright. And this series looking to go deeper into the night. GG gets called. Wham! Is able to get on the board in the craziest of ways. Wow. What a fantastic game. Perfectly orchestrated. I mean, I say perfectly, right? We saw losses on both sides, but the perfection is the fact that those errors were forced errors. Puppy Paw was relentless with his pressure, and what a morale booster it has to be after that opening, after how quickly this game looked like it was going to be over. The way that Wham was able to come back against Puppy Paw's signature Civ leaves a hell of a lot of hope for this grand finals. How it's going to end? No one knows. There's only one way to find out. You have to keep tuning in. You lost all your points? Well, that's what you get for being a hipster with your gamba. Wow. Well played, sir. So he gets us to a redraft. A win for the right. 3-1. We now head into a redraft. Remember, after Game 4, we always have a redraft for these. So we could see some similar picks again. Let me have a look and see where that draft is at right now. Yep, they literally just began it. 1 sec, I need to deal with the heat. Gonna turn it on for a little bit.
Now you're my sugar daddy.
Yo! What's up, Vortex? We caught your series at the start of the day, mate. GG's. You were very close to being in these grand finals. Thank you for the raid, mate. I hope you had a good stream. Are you signed? I didn't check. Are you signed up for next week? Are you enjoying the midweek musters? Hopefully so. We apparently had 40 signups this week, so we're capped. Nice. Yes, even more likely we could see you in the grand finals this time, mate, because Puppy Paw hasn't signed up for week 5. What a generous guy. Wants to give someone else an opportunity to win. Are we bugged on the draft here? Oh, no, sorry. They're doing their bans, right? Awesome, awesome. And reminder, guys, with the signups, the way it works is we already closed signups for midweek muster number 4. 5 rather. Sign-ups close every Wednesday. So Wednesday at, I believe it's 4 p.m. CET. Make sure you sign up to these in advance because there's usually free on average available beforehand. By the way, can you all do me a favor? That link that just popped up in chat about the new Ryzen CPUs, click it, check it out. These are incredible. The performance gains on these is nutty. Definitely worth getting your hands on the Ryzen 9000. They're currently actually sold out in the 9800 X3D series, which is the peak gaming CPU. But the cool thing about the campaign we're doing them right now is this awareness for the upcoming extra batches on the way. So you actually help me and help the campaign reach extra eyeballs by simply clicking that link. No obligation to spend, but I think you'll find when you have a look at this website, you'll want to grab one of these down the line. All right, so what I was saying though, with the midweek muster, make sure that you are signing up to these in advance. We already have the map pool for week 5. We have got Dry Arabia, Himiyama, Kalauga, Lipany, Pigeon's View, Scarguard, and Transhumans. Transhumans is going to be the default map of the week. It's a little bit like Canal, but a different dynamic. Instead of a river down the center, you're like starting in the corner and you work your way out. Should be quite interesting to see this. This is going to be the default map. So the other one we brought in was Dry Arabia, and we got rid of... it was Cliffside, and the other one we got rid of was Haywire. Because Haywire, it's hilarious to watch, but it is a bit memey. So yeah, we'll see how this one does. That's what we do every week as we shuffle 2 maps in, 2 maps out. So yeah, make sure you sign up to these in advance because KPMM 6, 7, and 8, I think 6 and 7 at least are there. 8, we're figuring out the details. I'll let you guys know more about that a little bit down the line. Whew. What a bloody series this is now becoming, though. Oh. I mean, dude, I'm feeling invigorated. I was a little bit worried that was just going to be a quick burn. These two are always entertaining to watch. It's because they know each other very well, right? So, like, sometimes when you have players clash, there's a clash of ideologies. There's, like, the X versus Y, and one is right and one is wrong. And it's just, like, fundamentally that simple, right? But the cool thing when these two clash is because they are so similarly matched and they train with each other all the time, they have a similar understanding. But, like, it's very different to, for example, Vortex and Luciferon. Like, Vortex and Luciferon, they play situations out very aggressively, and they usually conclude that it's over at, like, this point, right? With respect to believe in like, your process that much. I have noticed on average, like, Puppy Paw and Wham, maybe they just don't find themselves in that immediate GG state as quickly as, like, the strategies that Vortex and Luciferon go to. But often, like, it feels like I've seen more situations where, like, for example, Wham in particular will play for, like, the 1 percentile recovery, right? So yeah, it's very different approaches because these two on average explore the mid-late game a lot more than Vortex and Luciferon, who very clearly, I think they'll agree, prefer the early mid-game. All right, draft complete. Let's load that bad boy up and find out where we're going. French banned by both? Yeah, they covet the French pick quite a bit. Is that Emma with a sword but not with a sub icon? What? How are we doing on the goal for this month, by the way? We're at 330 subs. We've got a few days left in November. I said I'd love to see us reach 350 subs. 400 would be like the big milestone where I blow my mind. Definitely worth it, by the way, guys. I've just checked the overview stats for this month. And we have been live. With today included, it'll probably be about 105 hours. Tomorrow is probably going to be like another 7 or 8 hours. So each month, we're probably doing like 110 to 120 hours of streaming. So I know how many ads get ran. If you don't want to have to worry about the ads, subscribe. Okay, let's see if the boys are getting into lobby now. We'll find out what map we're going to. 1 second. Sorry, just responding to something in the background. The +10 on docks has been more relevant than anticipated. It has some really cool builds. Yeah, it's very efficient. Because the thing I was saying is, like, it's kind of like we're playing Ottomans now, where your dock's only 100 resources. Because you're going to want to build a house eventually, right? So if you build a dock, you've saved 50 wood. It's also very cool because, like, compared to a house, the dock's very tanky. And also, the other thing is, if you're going to have to go to a dock anyway, and you build a dock, but, like, you save on building a house, it's not just the fact you save 50 wood, you've also saved the additional build time of building a house as well, right? So it actually has, like, a nice combined value to it. So, having a look at what they're drafting now. Chinese Zone. Where? Ooh. I can't see what map they went for, but based on the picks, I think this has to be Skarsgård. So Wham drafted like this and then chose Skarsgård. That's peculiar. Because, like, Puppy Paw got all of the best civs for Skarsgård. He got Chinese, Zhu Xi, Malians, Rus. These are all the pro scout civs. All the best, anyway. Wham, in the past, has tried to do Abbasid on Skarsgård, and it hasn't worked. Zone's kind of interesting. It's like a poor man's French in certain ways with this particular map. So, yeah, a little bit curious on that one. Let's see. Did we start predictions? Is it 5 minutes or 2, though? Because I think they only just got into game. Oh, we've got 7 minutes. Easy. Boom. Perfectly done. Thank you, thank you. And it is Skarsgård, we were right. Yeah. Was there anything else Wham could have went for? English versus Chinese? Probably not. Pro scouts would just do no damage, right? Abbasid would have felt weird. I don't know, man. His draft feels nice past this. Feels terrible in it, right? Oh, turns out we've got no delay. We're now in. Lul. Unless... No, I'm just going to double check this isn't a remake. No, we are live. Alright, we made a very long prediction then. Do we cancel it and make it a minute? Mods, can you do that, please? 6 minutes in-game is pretty deep. People like take advantage of, like, get it now. Score's flipped. No, it is not. Oh, wait. Oh, sure. You're right. Yeah, on the draft it is. Yeah, sorry. That's because when we do a redraft, you, like, switch the position of the players drafting. We will be looking to explore new draft formats down the line, by the way. Okay. Back-to-back games against your brother's best civ. Can you make it back-to-back wins? One and all, welcome back to week 4 of the midweek muster. We are on the grand finals, a best of 7 between Puppy Paw in the pink on the Chinese and Wham in the red on Zhone. Skarsgård is going to be the map. We know this map. We love this map when we watched the grand finals between these two because we got to see French trade. Will we see it today is the question mark because I'm wondering what the thought process is here for Wham. His draft did not feel very Skarsgård heavy. Puppy Paw got all of the best picks for this map. He got Zhu Xi, Chinese, Malians, Rus. The most picked civs, bar the French that was banned by both. Very curious situation Wham finds himself in. If he wins this map, I think with the remaining picks, things like Lipany, he's got things like Abbasid, I believe, his draft looks pretty good. This, to me, feels like it will be the biggest hurdle to get a map win on in the remaining that we have in the pool. Because I believe after this, we have Lipany, and then only one more, which would be Cliffside. And his draft's pretty good for that. Like, he has some good variants there. But this almost felt like he didn't really have any other options. Mongols has been kind of a question mark against things like Chinese on this map. Abbasid wouldn't make any sense. He lost to Chinese trying to play Abbasids here. So he didn't really want the deja vu. So instead, we trust in Zhone. Now, what does Puppy Paw want to do? Because I feel like you could play a prolonged feudal here. Mass Shugen Spears and feel pretty good because Zhone will just die. This is the thing that's really awkward. Chinese versus French. Annoying matchup for French, but doable. Because the whole idea is, although Song can scale them, you can chip them down, and Yuriko scales a bit. Zhone isn't like that, guys. Zhone doesn't have faster producing TCs. So, if China ever gets Song, they rapidly move ahead of you on village account. I wonder, with this build, wow, I'm not sure this is Pro Scouts. Which kind of makes sense, right? Like, you should... I feel like if you're in a matchup where you have to go Pro Scouts as Zhone, it needs to be a heavy cap matchup, right? Like against French or Rus. Otherwise, you kind of feel like picking Zhone was pointless, right? Because you should be the scary, big badass on the map in the early game. Your opponent should be scared to come out to you. So Wham should be able to leverage that and play onto the deer, right? Out onto the berries, the boar, these type of things. And in fact, he actually has a gorgeous spawn for exactly that, guys. This area here, you wall this off, you secure, 5 stacks of free deer, so that's 15 deer, plus a boar. That's a lofty amount of income. That ends up being something in the region of, I believe it's about 7,500 food. So Imperial Academy now online. Do I need to do another game where I rant about Imperial Academy OP? No, I think we got the idea. I am very opinionated on this landmark at this stage. For good reason. Bloody thing just feels so good. Taxation is looking good. Look at these drop-offs. Puppy Paw. I don't think you have to go Pro Scouts here, right? He hasn't opened racks yet. He hasn't really got that many people on wood, so it feels like we're going to Pro Scouts. Actually, I think he's just going to go Barbican, right? Ford Barbican, like what, towards the ball? Yeah, okay. So I'd say you can't go that deep. He's going to have to be very retracted here. So Barbican's coming up. I wondered if he was going to go for this because like he wasn't going for spears at all, right? So he had to get some sort of standard defense. But meanwhile, wow, he actually does go for the Pro Scout. So doesn't want to risk his eco. But this is quite nice. So Wham, the reason why it's nice the way he's done this is he didn't waste money on Wheelbarrow, right? Pro Scouts is good if you don't go Wheelbarrow. Because like if you're going Wheelbarrow, why do you need Pro Scouts? Your villagers are efficient at moving around then. So this kind of balances out quite nicely because at that stage, it kind of feels like you're getting 50% off what you'd normally have to expend in that position. First Knight is going to ride in. Nice pick there. The Shiv's out, not really doing much. Important little bit of chip damage done because of what we said, where French would scale their economy against China in the other game, but Zhou will not. Zhou. It's even harder to say Jean right when your nose is weird. Goddamn flus from kids. Jean is on the way. Melee form has been chosen. I like this. The reality is if you're going to die to Zhu, you'll die in either form. You might as well be a bit more tanky and have a counter to the opening spears. Gives you an easy way of diving. And also, on top of that, if you catch Puppy Paw not looking at an eco pocket, you get in with one cleave. All of a sudden, that's actually, instead of, say, doing 1 strike of damage with an archer, 40 damage on a divine arrow, let's say you catch 4 villagers, that's 80 damage between them, right? That's the interesting thing. It's like, when you are going to be more all-in, I find the melee zone feels better. When you're looking for chip damage, archer makes more sense. Check this, Puppy Paw. Ooh. The scout timing there was very fortuitous. That would have been abhorrent to watch. Because remember, you get in, you cleave 20 on all of them, and then you club for 10. You wouldn't necessarily kill the villagers straight away, but it then sets the foundation. Because if you get 1 cleave on all those villagers, the lance puts them like down to 1 HP, right? So at that stage, like getting Bloomery means you guaranteed kill the villagers on a follow-up. Nice lance in there. Does actually get the snipe. Wow, very pressure-oriented, but it has to be. Archers are on the way. However, Puppy Paw is trying to bypass. He's going Fast Castle. Fast Castle with very limited resources, though. Free sheep, the berries. I mean, he has got 2-4 deer. Jean is going to look to pressure again. Goes in. There's the cleave we talked about. He's waiting for the recharge. Second swipe here could be big. Archer's shuffling over, but need to be quick about this. Sometimes I wonder if these type of builds would be worth it to just have a forward archer range. And wow, okay, Puppy Paw, he's admitted he can't sit here with such limited food. He is going to have to go Pro Scouts. But that delays your castle timing, right? That locks you to the age longer when your opponent's going for a full-in feudal assault. Not just that. We're getting trade again. Oh, these two. Last time we watched these two on Scarguard, it was Puppy Paw with the French, Wham with the Malians, and Puppy Paw was trading. Unknown. This time, Wham is sneaking it. Puppy Paw has never checked that deep into territory. He has no clue. A wide shuffle coming around the side here. Does he know about it? Pro Scout, did he just see a deer get picked up? That'd be good eyes if so, but no, he's just millimeters away from glancing it there. Meanwhile, Puppy Paw now pumping into Horseman plus the spears. Man, if he just moved quicker there, he would have intercepted. The Scout now realizes it. But he's been seen, so Scout should pull back. Scout should pull. Scout is very ambitious. Another little pick. Meanwhile, some attempts to intercept reinforcements is not going to go according to plan. Zhone will get even more XP. Another 7 in the pocket. It definitely adds up over time here. He's going to lose a knight to this, so not the most ideal of Mike. Wait, Stealth Forest? Okay, I can already see the rant coming from Puppy Paw on that one. He aggroes the boar, though. That's cheeky. However, it's knights, right? So great disengage there. Wham just runs the infantry the other way. And this is looking fairly good for Wham right now. Puppy Paw is really locked to the edge. We do have Zhu now on the way. He does need to do more damage. Oh, Puppy Paw is going to outscale him. The interesting part is Wham isn't putting everything into now. It almost feels like he's trying to sliver his way towards castle. Theoretically, you can, like, make a play into the Sacred Sites to get a quick level 3 in Zhone. And melee Zhone level 3 against your opponent in age 2 is substantial. Especially against Zhuge with ranged armor, they're only going to do, like, 1 damage. Good clash here. Goes in. Unfortunately, a little bit too soon there. Wasn't able to wait around for Zhone to arrive, so no XP farm. More bounty on the way home, but we do have scaling economy for Wham. The trade ships are in. Land is 38 villages versus 34. The trade ships are going to start balancing this out in favor of the west-located Canadian. JD's sword is bigger than the body. I mean, that's the power of it, guys. Like, if you had a sword this big, you just, like, you let it guide you. You start swinging, and gravity just does the rest. Now, you can't stop swing. That's why I think level 4 Zhone should just get the Beyblade ability, where she just spins around in circles. Like a barbarian from Poe. Yes, I'm making Path of Exile references now. Sue me. KP Path of Exile streamer arc when? God, can you imagine? Spears getting added in by Wham now. A little bit surprised to see this. With Zhuge on the way, not many horsemen to justify it. You're sub, why are you seeing ads? Because if you look next to your name, you can see you're not subbed. I'm glad I could explain that. Who's winning this? I mean, if we mass out on both sides, like, theoretically there is a point where Zhu will just ruin the Zhone plan. But he has a lot of knights coming. And with the trade ships, he's getting additional gold with the Pro Scouts play to afford a lot of knights. I feel like this is a really good position for Wham. Because what can happen is he can scale to like 20 knights, and then just like that, he'll have good enough economy to then go castle. Right? With Royal Institute, that just wins the game. Please be careful not to dive the... Wait, what? Puppy Paw went second TC. Oh, this is so greedy. However, he has spotted the trade. You can tell they both practiced this. So trade ships are gradually going to die off here. He needs to peel some knights to protect this. These are expensive investments, remember. Trade ships are not cheap. 100 wood, 100 gold. I.e., they have to trade 4 times to be positive on investment. Right now, Wham is not pulling across to do anything about it. And instead, Puppy Paw is now going for the dock drop. Oh, no. Knights are finally coming, but they needed to be here sooner, right? I thought he was going to pull them from the group on the south side, head straight over. But Doc is now up, and I don't think he even knows. I mean, why would he suspect right now? He's just seen 2 TC. What kind of psychopath goes for Doc play while also going 2 TC with China like this? And also, by the way, looking like he's going to go Castle Age. Is there anything that China cannot do? Be played a single game with me casting without me ranting about how absurd they are? Yeah, that's the one thing they can't do. Imagine if instead of building archer ships, you just start trading. Archer ship is here. So bad news for Wham. He's going to need to start getting his own military ships out. Spiritual ship is on the way. Knights are not able to burn down the dock. However, considering you're the guy with the knights, you can use this to your advantage to distract. Start diving with a few here. Quick reaction, last second there by Puppy Paw. Pretty smart. It gets the Knights deeper, gets more damage done. Hand cannon slits are coming in. Zhone a little bit too gusto-y with her dive. If Wham wants to break this, it needs to be Rams. A tricky position to try to get into them as well. Like, considering how many Zhug there are already, Zhug are very good at taking out Rams. And on top of that, now you're having to put a lot of woods into water. That's actually a really good trade. Wham, like, against an archship on the defensive, getting that trade is really impressive. Swirl ship is now coming, which is mirrored by Puppy Paw. So trade should be protected for now. Still, the problem is you only have one dock, so... Okay, yeah, he adds in a second. I was about to say, you need to be scaling eco still. And Puppy Paw, he's found the resources. Castle Age is on the way. Does he know, though? Wow, it almost feels like he senses it. Barbican is going to reveal an attempt to dive here. Shouldn't really be able to get in. Maybe if he had some guns from that Black Ops 6, he'd actually be able to do it now. The life of Zhone. Oh, how she'll moan about how OP Zhug are. Like, it's just ridiculous, right? When you have this many Zhug, it doesn't matter you have 2 ranged armor. I mean, 2 ranged armor is pitiful. Even 3 ranged armor. You're still taking 6 damage per Zhug. 6 damage per Zhug, and there's 30 of them attacking you, right? That's pretty lofty amount of damage. End up getting hit for 180, which you only have 225 health. Maths. Yay. So take out completed veterancy on the way for the spears. Knights are going to have to clash in here. Archers need to get rid of this front line quickly so you can mop up the Zhug. Looks like you might be able to do it. The spearman count a little bit low. Wham. Even with Zhone not here, sure he doesn't get the XP, but this could be a big win. Starts to dive in. Zhug have to back away. The villagers are pulling back as well. Archers can start to snipe off the eco. You want the Knights to deal with the Zhug, but they're in the choke points and holding here. No veterancy for them, though. Means the Knights are still substantially tankier than you'd like. Trade for Wham. How are we looking? Only 6 so far. More arch ships coming out. Remember, because Puppy Paw went for Pro Scouts, he also doesn't have to come out on this build. So 75 eco is lofty, but he does still have the Scouts bringing back the goods. Why not supervise upgrades? I think it was just an oversight. He's at least getting the Zhug upgrade. It's worth doing here against Plastic Shield Knights, right? Because then you can go up to 7 damage max with double range upgrade and veterancy. However, the timing might not be there again. Knights go in. Zhone is in the mixer. He baits him back in range, though. Big mistake being made there. The Lance is giving a lot of XP as well, and we must be close to leveling up, right? I mean, there was a death in there. But Wham, almost to that level 3. Arch is moving it again. More villagers are going to get found. The Knights still doing damage to the Zhug before the upgrades come through. But crossbows are now getting added in. This is important. What he's trying to do is clear the way for mass archers. The Knights are here to trade, and there's the level 3 Zhone pumped. Champions are going to come out. Not ideal. I would have said you want to be going Riders here. A little bit surprised by that choice. I mean, you're against Castle Age, right? If you're in Feudal and Feudal, Champions make sense. But when you're up against Castle, and especially with crossbows coming, makes a lot more sense to have the Riders. Can he actually min-max this? No, that's too greedy. Joe's going to go down 5 seconds before Divine Restoration. Wham, he has created that space, though. And look at the eco. 65 to 72. Now, a lot of that is in trade. That isn't ideal. Actually, only 5 in trade. So plenty of worker kills coming. A second wave on the way. Puppy Paw, he's still heavily outnumbered. Zhug count down to 14. Puppy Paw, he's running out of safe wood as well. The tree line seen. The archers can take advantage of this. Starts to dive in. More villagers dead. Gold line accessed as well. And Puppy Paw, he's tapped himself dry on the north side. Is he about to tap out? Villagers aren't moving away. The archers are trading well against this. And by some miracle, Wham, an age behind, is keeping his hopes alive. Archers are getting it mopped up now, though, right? Lancers are here. No more Knights yet. So we'll have to reset and pull back. Wham, still yet to pull the trigger to go up into age 3 himself. Wham, no, guys, he's not as rich as you think. He only has 5 trading boats still. A lot of this is military vessels to protect him. New Knights have arrived. Needs to be careful, though. This is starting to tilt against him a little bit. The Zhuge still being there means he can't just play the spears. He needs to reduce them to nothing first. Royal Institute finally is on the way. Last of the Lancers, dead. Puppy Paw also now in trouble. Food isn't looking good, guys. He's got the remaining deer, which is 2 to 3. And then the remainder of what's on the map is in the center. So Puppy Paw is on the verge of requiring a farm transition. Wham! Could be about to, for the second time, in one grand finals, up against his brother's signature Chinese, make a comeback. I mean, this one, maybe less of a comeback, but it felt like it at points. It almost felt like Puppy Paw got away with a bit too much greed. The bigger deal is the comeback in this series. Not many people are able to so smoothly, I don't say smoothly, but against someone's signatures like this, come back from a 3-0 position. He may be about to do it though. Veterancy is queued up for Archer and Knights alike. Wham, still only on 1 TC. Why build more villages when you can kill more? 33 worker kills to 3. And now, a denial on the dock that would allow Wham to scale his trade further. Not just that, there's certain very useful techs here, guys. You guys know that Merchant Guilds works on the water traders? I mean, it's usually, I'm trying to remember, it's usually a castle, Imperial tech, right? But that's the cool thing, like, Royal Institute gets you so many things in age early. Merchants Guild, it gets you the crossbow stirrups, the Royal Bloodlines. I think Long Guns is a castle, from what I remember. I never remember because no one ever builds it. Because it sucks. Man, Puppy Paw China, what an overrated civ. Oh my god, guys, can you relieve how weak China is? We're going to need to buff. No, no buffs. Moving in on the second town center. More villages dying. Another 7 go down. Puppy Paw now behind by 10 economy. Some of Wham's is inflated, right? He's got 16 into trading boats, but still. The gaps are starting to open up. Granary transition is on the way. Puppy Paw, if he can survive this in 2 minutes past it, great. But seeming unlikely, the TC goes down and he plows right through. And on top of the Zhuge, triple nest of bees here, but he doesn't care. He gets in and he cleans house. Wham! Bam! Thank you, ma'am. Let's put a second point on the board for the Canadian in the red. No doubt about it. We're going the distance here. Wham! I mean, this stamina and also the mental fortitude to come back from 3-0 like this. Now twice. So many villages dead. I mean, this is done. What a crazy game. Let me know what you guys thought about this. I mean, we had delayed pro scouts, 2 TC, a weird farm transition, trade on the other side. What else could you want? Scarguard, delivers again. Drop a comment. Let me know what you think of this map. I think this one's going to start appearing in very big tournaments. I'll catch you on the next one. Oh my god. Look at that. Did Knobs kill any units? Not really, no. Gap close came in too fast. Alright, so we'll pay out there. That is a win for Wham. Damn. I was worried. I was like, uh-oh. This is going a little bit too fast. He delivers though. So, 2 on the board for him now. And we have 2 maps left. Lipany or Cliffside. Puppy Paw stars Zhu Xi. Roos. Cliffside looks good for him, right? Zhu Xi, Roos, what are you worried about there? English Lombos, potentially? I think you try to go Lipany first and fin it. I think yeah, because Lipany is probably going to be Abbasid, so... What do you do there? Abbasid's Japanese, maybe? I think maybe Puppy Paw is going to do, like, Japanese on Lipany against Abbasids. And then likely we're looking at Roos or Zhu Xi against probably English on Cliffside. I mean, I said this right, like, the first game was maybe the wonkiest, but past that, like, the draft looks good for the remainder for Wham. So there's still hope, guys, for him to make a full comeback here. God damn. What a series this is becoming. Whew. Is this the tournament where people play against each other and Wham and Puppy take the prize? Yes. Yeah, that's the one. Like, basically the people, they choose a patron and then they just fight. That's what we do every week at this point. I mean, how else would we do it, right? All right, we're 50 seconds out from being in game. Oh, good lord. By the way, guys, I think what we'll do is we'll aim to go live. So I think players, we said they can start scheduling their games from 2 p.m. CET tomorrow. We'll aim to be live probably at like... We might aim for 3 p.m. CET tomorrow. Just that way, it's like we can hop into live series anyway, and it gives us a little bit of padding just in case players do not schedule their games right away. So 2 p.m. UK time for those that don't know. So that's when we aim to go live on Fridays, I think. Sounds good. Because usually we're live for like 6 to 8 hours anyway. But we'll see. If there's loads scheduled, we might go live an hour earlier than that, so make sure you're tuned in. Also, guys, free things for you to do, as in like things that don't cost you anything. Obviously, follow here, notification turned on. ! Discord as well, so you guys have notifications of when things are happening. And also, something you can do for me right now. We're literally in the middle of campaign. We just kicked off the first of a few days of integration today, and I would love them to come back again. ! AMD, and click that link. It's a legit link. It just takes you through to the AMD Ryzen website. Have a look at there, have a ganders, even if it's just a few seconds. Doing that actually helps me a lot because this is an exposure campaign. They want you guys to be looking at AMD stuff. So if you click on it, that goes, oh, wow. KP really can get those people moving. Besides which, it's literally the best CPU on the market, the 9800 X3D. It's the one you should be looking at if you're thinking of upgrading. It is goated. I'm getting flashbacks to a semi-finals, and that means we could be getting a full 7-game series between the twins. One and all, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to your #1 place for Midweek Esports and for tournament action. Wham! On the Abbasids, up against his bro Puppy Paw in the purple on Zhu Xi. This is gonna be a blast. Vortix played this matchup against Wham in the semi-finals. Didn't quite go according to plan. Wham just able to sliver his way around with the Abbasids. Could we be getting a repeat, which would get us to a full 7-game series and a miraculous comeback from 3-0 for Wham? That's what we're going to find out. And hello, Type Error Dubs. Thank you very much, mate. Big shout out to the subs. Remember, guys, if you've got subs, I appreciate them. Keep them coming in. It's always worth subbing on games because if it's a good game, it's going to up on the YouTube. So you kind of get immortalized in the moment. But man, who's going to be immortalized here? We're just going to have Puppy Paw go back to back to back winner in midweek muster and then not sign up for week 5 because like good guy me wants to share the money around. Someone else can have it. Or is Wham going to ruin his infallible, unstoppable, unkillable win streak? Because up to this point, you can see in the brackets, Puppy Paw didn't drop a single game. No. He's the person who never looks to slip. He's the player to beat right now in these 1v1 tournaments. We'll see if he's able to beat my brain into submission. No, I'm not. I'm not impressed. I mean, so when we watched Vortix versus Wham, Vortix got a really good meditation garden placement. This isn't as good. Vortix's was, I think, 110 resources. This is going to be probably about 70? Like 25 gold, 50 wood is pretty good. But it isn't insane. And something I've always emphasized for meditation gardens is the most important thing is food. In 9 out of 10 games, the most important thing is food. Food is so valuable in the early mid game because late game, it's the cheapest and most worthless thing, right? Because you have mass farms. But in the early mid game, you have to struggle to get out, to get sheep, to get deer, to get all these resources. That's why so many meditation gardens go on food. In conjunction with the fact that it's the easiest thing to get a lot of, closest to your TC. So, Sheep Hall, looks like it's going to be 10 versus 9 here. We already have Stone Gathering. It's going to be the military wing opening from Wham. We know he loves to do this. Puts pressure on the other side of the map. Also forces an immediate reaction. It's very good, actually, against Zhu Xi in this matchup because Zhu Xi have the potential to rush Castle Age. So if you don't have military wing opening, They don't have any reason to play the Age, per se. They can go for a Ram Rush timing, but these Fast Castle Shaolin Monk pumps are just as good. If it feels going to be Zhuge versus Archers? No, it'll be Zhuge versus Horsemen, right? You don't really want to play Archers. I'm curious to see if Puppy Paw can get into Zhuge Horseman himself, actually. We've yet to see a Dali Horses game since they buffed the tech. So for those who didn't know, Dali Horses, the tech unique to Zhu Xi that gives them 20% more attack speed on all their cavalry, was bugged. It was actually giving less than 10%. Now it gives the pure 20%, which is really good on horsemen that have an insanely high base attack rate. Right? So 1.75, you bring that down drastically below like 1.5. It goes down to like 1.4. Very, very powerful. And then you back that up with Zhuge. Like, when you think about it that way, obviously it's not Feudal Knights, but it's at a level where it makes them god tier, right? Zhuge one of the best range units in Feudal Age. And then you get Dali Horsemen, which, sure, it's not going to compete with a French Knight, but of the Horseman category, it kind of puts it on a level of Ghazi-esque units. Really units are going to arrive, but Puppy Paw, already aware of it, has got the initial Zhuge out. Behind this second TC is soon to come. Wham likely will go for a fourth one here on the gold. He might be a bit paranoid about his Zhuge all-in timing, in which case he could try to set up the TC behind, but it's still exposed. Like, your ideal world would have been Deer here, but you can't have everything, right? We're not playing Highview today. Well, we have already. Can't play it twice in the series, though. Wow, I'm just trying to get around. Not going to work out, though. He's seen trying to make that move. Puppy Paw, I mean, you can tell these two play together frequently. By the way, that's another thing I love about Scarguard. Scarguard is probably the only map where I've recently felt like, wow, wolves really impacted this game. I kind of want to have maps that have more annoying wolves on them. I said before, it'd be nice with the change of the bounty to have something different happen with wolves in general. Also now arriving. Not a bad idea here, but needs to be careful because with the correct micro, Puppy Paw can make it a good trade. Goes in after the archers. Spim basically get ignored here. Horseman, not really feeling that great. That wasn't a productive exchange for Wham. The only upside here is he did buy time for the second TC to be plopped down aggressively. That's a very greedy TC. We talked about the forward side here, right? But this has put you closer to your opponent's base, so he has a quicker rush time down the center. The question now is whether Puppy Paw is going to sense it or know about it. So I'm looking at his vision, and he's been playing quite safe. The scout... Where is the scout? I mean, I know I know that gray and that beigey purple are kind of similar, but dude, that's not camouflage. What's going on? I don't think Puppy Paw has the scout in select all army. Or it doesn't have in the key binding you set up, right? That's awkward. I mean, he's going to find the TC anyway, but this could have been very risky for multiple reasons. One, not knowing where the TC is, and two, potentially running into Horsemen. TC revealed. He A-clicks in range. And once again, that would have been avoidable if he just had a scout. Second and third wave are on the way, though. And I imagine we'll be looking at a very aggressive siege engineering timing here. Camel Arch is being prepped, an intriguing choice here. He wants to be mobile, so the whole idea is he can raid and then fight. He can't fight directly right away, though. That's the trade-off. These Camel Arches take a very long time to build, and they're also very expensive. Is he actually even going for Ram timing, or is he just looking to hit economy? A bit curious. I love this from Wham, though. Like, last time we watched him on this map, in this matchup, he sucked on the blacksmith timing because he had 4 gold, right? This is much easier to access. However, Puppy Paw, just like Vortex before him, understands that's the blocker you need to find. Gets in there, denies the double gold worker. Wham, a bit greedy, only having 2 there. He does have the northern gold he can move to, though. Bit risky, but kind of have to take a few risks here. Meanwhile, Camel Archers and Horsemen trying to shuffle around, but it seems like someone might be aware. Yeah, and also the vision a bit obnoxious. Love that little detail when people went up the high ground to see more. Gold gathering is now coming in, so we are going to start moving the Blacksmith techs. Archers are being prepped here. Yeah, so the Camel Archer in the end, I thought he'd use it for a bit of raiding, but now it's just going to be an aura debuffer and a blocker to Zhu Xi Dali Horses, right? Because like Dali Horses is in theory cool, but this might be one of the matchups where it just doesn't make sense because you get 20% attack speed just to lose it to a Camel on knees, right? Which is 20% damage loss. So it balances you back to a net even, meaning your horsemen aren't better than other civs. Here we go, siege engineering down the way. Wham does have enough now for the undermesh, he just hasn't queued it up yet. He's going to need to be fast about this. A lot of wood gathering coming in. I think he might actually need additional archer ranges in the next 30 seconds. He should be able to afford triple archer range pump. Zhu Xi. What a unit. 26. Prepping the rams. Triple ram play coming in from Puppy Paw. The Chief Breaker. By the way, that Medigard in the end was 56 wood, 25 gold. Wow. He actually goes Steeled Arrow. What? I'd understand if you were just archers, but horsemen as well here. Undermesh makes a lot more sense. I mean, Steeled Arrow is good for the TC, right? But the Rams are going to force you to commit, or you're going to lose the town center. He has got an eco lead already, right? Is it substantial enough is the big question mark here. A little bit of hesitation there. Puppy Paw did see the horseman coming. He's a bit worried about it. I think he's going to have to sack the TC. Gonna try to poke at this. But maybe, unless Puppy Paw miss micros, like a few of the Zhuge are getting aggroed in range here. It's triple ram on the TC. Archers, horsemen are going to start committing. Undermesh got queued, but it's not there yet. Villagers are starting to get hit as well. In fact, there's a lot of villagers here. He's got a fully garrison, but also 14 trying to repair. However, Puppy Paw, he can't do it. The TC arrow fire was good enough. Double ram, just trying to do this, but goddamn, the repair speed. Meaning it was irrelevant. And also the spearmen stuck inside, right? They had to stay inside. What was his way around this? Just fight the Zhuge directly with the defenses and ignore the rams. Wham, still kicking in this series. Puppy Paw, I mean, the problem is, like, how do you bring those spears out when there's a bunch of archers there, right? You need the horsemen to basically commit onto you. Puppy Paw goes back again, this time. More rams, 4 this time. Wham, gets a stay of execution. Pays a price, though. 5 villagers dead. However, he now has Undermesh and Steeled Arrow. Horsemen are trying to cut reinforcements, but there's a decent amount of spearmen in the mix, right? You could get really micro-intensive here and whittle them down with a Camel Archer, but he's got other things he's focusing on right now. For one Camel Archer DPS, it's a bit of a distraction for low gains. However, pulling them all the way here isn't bad, right? Because you can get back to the fight quicker than spears. Ram quantity now up to 5. Puppy Paw has to break him again and again here, right? Like, if he gives him 2 more minutes, Wham's going to be ahead. Right? He's already ahead by 11 villages, but, you know, obviously there's the idle time, the cost of placing, the losses of investing in a TC, the fact that you're up against Zhuge with archers. Textiles now in the way. Smart choice here, because it is going to come again. Villagers have to shuffle in. Whatever after quad rams is. Syntuplet ram. I don't know what the word is. 5 rams. For glory here. Villagers trying to repair. A lot are going to have to be pulled. The pentaram. There we go. Good job, Cow. Villagers are basically frontlining here. And Zhuge will kill them fast. The rams. I don't think Wham can hold this. More villagers are being pulled. It's all about this TC, but there's no way. The bodies aren't good enough. I'll at least be able to clear up the rams, but the entire eco lead is now disappearing for Wham. 49 to 46 economy. Puppy Paw What the? Yeah, get them out of here! There's no wheelbarrow! 2 villages difference between them. Archers also now in an overextended position. They can't win against Zhu. And this is starting to look burnt. Wham trying to go for the boot camp and now trying to play 1 TC versus 1 against Zhu Xi. It doesn't feel like a great position to find yourself in. Upsides, at least you have got the golden ages to help you, right? So your eco's a bit better off. But now I think the goal is to eliminate any food options here, right? Yes, Abbasid are very cost efficient there, but still. Still need food, especially with horsemen. I mean, maybe you can try to play mass archers, but like playing mass archers in the Zhu just doesn't really work. You need the horseman assist. A very problematic position that Wham now finds himself here in game number 6. Idle time achieved. He sees him. Oh, will you look at that? Don't worry, guys. No wheelbarrow needed. The Zhu is slow as well. Still, it's a blocker. He's preventing all foods. There's only 1 safe resource right now, and it is in the south side. Puppy Paw is aware of the deer. Just not playing there. But it's not going to last very long when you've got 31 villages out here. Ones if it's ending now with a Puppy Paw win. 2s if we're going to game 7. Get your predictions in. Alright. My chat has many PTSDs with Zhu. The wall did buy a drop off of wood. Yeah, this is looking bad. He's trying to go castle, right? I mean, it almost feels like it. He's got so much food, no gold gathering though. He just doesn't have the production. Yeah, the stable's on the front side, and if he builds anything out, then they die. I feel like this is now Puppy Paw's game to lose. If he lets up, doesn't get that killing blow, and then Wham's gonna get back in, right? Like, no offense to Wham, it's just he's so far in the pit. So the only way out is like the guard at the door not looking. House of Wisdom now being sieged, not a good sign for Wham. We are approaching a landmark victory. Luckily, this doesn't cost wood to repair, but 14 villages repairing hurts me deeply. We use 4 in the end. I think you can just about balance out with that. Sorry, 5, right? Or you might lose the House of Wisdom, like, every round of attacks, maybe 50 or 100 HP. Yeah, it's going down, guys. He needs wood ASAP. This is the problem, right? He switched from food to wood now. We're pretty much doing the 1 resource at a time thing here. And the archers, wow, they go for a counter raid, but Puppy Paw. He immediately sees it coming due to the outpost all the way back here. Sometimes I am blown away by outpost vision. So he dodges any damage whatsoever. And now the Zhu are going to punish him in the retreat. This is it. Puppy Paw is going to make it a back-to-back-to-back win in the midweek musters. Wham will not be able to achieve the golden comeback. I mean, he's just done, right? It was a cool gambit if it works, but now he knows you have nothing to defend at home. The Zhuge are shuffling, looking, eager for any target they can find here. Commiserations to Wham, man. I mean, it was impressive that he was able to get back-to-back wins against Puppy Paw's signature Civ in the Chinese, right? And if you haven't seen those games, I highly recommend you check the VODs or check the videos when they get uploaded to YouTube, because those were incredibly high-level, high-execution games. But now the outcome is undeniable. He may lose on his Chinese against his brother all the time. All he needs is a Civ that can build Zhuge a little bit faster. And there's a Civ in particular that can do that. Oh, last stand. Looks more like last fall. Horseman, ambitious, trying to run in there. Ram still do need to do the TC. The House of Wisdom is somewhat alive, but he gives up. GG gets killed. There you have it, ladies and gents. Your back-to-back-to-back champion, your winner of the midweek muster number 4 is none other than Puppy Paw. Damn. Well, the good news for those that want to have a different storyline is Puppy Paw has not signed up for midweek muster number 5. I think he's chosen to take a break on that particular week. So let me know in the comments down below who you think is going to lift the cup for our 5th edition of this 30-week esports circuit. Let me know and I'll catch you all in the next chapter. Oh, good lord. GG's, Mr. Puppy Paw. The unstoppable, unfallible god. So, not sure we can top that now. So I think Dimmu, Vortex, I think Dimmu's had some good runs, right? I mean, I can see Dimmu making the grand finals. Vortex was on the verge, man. He almost had Wham. It's so close in that series overall. Wham seems like a front runner to make the finals, right? He's been on top. Anatan, he's so close, just not quite there yet. Louis also, I think it depends on the map pool. He really blitzed in week number 1, right? His English picks opening series were really powerful. I think opening maps have a lot of potency. I'm trying to think of a design choice that really fixes any issue around that, because I think there is a risk that the default map gives first pick a maybe not overwhelming advantage, but noteworthy advantage. By the way, guys, I just got bumped through by my Protein Works contact. They're currently talking through the plans for 2025. And what is up, BMF Twitch? Thank you very much, mate. Make sure you bring those primes. That's an easy way to support. But if you want to get something else in return, you know how I've been sustaining myself, powering myself for this now 5-hour stream? Chocolate Bueno, baby. Protein Works got me covered. Actually, I just remembered. I haven't even taken my gummies for the day. So we've been partnering with Protein Works now for half a year. And there's value in actually supporting them, in buying something. Because, guys, I've already said that if we crack our sales target each month, $200 of what I get from that sponsorship goes into supporting production, show matches, prize pooling, etc. So I take part of what I get from those sponsors and stick it back into the community. So if you guys were considering getting Protein Works, exclamation mark Protein Works, check them out. If you want something free to do, exclamation mark AMD, pound that in chat and make sure you click on the link. If you go for the Protein Works, by the way, my code KillerPigeon gets you an extra 10% off on their Black Friday sales, which are running out in a few days. So hop on them while they're hot. But the AMD thing is free. Literally just click that link and check them out because it's an awareness campaign. So link clicks really matter a lot. If you haven't checked them out, it's worth checking out the latest and greatest on the market. The 9800X3D literally just came out in the last month. And it is best in category for gaming. If you're a gamer and you want peak frames, you want best performance, which, God, we need with AOE4, this is it. This is chef's kiss. It doesn't get better than this. There's nothing on the market that should really be doing better for you overall in gaming right now. We will be working with them on the PC build, so I'll have more details on that the coming week or so. My goal, though, is second week of December. We're going to be building a PC live on stream, probably after the grand finals, actually, with my mum building it. She's never built a PC in her life. We're going to be lightly guiding her through the process, maybe leading in to help on a few more fragile components like putting the CPU in. But my whole goal is to show how easy it can be to make a PC and also do something fun with it. So yeah, we've got some really cool brands hopping in to support that, to make that happen. But some of you sweaty gamers out there, if you guys haven't, sign up for the Midweek Muster. Should we have a look at the bracket? I'm going to have my gummy bears and we'll have a look at the bracket and see who's locked in where. Oh. Just toast you. You think AMD is better? Oh boy, buddy. Intel have some interesting goals from an investment standpoint. Not sure when those are going to pay off. AMD is dominating the CPU market right now. Dominating. AMD is like an easy win for gamers, for sure. Even for production, actually. Great bang for buck. I mean, AMD used to be just a bang for buck, guys, but now they're matching on quality and performance as well. So, brackets are up. This is what things are going to be looking like as we paint the picture, as these will be kicking off tomorrow. So remember, guys, I'm going to be live by about, I think we said, what time did I say, actually? My brain now. I think I said we're going to be live for about 3 p.m. CET. 2:30 to 3 p.m. CET is when I'll be aiming to go live, and we'll be looking to catch a bunch of these. Actually, 3 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. CET. So that'll be 2 to 2:30. Sorry, it's been a long day. My time, UK. As when we'll go live to catch a lot of these live happening and others from recordings as we kick off the round of 32. So we have got Wham versus Shuckle. Hello, Shuckle. Well, that is an interesting way to begin the journey here. Well done. Striker versus Myriad is going to be very interesting. Love that we've got Striker signing up on these as well. Sass versus Trackle. We're going to have Cat going up against Matin. We've got Louis MT up against Symbio's Legend. I haven't seen that person before. That's going to be cool. Lash versus Miyamaika. Ooh. I'm curious to see if Lash's orderly style works against Miyamaika's pure anarchy. We're going to have B up against Cow. Cow made it! Hold on a sec. Can we get a recount on the votes? Guys, can we get the recount on the votes? Cow made it. So Cow gets to experience B, and then if he survives that, he immediately gets to experience either Starflock or Gully Deckle. Have fun with that, buddy. And then after that, Lash, Miyamaika, Symbios, or Louis. Have fun with that, buddy. But look at it. He made it. You weren't bottom seed. No, you weren't, actually, because I think B is like... B's 4th seed? Probably? 1, 2... Yeah, 4th seed. Not bad. Not bad, Cal. There you go. And then we're going to have Vortex up against Jean Doe. There we go. Another additional face appearing. Jean Doe in the first round up against Vortex. That's going to be fun. Core versus Dragavan for an opening round. Jesus Christ. Core is... I can already see the chat comments from Core molding about whatever weird crap Dragavan does. Killjadi up against Bit Cousin. Bit Cousin returning again. Voldemort is up... Oh, Voldy. Oh, no. Again. Maybe not, oh no. It's your revenge opportunity, mate. You just need to not pick Ottomans. You gonna smash? Anatan up against Stay Frosty. Scatterbrain is gonna be up against Ezra. Ooh, that'll be an interesting one. Dumu up against Rivdal. I don't think Rivdal had Dumu last time. Was it B last time? I'm trying to remember. And then finally, Elyona versus Anavaku. So there you go, guys. Those are locked in. I don't believe that's going to be changing because I think we set up the original seeding with Wham against Shuckle. Wham is seed 2, Puppy is seed 1. That's the only thing that would have changed is those two because they were top seed anyway. Actually, sorry, no, Puppy was not in this, so it didn't matter at all. So yeah, no Puppy Paw next week, but we got some new faces coming through and some familiar faces within those new faces, which is cool to see. If you guys haven't already, remember, we have got the additional Midweek Musters set up. So if you search Midweek Muster, it's going to bring you, yeah, Muster, not Mustard, we know how to spell. It is going to bring you a bunch. Registration for 6 closes soon, 7 is up. And then we are figuring out some details around 8 and 9 because I need to figure out what we're going to be doing over the holidays because I'm not sure if it really works to have a week-long thing through Christmas. So we might have a week break there, but I'm figuring those details out. And then I'm figuring out whether I'm going to make it a 2-week break and maybe just have a few show matches over Christmas instead, simply because people are probably still spending time with family. And also, I'm not sure, man. I mean, we might have some partiers, so I don't know if people want to play weeklies on New Year's Eve and day. So I'll figure that out. We'll poll it. We'll figure it out. There is at least going to be a week break, and that week break should be from the 20th to the 26th, right? So the week of Christmas won't be touched. But like I said, we'll figure out whether we're going to have one between after Christmas and New Year's. If not, the whole idea of these, by the way, guys, is when there are week gaps for the tournament format, the prize pools will roll over. I might be strategic about it. I might not just always roll it over to the next one. So that, you know, if someone's like, I'm just going to wait for this one, I might make it unpredictable which one's going to be, but we'll figure that out. But we might try to do something special with the first week back in 2025, where because it's going to be a bigger prize pool, we might up the ante on the series count. So we might make first round only BO3s, then BO5s, semis BO7s, BO9 finals. Maybe that's too much, but we'll figure it out. And then there's some other creative things in the works that we're going to be sorting out there. But I'm trying to think, what, did I miss anything? I think that covers most of it. So yeah, remember, sign up to those though if you haven't already and you want to play into them. Oh, I just checked to YouTube. Someone's like, God, wow, I'm on Abbasid. We're in for a treat again. Oh, buddy. You have no life and are not hungover on the first, Foldy? Yeah, core, like, what core really means is it's going to be absolutely off his tits on sheesh. You won't be able to find the keyboard. I read between the lines on these things. Oh, blimey. Yeah. Reminder, by the way, with these weeks, like I said, so because I noticed some people came in like, oh, is this the semifinals? We already watched this. My advice to you guys, like, if a semis happens on Wednesday, that is literally the only day I take off. That's why we try to urge players to either play on Tuesday, or we can rarely offer up a situation where they just play live on Thursday. But, you know, if you guys are worried about spoilers, just wait until we come live and we cast them here. We might change that as time goes on. Or maybe I'll just go live like early to cover semis, and then we'll do like a show match or something. Because I'd like to maybe come up with a format where we can have a third place match to start the day on Thursdays, to give it a little bit more length to it and build up into the finals. But we'll look to figure those details out moving into 2025. Big shout out to the people who've been dropping in some donations, by the way, to actually provide like additional kind of prize pool for these type of things. I'm going to try to find a way to activate with those. We had some incredible donos a few streams ago, right? I think someone gave £200 and someone gave £40, which is mind-boggling. You're absolute legends. But yeah, we'll try to figure out what we can do with those. 420 viewers, nice, blaze it. Oh, blimey, this has been a fun one. So, I'm trying to think if there's something I've forgotten to do. There's gonna be something in my brain. I know there's something I haven't said that I want to say. What is it? Oh, yeah, I had some people asking how to sign up. I just explained that there. Also, if you go !Discord, like, we do typically bump when the sign-ups and whatever are available. And yeah, nice handy little links like that from Jim go a long way as well. But I think we'll probably get ready to round this beauty out, actually. So, reminder, guys, be back live. When did we go live today? We'll basically be live around the same time tomorrow as we were today, because I think we went live at like 2 p.m. my time. Yeah, so we should be live by then. Make sure you check in, whether you're watching YouTube, Twitch, whatever. Watch on both. Have those notifications turned on. Join the Discord so that you guys actually do know when like these things are happening. I put out announcements, notifications all the time, so it's very helpful. So be sure to check that. And I will catch you all tomorrow. YouTube, I'm going to end now. Twitch will hang for 2 or 3 minutes, and then I will just check out. So, see you tomorrow.